Clive phoned me at 6 minutes to 11. We have a red, we have a green, framed. We're dialed in, all we need to know now is they're connecting the street, are they? Yes. Yes. It's just a communication program. I'm here. Hopefully, will be done. Okay, mate. So you're not coming on the hour today. I mean, do you want to come on the hour the other day? Okay. Of course. Okay. Okay, mate. Well, I mean, this is Anthony Gibson from the BBC, just doing a test to make sure that there isn't too much crackle on this microphone. Sounds perfectly all right to me. Hopefully play will be getting underway here at Edgbaston around about 10 minutes time after a delay for some drizzle earlier on. Clouds just beginning to drift away, and hopefully we'll start at 11:30. no point in going until they we are going to change.
Obviously, we might be further delayed.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We will go when we see the umpires.
ways, doesn't he? All over the white ball games at Somerset. You're in serious danger of going to 2 finals, don't you?
Well, I'd be disappointed if we don't get one.
I don't want to say the D word, but defending champions in one.
What about the T word? Or even the Q word, because we did after all win the second T20 championship.
The T20.
Lost T20.
Astrid, who once met when she was tiny, when we got the 2009 and
Yeah.
Somerset for that, she started saying, well, we're not going to win the championship. And we're positioned of only scouts and all. She knows that's how things are. I listened to the podcast. I'm not worried about. Well, he's got what he wants. Apart from money, he's first choice. And ultimately doesn't expire this year.
Yes. But I don't think.
Well, I hope.
Sorry about the other thing. Well, I can't remember because it's such a
I'm glad you came in.
Well, I'm rather flustered. Keep bloody well rusty flustered. It's still actually.
Isn't it just? Maybe Leicestershire will spend so much on green. Yeah, it's like
Because so when we got to the press lounge, they thought we'd have a cup of coffee and wait for someone to turn up.
Yeah, there's another lounge, but very good. There's another lounge. Morgan's.
Yeah, but there won't be any coffee. And I was told to clear out the press lounge because it's been red house.
I've just had that same problem. There is another coffee machine if you go straight along the corridor.
There was a coffee machine in the press box, and that wasn't working. And then there was nobody here from
Has that ever happened to you before?
It doesn't have to be London. I mean, Trent Bridge, they couldn't be nicer.
Yeah.
And that's a testament to Graham as well. We'll get the plate before lunch.
Will cost a bit better later.
Yeah. Yeah, they've gone really well quickly. I think we've got it's not just as bowling, it's well, it's a balance, isn't it? So we've got the experience and change.
indicated to some extent because we don't know it all. My daughter always thinks she wants to go to the class in Somerset with her Friday, Sunday club. She longs to go to it.
Trouble is, we invite donations, and that produces
Yeah. Wish. All that you're going to get out of some clever person.
yes, what was great chap who started selling
Yeah, you need a team to do that sort of package in place.
Are you waiting?
yes, I think we have got it's questions. There would be three on the list.
01386
Okay, well they're not playing at the moment, because that would be, I know my colleagues have in dialogue, but obviously we're not setting them up. Yeah. Yeah, okay. No, well Rupert has told me that they're just going to give score updates rather than because of the logistical problems here. Yeah. I'll do that now. Okay, mate. Cheers. Bye-bye. Can we just dial up the electric then?
We're all dialed in, so if you want to do anything.
I don't want to do anything, but he just can't. That was somebody.
It is going out, I know as well. Somebody.
Well, he can't see it. Somebody's just said that he can't see us dialed up. So
I think we are dialed in. So I had a message from Annie Chave to say sounding good.
oh.
Was that just on your test book?
Yeah.
Oh, that's dedication. That's dedication.
Annie Chave sounding good.
Annie is absolutely nuts for Somerset.
Do you think we are dialed up?
And I know, and they're certainly getting us on the ground.
That's in Salford. Like I said, there's some connection to Salford that isn't very long. If that makes sense.
Well, as far as I know, the streams have been very slow. This is just another test to make sure that we're coming across from Edgbaston, where I'm glad to say the rain-bearing clouds are disappearing away to the east, and there's blue sky overhead, some blue sky anyway. The covers are still on, but I expect the ground staff will start removing those fairly soon, and I guess we'll probably get underway around about 12:30 by the time they've got all the covers off and the rope has gone round the outfield and the mobile sponge has mopped up any moisture, but there shouldn't be too much moisture on the outfield because it's only been drizzle. Haven't had any serious rain at all this morning, but more news when we get it. Hands a shake. His squad number is 15.
I've just had Rob's the guy that is trying to dial through.
Yeah. 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 Well, we are dialed in on the ISDN number. This is the number that 429982 429984. Yeah. All right, hang on. I'll dial down and then dial up again. Yeah. You should be able to hear Brian. Brian's got the mic and it's on.
Hello. Yes, I can. Yes. Okay. Okay, mate. Okay, mate. Thank you. Bye bye.
they don't play brilliant. I think that I want the One Day Cup to be the epitome of county cricket, and that is not just about 6 very strong teams who picked up all the lesser players.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A belated welcome to Edgbaston, where I'm delighted to say the sun is shining and the players are taking the field. My name is Brian Halford. Sitting alongside me is Anthony Gibson of BBC Radio Somerset. We will be joined later in the day by Kit Harris and Phil Britt to assist with describing what should be a fascinating county championship match between Warwickshire, the only team in Division 1 still looking for a victory in the championship this season, and Somerset, whose aspirations are much loftier, second in the table. Welcome, Anthony.
Thanks very much, Brian. It's a great pleasure to be here at Edgbaston, and thank goodness we got some cricket to watch. And the weather's looking pretty good. It was just drizzle this morning, just bursts of drizzle, but there's plenty of blue sky overhead, and such clouds as there are moving swiftly across from west to east. So fingers crossed we'll get an uninterrupted 2/3 of a game of a day's cricket from now on. I was just thinking, I mean, Somerset won the toss and elected to field when the drizzle was around, and it felt very much like a bowling day at around about 11:30 when they tossed. Feels a bit more like a batting day now, doesn't it?
It does, and the weather forecast would suggest it will remain that way. We should be okay now for the rest of the day. A little bit of clag around earlier on, but we're about to start, as Anthony says, in gorgeous sunshine. It's quite windy, which again, I'm not sure that's going to help the bowlers too much, but it should be a little bit damp. There should be still some moisture in the air, and Somerset will be very keen to exploit that and make inroads into a Warwickshire side which welcomes back Chris Rushworth after injury amongst the bowling department, and gives Hamza Sheikh plays his first-class match for Warwickshire. He has played a first-class game for England Lions against Sri Lanka, but this is Sheikh's first-class debut for Warwickshire.
Josh Davey to bowl the first over. Just the one change from the Somerset side that beat Warwickshire in their previous county championship game. Here's Davey in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside for the first run of the innings, and a run it is as well. Robbie Yates underway with that single down to long leg.
Craig Overton skippering Somerset in the absence of Lewis Gregory, as he did the last two time these two sides met, Anthony, which was quite an interesting game at Daunton a couple of months ago.
Tremendous game. Somerset chased down 410 on the last day, after slightly unexpectedly Alex Davies had declared overnight, and Mark Robinson saying that Warwickshire wanted to force the win. They felt that was the best way of doing it, but didn't work out thanks to a superb innings of 151 not out from Tom Abel. Here's Davey then into Davies. Appeal for LBW, and must have been something slightly wrong with it, because the appeals seemed to stop almost as soon as it had started. But Alex Davies goes down and gives the pitch a prod.
It looked a pretty good shape to me. I don't know whether there was a bit of a bat on that, because it looked pretty straight.
Well, probably. I mean, I think that's hence the cut-off appeal. Cut-off in its prime is Davey. 4 slips go down. He's in, bowls to Davies, who cuts this fiercely away through the offside for 4 runs. Short and wide from Josh Davey, and given the treatment it deserved by Alex Davies. That takes Warwickshire under 5, and Davies off the mark with that 4.
Yeah, short and wide, and also quite slow. Judging by that delivery, this is not a pitch full of pace. Davies very quickly onto it, and Warwickshire will be very keen to make a solid start here. They have struggled in the championship this season, still to win a game. Just 2 teams below them in the first division table, Worcestershire and Kent. There's several others close in a cluster just above. There's plenty of teams still looking over their shoulder at relegation, but Warwickshire very much one of them, and their objective today will be trying to get a match-shaping total on the board and avoid any of the top-order travails which have haunted them a little bit this season.
Well, sawdust has been brought out, and Josh Davey, by implication, blaming that short wide one on losing his foothold. So there is no sawdust in the bowling crease, and he bowls again. They think about a single, but it's not there as Umeed is quickly in from cover point.
Somerset having a very strong season, Anthony. Second in the championship, and I'm sure one or two of their supporters will be looking above and thinking Surrey, and can we reel them in?
Well, I think that the key has got to be to stay in touch with Surrey until Surrey come to Taunton in the middle of September. Davy is in, bowls to Davis. A little bit of late movement, late swing back into the right-hander. But I mean, Somerset are, how many points adrift of Surrey are they? 23 points adrift. So they need to be, I don't know, when Surrey come to Taunton, Somerset need to be within 20 points, let's say, of Surrey to have any realistic chance of overhauling them. But there's a lot of cricket to be played before then. Davy to Davis, who has plenty of time just to play that off the pitch up to mid-on, end of the first over. 5 without loss, 4 of those to Alex Davis and the other to Rob Yates.
Yes, if Somerset can stay in distance, that would be a wonderful game, won't it, at Taunton in the middle of September. Championship cricket at its best, with so much riding on it. Some more sawdust has been brought out at the city end of the ground as Craig Overton marks out his run.
I just remember I told you that Craig Overton's squad number was 12. Of course, it used to be 12, but since Peter Trigo retired, and well, actually since Peter Trigo left Somerset for Nottinghamshire, he gave up the number 7, and Craig Overton has inherited it. So he's number 7 as the Somerset skipper.
Well, he's about to begin his spell on a morning which is suddenly greyed over slightly, and he starts with a good length delivery to Rob Yates, who pushes it out to point, and there's no run. The sun has just fleetingly gone behind the clouds. Somerset won't mind that at all. They could do with a bit of cloud cover, having, as you say, Anthony, chosen to bowl. And when the toss and the coin went up, as you say, it looked for all the world to bowl first day. But it is a very windy day, so I think we're going to get various sorts of weather as the clouds are blown across the Midlands. 4 slips crouch. Overton is in again with a super delivery which beats Yates, all ends up and goes through to the keeper.
Yeah, really good ball from Craig Overton. The slips are Tom Abel at first, Casey Aldridge at second, Tom Lammonby at third, and Andy Umeed at fourth.
And I will all be extra vigilant after that last excellent delivery. Could easily have taken the edge. Here comes Overton again, and that's a poor shot. That beats Yates, but he won't be very happy with that shot. Trying to drive at a very wide delivery, which he misses, and again through to the keeper.
Somerset in their cable knit traditional cricket sweaters, which means that they haven't got any numbers on their backs. So I'll identify there's Tom Banton at backward point, and Josh Davey at mid-off, Tom Kohler-Cadmore at mid-on, Jack Leach at mid-wicket.
This one's outside off stump from Overton, and that's more intelligently played by Rob Yates. Just leaves that one, lets it go through.
And Jake Ball is down at long leg.
Warwickshire 5 without loss. For anyone who's just joined us, it's not extremely slow progress. Having batted for 95 minutes for 5 runs, we did only just start at 12:30 because of some wet weather. Lunch will be at 1:30, so it's just an hour's cricket we have in front of us for now. This is a good solid forward defensive from Rob Yates to a straight ball from Overton. So Warwickshire would dearly love to negotiate this first hour without taking any damage, or with maybe the maximum of 1 out. Somerset would love to get 2 or 3 in the hutch in this first hour.
They certainly would. But they need certainly to pick up at least 1 wicket, I think, to justify the decision to insert.
The strong wind billowing the sight screen at the far end, from which Overton bowls, and this is over pitched and driven for 4 by Robbie Yates. Beautifully played, half volley, and the left-hander took full advantage. He moves to 5, and after 2 overs, Warwickshire put in by Somerset on 9 without loss.
Yeah, Rob Yates has a useful record against Somerset. He's played 16 innings against them and averages 31. But he is, to some extent, Josh Davies' bunny. There's Steve Pittard, former joint landlord of the Rose and Crown at Hewish Episcopi down there in Somerset. Steve says that Rob Yates is Josh Davies' bunny. Davy has dismissed Yates 5 times, all before Yates had reached double figures. Well, Somerset will be hoping that history repeats itself. But it's Alex Davies on strike now, as it's a full-length ball by Josh Davy, pitching the ball up, giving it a chance to swing. Still got those 4 slips. Josh Davy having an injury-disrupted season. He has only played 6 games for Somerset and picked up 10 wickets in the course of them, but they've cost him 37.4, which is not nearly as good as his career average for wickets in first-class cricket, as he's in and bowls to Davies. Is full pitch and turned up to wide mid-on. Jake Ball does the fielding. Got away with that a bit, did Josh Davy, and again he scrapes away at the footholds. Yeah, his career first-class average is 23.3 for the 192 wickets he's taken in first-class cricket. So he's not been at his best, but that's been more down to injury and sickness as well. He's had all sorts of problems during the course of the season. He's in now to the left-handed Yates, who stretches forward, plays that into the offside. Andy Umeed fields from backward point. It's not the biggest crowd in the world, this, is it?
No, there will be a few sheltering in the Dollery bar and the Wyatt bar at the far end, but no, that is a fair assessment.
Yeah. Some of the stands, I think, have been closed off. Most of them are open, but just the spectators are fairly thinly spread, I think it would be fair to say. Davy to Yates, in bowls down the leg side, and that's going down to fine leg off the pad, signalled by Alex. No, it's, yes, eventually he does.
This isn't the biggest crowd in the world, Anthony, which begs the question, what was the biggest crowd in the world? What's the biggest crowd of people which ever gathered for any event in the world?
I don't know, papal audience somewhere in Buenos Aires?
Probably not a county championship match, I would guess. Well, they used to get 30,000 at Edgbaston back in the 50s, even for an ordinary championship day, because county championship long ago was incredibly well attended, wasn't it?
Yeah.
A little bit less so now.
Here's Davy to Davies. Davies plays a slightly crooked bat defensive shot, as if he was adjusting to some late movement from Josh Davy. The pitch is over towards the eastern side of the ground, so it's not far from the it's not the nearest I've seen it to the Hollies stand, but it's a shortish boundary on that side of the ground. So a right-handed batsman with the bowling from this pavilion end will be eyeing that up. If the bowler strays down the leg side, that's a good length ball from Davy, which is defended by Alex Davies. But, Craig Overton's gone past the bat once. That's really the only sign of any great difficulty for these two Warwickshire opening batsmen on what looks like a pretty true and pretty slow surface.
Yeah, I was just going to make that point, Anthony. I think it is looking like a pretty good batting track, which may call Somerset's decision to bowl on it first into question. If it does turn out to be a good track, you want to get in first on it and build up a big total. Here comes Overton, and this is a good delivery which shapes away from Yates and beats him outside the off stump. Warwickshire with Rob Yates and Alex Davis out there. Will Rhodes will be next in at number 3. Then you could perm any 4 of the next 4 in any order really. Ed Barnard is in wonderful form with bat and ball. Hamza Sheikh is having a very good season as Overton comes in again, and this one is allowed out to pass outside off stump by Yates. Hamza Sheikh has got 91 for England Lions on his first class debut last month. He's played well in one-day cricket, so he's now been rewarded with his championship debut. Whether he comes in at 4, as suggested on some scorecards, we'll see. We've got Dan Mosley, or Warwickshire have got Dan Mosley and Jacob Bethel back from 100 duty, of course. And then the tale of Ray Rushworth and Hannon Dolby. Overton in again, shorter delivery this time. Yates stands up straight and just drops it in front of him on the leg side.
Yes, James Rew and Hamza Sheikh, of course, teammates for the England Lions in that win against Sri Lanka.
Both highly talented cricketers with potentially very, very big futures. As is Rob Yates, as he waits tall at the crease and forward in defence to another good straight delivery from Overton. There's not too much lateral movement, is there?
There isn't, and that's what the opinion of Dave from Cork is as well, who's obviously watching the live stream. Not seeing much deviation either through the air or off the pitch.
Yeah, well, Dave's spot on, and the very early signs are that Somerset have made an interesting decision with the toss, let's just say, as Overton is in again, and this is on the off stump and pushed out to point by Rob Yates. No run, 11 without loss it remains.
I must say it's good to see this the Somerset side, you know, the band is back together again after they've been scattered to the 4 winds in the course of the 100. It's the Somerset One Day Cup side have done wonderfully well, but it's not quite the same as
Overton again. This is edged just short of 4th slip. Credit Yates there. I think he loosened the grip and softened the hands, and that saved him.
Yep, nice bit of fielding by Andy Umeed at full slip. Yeah, it's not quite the same as seeing Somerset at full strength, which they almost are. The 2 obvious absentees being the skipper Lewis Gregory, who we haven't had any word from the Somerset camp as to why he's not fit to take the field, but he obviously isn't. And the other absentee is Miguel Pretorius, Somerset's overseas all-rounder, seam bowling all-rounder, who has been with South Africa in the West Indies. Didn't play for South Africa, but he is due to play for South Africa A in South Africa against Sri Lanka. And there were reports he was back in Somerset this week, but this is Davey to Davies, and a good piece of fielding by Jack Leach, sprinting in from mid-wicket. But again, no word as to whether he was available or not. But presumably the South African Cricket Board have decreed that he shouldn't be playing county cricket with an A series coming up in early September. So as I say, it's not quite the full strength Somerset side, but not far short of it. Josh Davey is in bowls, and that's the best ball he has produced, going past Alex Davis's outside edge, and Davis again goes down and gives the pitch a prod. Plenty of encouragement from foghorn voice that you hear from the middle is Tom Abels. Who is standing at first slip. He's another one who's had an injury disrupted season. Didn't come into the side because he wasn't fit until the end of May. Oh, and an even better ball there from Josh Davey, which beat Alex Davies. All ends up.
Super delivery, and Somerset on the attack, going for it with 4 slips, and that vindicates such an attacking field. Those 2 deliveries, especially that one, I think no batsman is good enough to nick that one. Davey finding his range.
4 slips, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. In the Birmingham sunshine. Davies in and bowls, and this is smashed away through the offside. Didn't quite time it as well as the previous offside shot, but the result is the same. It's 4 runs to deep point. Short and wide there from Josh Davies. It's the second one he's dragged down, and was pounced upon by Alex Davies, who, like a lot of shorter batsmen, is very, very strong, square of the wicket on both sides.
Yes, signs are that there isn't margin for error for the bowlers, is there? You drop it short and it will stand up. Not too much pace in this track.
No, it's slow, and it'll probably get slower as the game goes on. Davey to Davies, and they pick up at least 1 here as Lammonby goes in pursuit. They'll in fact come back for the second as the throw comes in. Score moves on to 17 without loss, 5 to Yates and 11 to Davies. Tom Lammonby, of course, fresh from being part of the Oval Invincible side that landed the 100. And Lammonby got some useful runs for them in the final as well. It wasn't in very long, but provided some worthwhile acceleration. Davey in and bowls, and again Davies looking for a single, putting the field under pressure all the time, but Tom Banton more than equal to it. End of that over, which was the 5th over of the innings, and a steady start from Warwickshire. They're 17 without loss, 5 to Yates and 11 to Davies.
Frustrating over that for Davey, the sort of history of seam bowling in 1 over. 2 really good deliveries go past the outside edge, then the batsman survives and takes 6 runs from the next 2 balls. It can be a thankless job being a seam bowler. Overton begins his 3rd over from the city end and starts with a good straight delivery, which Rob Yates pushes up to point. No run, 17 without loss. The clouds are high at the moment and the sun is out, and the forecast for the rest of this match now is quite good. So having lost the first hour of it to the weather, hopefully we're not going to lose a great deal more, which can allow a proper good championship match to unfold. Overton is in again. This one nips back into Yates, and there's a muted appeal for LBW. There's never going to be any jeopardy to the batsman, but a good delivery. The one danger, I guess, or a danger, is if the wicket is slow, and as you say, Anthony, gets slower, it could be hard to dislodge batters and get harder as the match goes on, opening up the possibility of a high-scoring draw. The slips crouch again, and this is wide and chopped away for 4 by Rob Yates. A little bit of width there and short from Craig Overton, and Yates on the back foot slaps it away to 3rd man for 4. 21 without loss. Yates 9, Davies 11.
Yeah, it could develop into a battle for bonus points. I know it's early days to be saying that, but there really isn't much sign of life in this pitch. Maybe that Jack Leach will get something out of it. Somerset opting to go in with just the one spinner, choosing not to select Lewis Goldsworthy, although he was in the first version of the team that was put on the Somerset website. But then he was removed and Josh Davey was inserted, which suggests that Somerset think this is going to seam more than it will spin.
Here comes Overton, straight delivery, which is just nudged into the leg side for a single by Rob Yates. Moves to 10. So I guess if the game was to evolve into a battle for bonus points, there wouldn't be a massive use to either side, would it? Somerset would lose a bit of ground, possibly on Surrey, or certainly...
Well, it depends what happens with Surrey, doesn't it? I mean,
yeah. whereas Warwickshire are in the clutch of teams just looking over their shoulder. They've got a huge game against Kent to come here next week. So a draw would be of moderate use to either side, but lots and lots of time to pass yet. So let's hope this match can unfold along entertaining lines with a positive result one way or the other. Here comes Overton again. This is short, pulled away by Davis. He doesn't time it very well, but he's going to get a couple of runs. They're looking for the third, but I don't think they'll risk it, as the ball is chased down in front of the family stand, and yet Davis has two.
That's Tom Banton with the fielding there, and putting in a very spectacular slide as well. He's one of the quickest across the ground in this Somerset side, is Tom Banton. And I think he gets more points for artistic impression from his sliding than any of the others.
Well, it's good sliding weather today, because the grass will still be a little bit moist as Davis flicks this one down to third man for four. It was under control, it was through the cordon, but all along the ground, and a bit of 100 type form I think still there from Alex Davis. He just worked that one down to third man and takes four. A solid start, as you say, for Warwickshire. Anthony Yates has 10, Davis 17, 28 without loss from 6 overs.
And elsewhere in the First Division, Worcestershire against Kent at New Road. Kent 91 for 3. Surrey against Lancashire, and Lancashire 83 for 3 at the Oval, with Keaton Jennings gone, which is an important wicket, as he is such a good player and has been in such good form this season. Surrey doing the same as Somerset down there at the Oval, winning the toss and electing to field. Hampshire against Essex. They haven't started down at the Utilita Bowl just yet. Here we got Josh Davey into the left-handed Rob Yates. He's there, bowls around the wicket, and Yates just defends into the offside. And Durham against Notts. Durham 120 without loss, with Alex Lees on 44 and McKinney on 74, not out. So they're the ones, Durham are the ones who've made the best start to this round of county championship matches in the First Division. Somerset pressing for a wicket to justify what was no doubt a collective decision to ask Warwickshire to bat first. Davey in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside. Won't be a single as Leach is quickly in. The slip cordon has already been reduced from 4 to 3. Got 3 saving, 1 on the offside, 2 on the onside. The only man out is at long leg. But it's looking as if Somerset could be facing quite a long stint in the field.
The gentleman at point is warming up, Anthony. You'll no doubt be able to identify him.
That's Tom Lammonby. I'd be surprised if he well, he does bowl left arm seam up. This comes off the inside edge of Yates's bat out into the onside. But I'd be surprised if Tom Lammonby came into the proceedings quite this early. He tends to be used as a bit of a last resort, or possibly as a partnership breaker.
Well,
but he's actually potentially a very useful operator, you know, with the change of angle with the left arm seam up. But he's had problems with foot injuries or ankle injuries over the last couple of seasons, so he's hardly bowled. Davey in and bowls, and this is defended by Rob Yates. And Tom Abel is another one who has been a very useful change bowler for Somerset, seam up, bowls at lively, fast, medium, but he hasn't bowled at all this season. And I don't think he's bowled since he did a muscle in his side after he'd been selected for the white ball, England white ball sides to tour Sri Lanka. That was at the beginning of last season. I don't think he bowled last season. He certainly hasn't this season. Davey in bowls and angling the ball into the left-hander, turned into the onside. 28 without loss. We're in the 7th over of the morning. Rob Yates on 10, Alex Davies on 17. Both have played and missed a couple of times, but other than that haven't really been in any trouble. Tall figure of Alex Wharf at the non-striker's end. This is cut away nicely through the nicely into the offside, but not past Andy Umidi. Actually didn't time that particularly well. Rob Yates. It's the end of the Josh Davey over. It's 28 without loss, 10 to Rob Yates and 17 to Alex Davies.
Yes, Warwickshire will be most satisfied with this start, having come through the first half an hour, having been put in on a morning which started off murky and damp, but all the signs are this is a good track, and if Somerset don't break through in this first session, which is 1 hour, then they will be, I think, already starting to wonder whether they've done the right thing with the toss. But there's still half an hour for them to strike, and Overton is in to try and do that. That lifts outside the off stump, but it's a good leave from Alex Davis.
Here we are. We've got an answer to your question as to the world's largest gathering. It comes from Robert Blackwell. Morning, Robert. And he says the world's largest gathering was the 2019 Kumbh Mela in India. 50 million.
Crikey. Thank you very much, Rob. That's very useful to know. And my word, they must have had some Portaloos there, I would think. Davis waits, and he's struck on the pad by Overton. It's going down the leg side, and they scamper a leg by. There was a sort of an appeal, but it was never going to amount to anything. 29 without lots, 50 million. That is a sizable crowd.
Certainly is. Certainly is.
Thank you very much for the information, Rob.
It's hard to believe. I mean, that's the entire, well, not the entire population of the United Kingdom anymore, but it, 20 years ago it was the entire population of the United Kingdom, all in one place. But
yeah, that is the logistics of that are hard to comprehend. Rob Yates on 10, remarks his guard and waits for Craig Overton. Sight screens billowing behind the bowler as Yates gets an inside edge, some of the middle of the bat on this, plays it out to mid-wicket. Rob Yates past 3,000 first-class runs now, 24 years old, and you'd think heading towards his peak as a batsman. Highly talented player, Rob, who hit Warwickshire's first team about 5 years ago now, wasn't it, in real style, and then followed up with 5 centuries in 2021. Since then, things haven't quite gone to plan. This is a forward defensive to a straight delivery, which just sends the ball up to mid-on.
Well, one of his first appearances for Warwickshire was against Somerset here back in 2019 when he scored a little matter of 141.
Yes. Very well organised, very talented, good temperament, and once he gets in, he has proved very, very hard to dislodge. He's capable of batting long. He waits again, forward in defence. Good over this from Overton. Absolutely nothing for the batsman to score off so far. 29 without loss. Rob Yates was tipped, I think, by one of the fellas in the Nationals recently as a potential England Test player sooner rather than later. And I think Rob Yates will, if he does get the chance, I think he will do well in Test cricket. He has got, I think, the temperament, which is such a huge part of it, and the technique. He waits again. This is short and slapped away for 4 runs. That was a poor delivery at the end of what had been a very good over from Craig Overton, but Yates enjoyed that one. He takes 4, moves to 14. Davis is 17, 33 without loss, and I will leave you in the company, Anthony, of Kit.
Thank you very much. That's Brian Holford from BBC WM and BBC Coventry and Warwickshire, and we'll be joined by Kit Harris, who's our third voice for certainly the first 2 games of this match. It's 33 without loss. We've had 8 overs, and so far, Kit, Warwickshire have had the best of things.
They have, yes. There's been occasional good ball.
And the occasional bad one. Davy in and bowls to Davies, beats him out on the outside edge. That was a really good ball. Bang on cue.
Yes, that's an example of the away movement that Davy has occasionally been able to find to beat the bat. But these 2 batters remain chanceless. And given that Somerset won the toss, as you said at the top of the programme, Somerset won the toss in good bowling conditions.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
They should have looked at the weather forecast, I think.
I don't think this really counts as good bowling conditions now.
No.
33 without loss after half an hour is a good start.
It's Davy to Davies outside the off stump. No shot from Alex Davies. We've got headphone problems.
I've got buzzing in my headphones, but I hope that that's
Yes,
specific to me rather than our listeners.
I've got buzzing in mine as well. So. Josh Davy then making a slow way back to his mark. Just the 3 slips for the right-handed Alex Davies. Davy bowls. This is driven back down the pitch, but Jake Ball quickly across from mid-on to field. Lots of questions on Twitter as to why Lewis Goldsworthy hasn't been selected, and he was in the original iteration of the Somerset side, but then lost out to Josh Davy. And as I was saying just now, I think it's presumably down to Somerset thinking there's going to be more in this pitch for seam bowlers, and they couldn't really afford to go in with only 3 of them. They've got 4 now. Davy to Davies, who plays slightly uncertainly at that. They've got obviously Davy and Overton, Casey Aldridge and Jake Ball.
Well, Anthony, I can see why there's a case for Davy and Ball both to play. Certainly I can, but I might have thought that Goldsworthy was worth a go instead of Umeed. Perhaps it's a case of Somerset not wanting to fiddle with the opening pair too much.
Well, it's a relatively recently put together opening partnership of Umeed and Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Davy in bowls, and this is cut down towards the 3rd man boundary. Tom Abel is, well, he's going after it, but with no realistic hope of pulling it back. 4 more runs, another short wide ball from Josh Davy. 37 without loss. I think the thinking would have been that Andy Umeed has deserved another chance, because it was his opening partnership with Tom Kohler-Cadmore in the last game that Somerset played in the county championship against this opposition, which got Somerset off to the ideal start in that run chase for 410 on the last day.
Certainly it did. But then one could also say that Goldsworthy's more recent, white ball exploits are equally deserving of their chance in the red ball game.
Yep. Davy in and bowls, and this is slightly uncertainly played into the onside. It's in the air for a time from Alex Davies, but gets away with it. 37 without loss. Yes, Lewis Goldsworthy batted beautifully in the win against Leicestershire in the One Day Cup on Sunday for his highest score in one-day cricket, and must have been very, very close to selection.
But there's a behind-the-curtain concern as well that some Somerset fans will have, which is that there is a little bit of anxiety that Goldsworthy did so well at Leicestershire that if he doesn't get his first team place nailed down fairly promptly, his contract is up and not yet negotiated for next year, he might switch allegiances. Overton's first ball of the new over is rapid, but outside off stump, might enough for Yates to leave, which he does. You feel that that anxiety is perhaps misplaced, Anthony?
Well, I've talked to Lewis a couple of times, obviously on the back of his outstanding performances in the One Day Cup, and he gave me absolutely no reason at all to believe that he was contemplating leaving Somerset. He's very happy at the county ground, but would seal the deal if he gets into the side.
Overton is a bit fuller this time, and Yates props forward into a very solid front foot defensive. Yeah, there just seems to me, Anthony, to be an inevitability about Goldsworthy being in the long-term Somerset Championship 11. I don't think he's destined to be a fringe player. I think he's destined to be a fixture.
Yep.
In which case, fix him. Overton once more, over the top of leg stump here, and Yates turns the corner down to long leg. We'll get a single. He's tucked it away off his hip. Yates then to 14, from 14 to 15, 38 without loss.
Lewis Goldsworthy's problem is that Tom Banton has done so well in red ball cricket this season. I mean, he's averaging 48, and didn't play at all last season, which gave Lewis Goldsworthy his chance. And Goldsworthy didn't entirely take his chance. He didn't make an irrefutable case for inclusion, and Tom Banton has stepped in.
Overton pulls out of this delivery. The right-handed
Fly in
Davies.
his eye.
Yes, he's rubbing his eye. It's either a bit of dust or one of the Lord's tiny flying creatures has interfered. Yes, he's just asking the umpire to have a look, and the umpire says, "I can't see that high up. You better sort it out yourself."
It's a very brave fly to irritate Craig Overton.
Well, you'd think the fly would have thought he was flying well above radar. Not many eyes reach that height round here. Overton comes in again, and Davies shoulders arms. Fancy there's still a little bit of a way shape on the ball, but once the polish on this ball wears off,
I think we're going to see some Leach.
is he warming up?
Yep. And I think that really doesn't appear to be much in it for the seam bowlers, this pitch, but so perhaps it might be at a bit of turn.
Somerset have picked 4 of them. Just the one spinner with the absence of Goldsworthy. Overton bangs it in a bit, and Davies is slightly squared up. Was initially shaping to play for leg. The ball comes off the face of the bat out to point. Yes, Banton, he has been fixed into the side and has succeeded. He's another man who is out of contract, just like Lewis Goldsworthy at the end of the season. And just like Goldsworthy, there has been no announcement as to his future. We know that he's attracted interest last time round, 2 years ago, before signing his current contract. Overton bowls a little short at this time, straight at Davies, who's able to clip it away very comfortably out to that very, very long boundary at deep square leg. Comes back for 2, so Davies moves to 23 at the end of the over. And Warwickshire have made 40 runs in 40 minutes, relatively serenely.
Yes, again, I've no reason to suppose that Tom Banton won't be signing a new contract, but he has, as you rightly say, Kit, been the subject of interest from other counties in the past, not least Warwickshire, because Warwickshire, of course, was where he came up through the age groups, played league cricket here in Birmingham, and connections with Worcestershire as well. His younger brother is, I'm not sure if he's still on the books at Worcestershire, but certainly has been, Jacques Banton.
Well, it's not going to be Leach from your end, Anthony.
No, it's Jake Ball. Lewis Goldsworthy's on the field as a sub for Tom Banton. Not sure what Banton has gone off for. They've only been out there for 40 minutes. Jake Ball bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Yates, who plays that defensively into the offside. He's having a decent season, first season for Somerset. Is Jake Ball joining them from Nottinghamshire at the start of the season. He's taken 14 wickets in the 5 games he's been chosen for, at just under 29 runs apiece. He's in now to Yates, who stretches forward, stretches his arms and bat forward without moving his feet to any great extent. But these two batsmen appearing to have all the time in the world to play their shots, whether defensive or attacking shots, on a slow pitch. Three slips go down as ball is in, and this is punched away through the offside very pleasantly. For me, that's the shot of the morning from Rob Yates. It was a little bit short and a little bit wide, but he got on up on his toes and with a straight bat hit it off the back foot away between cover and extra cover for 4 very handsome runs. Takes the score on to 44 without loss. We haven't actually had 44 minutes of play yet. Well, probably had about 43, and we're only in the 11th over. So Warwickshire going along at 4 runs and over. Ball in and bowls, and Yates again this time does get his right foot out towards the pitch of the ball, out into the offside, where Andy Umeed, who's very familiar with these surroundings from the seasons he spent here at Warwickshire. Jack Leach still doing some warm-up bowling actions. Whether this is just a sort of reminder to his captain, or whether he's really been told that he's going to come on for an over or 2 before lunch, remains to be seen. That's played defensively up to Davey at mid-on. Yates on 19, Davies on 23. And what did you think about the decision to insert Kip? Was that what you would have done?
I'll go with seemed like a good decision at the time.
Yes, it probably did actually.
It's the aggressive option though, isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
Lots of rain is forecast. You want to get a result, stick them in.
Ball in and bowls two. Oh, and this almost runs back off the face of Rob Yates's bat onto his stumps, but doesn't. End of a first over from Jake Ball. Just the 4 runs from it. 44 without loss. We have had 11 overs.
Yes, Somerset, of course, will be mustard keen to get a result out of this game, and the easiest way to do that with a faulty forecast is to try and see if you can bundle out your hosts on the first day. When they took the toss, the weather conditions were conducive. The trouble is the pitch needs to be in harness with all your other conditions, and it really isn't. It's not going to be Jack Leach. In fact, he's warming up in vain. I know that feeling. He's saying to the captain, I'm ready. But Captain Craig Overton, very much a seamer in mind and heart, has decided to go with this 4th fast-medium bowler. From the Birmingham end, Casey Aldridge is going to bowl his first over of the day. First ball to Davies is a bit of a long hop, but fortunately it was straight enough for Davies only to be able to bunt it straight to extra cover along the ground. A little bit more width and that would have flown away to the Hollies boundary. So that boundary on the east side of the ground is pretty short. Where, if you know your Edgbaston square, doesn't extend all the way to the boundaries to east and west. Aldridge to Davies again, goes for the pull shot here, forward a square, 4 runs, and that is the longest boundary all the way through mid-wicket. That sat up and asked to be hit. It was short enough for Davies to swivel on his back foot, climbed into the shot, and he moves to 27 and 30 balls. He's nearly up there, isn't he, at
Run a ball.
Run a ball. 48 without loss. There's a long boundary out there. The Hollies boundary, not quite half the distance, but there are 5 pitches left between the pitch that we're using for today and the last pitch of the square. So we're not as far as we could possibly be to the east of the square, but not far from it. What's Aldridge got in reply? Much fuller ball this time, and driven on the bounce to to that extra cover fielder. No run.
Yeah, Casey Aldridge coming into this game on the back of a match-changing spell in the middle of Leicestershire's reply to Somerset's 334 in the one-day cup, when Peter Hanscom and Ben Cox were going really, really well, and Aldridge came on, picked up 2 wickets in 2 overs for not many runs, and changed the course of the game.
Now it's his turn to pull out of his action. In fact, I think he's pulled out of his run because Davies wasn't quite ready. He just strolled to square leg. Aldridge has, by and large, an attacking field. 3 slips, 2 men on the single on the onside and 2 on the off. Deep point and a long leg. Bolts outside off very wide this time, and Davies had to exercise a good deal of self-control in letting that go through to a tumbling roo in front of second slip.
Yeah, it's not been the greatest first over this, but give him a chance to find his rhythm.
Aldridge once again. This is very full and blocked by Davies, almost Yorker length. So we've had some real variations here. The first 2 were very short. We've had a couple of very full ones. I wonder whether Aldridge is just striving for an extra yard of pace here. Maybe he's conscious that at his routine speed, around 80 or even a little less, he might be rendered somewhat hittable by this surface. Comes in once more, and Davies just looks to nudge it round the corner down to long leg, but gets an outside edge, and Leach at forward square leg picks up. There isn't a run. So for all that that was a bit of a mixed bag of an over, it's only cost the 1 boundary, and Warwickshire still without loss on 48.
Yeah, Somerset's problem though is that they've been leaking a boundary and over. With the 1 bad ball, which is not the way to keep pressure on the batting side. On a slow pitch, you need to keep the pressure on and frustrate the batsman into making a mistake.
You've got to bowl boring.
Yep. Here comes Jake Ball in bowls to Yates, who gets a shortish ball which he cuts straight to Tom Namanby. Backward point. Jake Ball getting on a bit. Oh, let's see now, 33 I think. 33 indeed, with knots for 14 seasons. His first season with Somerset, he's in bowls, and Yates plays a odd-looking defensive shot, but gets the middle of the bat onto it, out into the offside. Blue sky has disappeared for the time being. But the clouds are much higher than they were earlier on today. Didn't get started until 12:30. So time will be made up tomorrow. We'll have an 104 over day tomorrow, as Ball is in and bowls, and Yates just defends. That's again weather permitting, but as Kit was saying, forecast for the rest of the match isn't too bad. Now, Kit, you're working for Wisdom these days?
That's right, yes, on the almanac. That's my day job.
So do you get to watch plenty of live cricket?
Plenty of live cricket. Well, there's a lot of writing and editing to be done, so the live cricket is normally on a screen rather than at a ground.
His Ball in and bowls to Yates, who plays this up to Josh Davey at mid-on. No run.
Second time I've been up at Edgbaston this season. I was here for the test match. Very different sort of ground it feels today, though.
Well, I think there are probably a few more people here than you would imagine, sitting from our vantage point high up above the pavilion. I think there are quite a lot of people in the pavilion below us.
We can't see them, but we can hear them.
We can hear, exactly. Here's Ball in and bowls, and this is driven away through the offside. Expansive square drive from Rob Yates, and that's 50 on the board for Warwickshire, 52 without loss, and those runs have come off just 77 deliveries in 53 minutes, and well, it's looking perhaps an optimistic decision on the part of the Somerset establishment to ask Warwickshire to have a bat first.
Only a touch of width there from Ball, wasn't there? But you beat the infield on the offside here with the left-hander, and it's 4. There's no chasing anything to the Hollies. The boundary's that short.
Ball tries again, in bowls to Yates. Is this up to mid-on? Well, another, hesitate to use the word, but another rather innocuous over.
Lunch at 1:30.
Yeah, lunch at 1:30.
I doubt we'll see an over of spin because these seamers, the first change seamers, have only just started their spell, so it seems unlikely it would be interrupted. Probably get 2 more. Now Aldridge is going to bowl to a teammate in a minute. And he bowls to Rob Yates. We've played together very recently. The moment he's bowling to Davies, who goes for a big cut outside off stump, and he's snicked it. Oh, he's absolutely desolate. It was that short, wild, long hop again. He was so self-controlled in the last over, not going for it, but this time he has. And Somerset have got a wicket that the ball didn't deserve. Rue, the catcher.
Well, you can say that. I couldn't possibly comment, but it wasn't a particularly good ball, it has to be said, and it wasn't a particularly good shot. You can understand why he would go for it with no third man. I mean, if he got a decent top edge on it, could have carried for 6. As it was, he just got the faintest nick on it, and James Rue, anticipating well to his credit, taking the catch in front of Tom Abel at first slip. Just as well he caught it, because that was you could argue that was Tom Abel's catch, but James Rue intercepted the ball before it could reach Tom Abel. And well, relief all round for Somerset, 52 for 1. They've got their pre-lunch wicket.
And in the nick of time, only 5 minutes to go until the interval. Will Rhodes is coming out at number 3. Not much longer for this parish, as he signed a deal to go up to Durham. Everyone in the Midlands seems to be going up to Durham at the moment.
Can't imagine why.
It's a lot. Well, I suppose the roads are good, twixt here and there.
Well, I tell you, Steve Pittard, I'm grateful to for this information, but Will Rhodes has not missed a match since his Warwickshire debut at the start of the 2018 season.
Well, he's had a very, very tidy season so far. 577 runs, averaging 41.
This is his 86th consecutive appearance.
Is it really?
Yeah. The last Warwickshire player to rack up 85 consecutive championship appearances was cult hero Andy Moles.
Well, thank you, Steve. 2 left-handers now. Rhodes settles over his bat and just draws it inside the line and lets the ball go through. That was a good ball from Aldridge. .52 for 1. This is not the time that Rhodes would have wanted to come out to bat. Number 3 is always keen to bat, but 5 minutes before lunch is not the time he'd pick. Aldridge bowls to him again. He lets it alone this time, much more securely, leaving on line and length this time. Rue gathers. Still just the 3 slips for the new batter. And what we've lost is the deep point. That fielder has now come up.
The umpire, Steve O'Shaughnessy's lost his hat.
Oh, it's gone skittering away towards deep mid-on. It doesn't seem that windy, Anthony.
I don't think it's quite as windy as it was first thing, but the sight sheets at the far ends are billowing. But it should turn into a much more pleasant day than it was at the start. And it was cold and windy and drizzly. It was horrible.
Tomorrow's forecast isn't that bad at the moment. Aldridge ready to bowl again to Rhodes. So rides the bounce this time. It was at the body, but not particularly quick, and an easy back foot defensive.
So at Wisden, you writing and editing and sub-editing and all the rest of it?
That's right. Some bits I write myself, and most of the time I'm editing the copy that's sent in from our 50-odd correspondents around the country and the world. Aldridge bowls to Rhodes, well outside off this time. Foolish, Rhodes leaves alone. He doesn't need to think about scoring runs in this short passage of play before the lunch interval. He's just there to see it through. So he'll be more than happy just to leave.
With all the additional cricket that's being played at the moment, I mean, Wisden just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Is there going to be a limit to how big it can get?
There is a limit in terms of page numbering and cost. Last ball of the over this time. Rhodes attempts to a short ball, a cut, but his heart's not in it. And it just bobbles on the bounce to cover. So he's negotiated his first 5 balls safely enough without scoring. 52 for 1, probably time for just one more over before the lunch interval, the delayed lunch interval here at Edgbaston. The way we try and balance it, Anthony, at the Almanac is we have to make some fairly hard-hearted decisions about the length and depth to which we cover certain forms of the game. We're going to, I suppose, inevitably have to crunch down a bit on how much time we give to all the different franchise tournaments around the world. Because I don't think anyone wants you to cover test matches.
Do you do the Abu Dhabi T10s?
The Abu Dhabi T10 gets a mention, I would say. Perhaps less by importance of tournament, more by prominence of players involved. We try to be comprehensive. If we're going to
I
be
think it's wonderful. I've got every Wisden for my lifetime.
all originals?
No. It's Jake Ball in and bowls, and that's a defensive shot. They're all original from my sort of cricket working for the BBC career, which dates back to '69. But prior to that, no.
You've got all your dust jackets intact?
No.
You took them off?
No. Sadly.
I took mine off. You see, my fascination for the hobby of collecting began long before working for the company. It's lovely building up your shelves.
Ball in and bowls. Defensive shot from Rob Yates, who's on 23. No, I mean, I never set out to collect them. It was just something I had to have as part of. Well, I would have. My father had Wisden's going all the way back, but he ended up selling all of his when he was hard up, including the wartime ones, which would nowadays be.
Yeah, not many of those about now.
That's Ball is in and bowls. Not a good ball, not a defensive shot. But and then a few years ago, the opportunity came up to buy a job lot from 1949 up to about mid-60s for a reasonable amount of money. They aren't in particularly good condition, but at least I've got them.
Hardbacks?
No, softbacks. Well, a mixture. Most of the ones I bought myself are softbacks because they were cheaper. This is pulled away for 4 runs. It was a poor delivery from Jake Ball, another drag down, and Rob Yates swiveled on it and smashed it away down to wide long leg.
I shan't have the opportunity of talking about Aldridge bowling to Yates. I referred a couple of minutes ago to them being teammates. Of course, they both played for England Lions last week, a game that very thoughtfully wrapped up in time for certain players to get back for their One Day Cup semi-finals.
His ball in, bowls to Yates, who drives, and fielded by Ball on the bounce.
And so did James Roux. And so, dare I say it, perhaps more excitingly than any of the others at the moment, so did Hamza Sheikh.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing him bat.
That became then his first-class debut. This is his Warwickshire and Championship debut, but he has done very well over the last couple of years for England under-19, so I'm looking forward to it when he comes out to bat.
Jake Ball in and bowls the last ball before lunch, which is defended into the onside by Rob Yates, who will walk in for lunch undefeated on 27 from 50 deliveries, 56 for 1. Well, it's been a truncated morning's play, just the hour in the course of which Somerset have bowled 15 overs and picked up the wicket of Alex Davies, caught behind off the bowling of Casey Aldridge. But it's been Warwickshire's mini session, I would say, after being put into bat by Somerset. They've made largely untroubled progress to 56 for 1. We'll now have a bite of lunch, and we'll be back with you for the afternoon session starting at 2:10. I very much hope you can join us then. Well, welcome back to Edgbaston, where the umpires are just emerging from the pavilion after the lunch break. Lunch delayed until 1:30 because we made a late start here this morning, not getting underway till 12:30. So we've had just the 1 hour's play in which 15 overs have been bowled, and Warwickshire have moved on to 56 for 1, the one being Alex Davies, who was caught behind off a short wide ball from Casey Aldridge, which he decided to go after, and just got a faint top edge and was well caught by James Rue, coming across in front of Tom Abel at first slip. But for the most part, the wicket has looked distinctly slow, pretty flat, just a little bit of early movement, 1 or 2 plays and misses early on in the piece. But well, Somerset need to pick up wickets at regular intervals during the afternoon session to justify that decision to insert. I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset. With me is Kit Harris from Wisden, who is our third voice for the first 3 games of this Division 1 County Championship match. And what have you made of it so far, Kit?
Well, I am of much the same view as you, Anthony. There's no demon in the pitch. There's still a bit of swing. It's very overcast here at Birmingham. But Somerset bowlers, by and large, except for the early few overs from Josh Davey, haven't really hit the line to make swing constantly threatening, and have given away runs. There's been a 4 ball and over, as you've said. Even the wicket
could easily have gone for 4.
Went against the run of play. But they'll have had a talking to and regrouped and all that game management jargon. They've still got their 3 slips in. The determination will be to get those lines better.
Yeah. Still no word about why Lewis Gregory isn't out there skippering Somerset.
So Overton is going to bowl around the wicket, and immediately there are runs, and 4 of them. It's a leg side ball, and left-handed Rhodes is off the mark with a neat flick off his hip down past Jake Ball at deep fine leg, and that, I think, well, let's be charitable and say a very good ball to a right-hander. but in fact, both the batters out there are left-handers.
I bumped into Mark Overton, Craig's dad, down in the Tom Dollery lounge where he was having lunch, and he said he'd asked Craig several times if he would be captaining or whether Lewis was fit, and Craig was insisting that Lewis was fit and would captain. Well, didn't work out like that.
He goes again to Rhodes, tucks him away off his hip again, but this time only finds forward square leg, so there isn't a run. 60 for 1. They were just about to run a minute before lunch, Warwickshire. And, no immediate sign of that letting up. It's all going to be about lines, because the pitch, it ain't going to give them nothing.
No, they've just got to keep the pressure on these Somerset seam bowlers.
Here's Overton once more, and this time he gets the line right, but it's a bit too full, and mid-on parries the ball back behind the bowler, and Rhodes is able to scamper a single. It was hit hard, and the fielder couldn't gather cleanly.
That's Pepsi.
Pepsi?
Pepsi-Cola.
Pepsi-Cola Cadmore. OK, no, in a world of cricketing nicknames...
It's not the worst, is it?
No, that's all right. You can't really call him Cola Cadmore, which would have been the risk at one point. 61 for 1, now Yates on strike. Overton's in, and that's a good bit of climbing length this time. Yates came forward, but might very well have played back, really. The ball's hit him high on the blade, on the maker's name. Just taken one hand off the bat as he propped forward. There's lots of clapping going on. Lots of clapping and yelling amongst the Somerset fielders.
Yeah,
they're trying to inject some pep. Another one outside off stump. I've been calling this as Overton, but it's not Overton.
No, it's Aldridge.
It's Aldridge carrying on.
It's Aldridge. Well, they are very similar in stature.
Yes, that's what struck me. Is that I looked at him and thought, well, yes, you know, beanpole, short sleeves, all the signs of an Overton, but it is Aldridge continuing after lunch. So sorry if I've confused you for.
Aldridge is a
few balls.
little less heavily built, slightly more slender. Hasn't got.
Less bulk around the shoulders.
Yep.
Here is Aldridge to finish the over. A Yorker outside off. Yates stuns it safely enough. I'll go as far as saying that's the best of Aldridge's overs so far. And it looks like it is. Now, is this going to be Josh Davey coming on from the pavilion end? I think I've got that right.
It is. I've got news. I've got news for our listeners. Good news as
I've
well.
heard. It is good news.
That from this match onwards, you'll be able to ask your smart speaker to play the commentary on county cricket that we're broadcasting. All you need to do is to say to your smart speaker, play, in this case, play Warwickshire against Somerset, day 1. And it is important that you specify the day. So today it's day 1. Obviously tomorrow it'll be play Warwickshire against Somerset, day 2. And I'm reliably informed that it's up and running and working. So that's a very useful extra string to our collective bow. As Davey is in and bowls, and Will Rhodes back on his stumps, playing that out into the offside. Do you have a smart speaker at home, Kit?
I don't, and I don't want to be too schmaltzy, Anthony, but this will make me get one, because when you're wandering from room to room and you've got the BBC Sport app, it does its job very nicely, but it's quite easy to be in a different room from when the action is happening.
It is.
And I don't know if you're familiar with the Anthony Gibson Doppler effect.
No. There's Josh Davey in and bowls outside the off stump. Explain.
Here is my theory. I'm calling it the Anthony Gibson Doppler effect of flatter present company, but it applies to other commentators too. And I hope I'm not alone in this. I hope listeners will feel that at least some of them will recognise this phenomenon too. When you've got the radio going in one room and you move to another room, when you say something a bit more lively, a play and miss or something, it's somehow amplified in terms of excitement. You hear wickets that haven't happened far more often when you're in the other room. I hope that's not just me.
I know what you mean, actually, yeah. It's Josh Davey in and bowls and goes past the outside edge of Will Rhodes' bat. There was case in point. If you'd been in the next door room, then you'd thought, what's happened?
It's much louder, yes. You would hear that much louder. I think, I hope.
Well, it was a very good ball from Josh Davey, and defeated Will Rhodes' forward push.
There's still shape on the ball. There's still swing. It's not a forgiving surface when it comes to keeping the ball shiny.
Blue sky has disappeared. It's pretty consistent cloud cover overhead now. Grey clouds, but not threatening clouds.
2 left-handers to bowl at, so no excuse for mixing up your lines.
It's Davey coming around the wicket to Will Rhodes, who plays that very suspiciously, as if it's a cobra going to spit at him from off the pitch, and manages to keep it down into the offside. Jack Leach is continuing to bounce around and do practice bowling actions and giving it every impression of a left-arm spinner who is itching to come on to bowl.
Now, will he have the guts to swing his arms around windmill style just after one of his teammates is hit for 4?
Another bowling action there from Jack. Is Josh Davey in bowls outside the off stump, too wide. No need for Will Rhodes to play at that. I wonder which end he would bowl from here at Edgbaston. Not sure there's much in it in terms of ends. He prefers the river end down at Taunton.
In the test match here, the bowlers Bashir and Moti all bowled from the Birmingham end. Boundary will help him as well. Long leg side boundary for the right-handers.
Yeah, good point.
When they come in.
Davy in bowls to Rhodes. Again, it's too far outside the off stump. No need for Will Rhodes to play a shot at that. James Rew jogs through. They bowl their overs commendably briskly, do Somerset. We had 15 overs in that first hour before lunch, which is pretty good going when it was an unrelieved diet of seam. But they do get on with it.
You've got to control the controllables. If there's something that can gain you points, like passing 350 runs to get your batting bonus point, it's well worth doing. But you can avoid points deductions without having any cricketing ability at all. All you've got to do is run round between your overs. Here's Aldridge still around the wicket and a very nice drive through the covers, and this now is going to be a chase because that is a very long boundary out there towards the city. 2 runs turn into 3, and 3 is all it will be. Andy Umeed out there.
Yeah, it is. That would have pulled up actually before it reached the boundary rope.
You think the moisture is still playing a part from the early rain?
I mean, the outfield looks quite lush, but it's certainly lusher than you would expect at this stage in the season.
Those 3 to Yates bring him to 30, 64 for 1. Aldridge bowling now was the wicket taker, got rid of Davies, caught behind. Now he's bowling to Rhodes, who plays a checked drive, only as far as mid-off. He was having a bit of a sprawl on the floor. I think it might have hit his knee as it came through. Or possibly bounced onto his chest. Who's at mid-off, Gimmer?
At mid-off is Josh Davey.
Didn't enjoy fielding that. Batsmen weren't saying even wait for the run.
He's not he's a wholehearted fielder, Josh Davey, and a good catcher, but he's not the most athletic.
Aldridge bowls, and it's good length this, over the top of off stump, and unfortunately the work's undone by a no ball. 2 more runs then on the board, 66 for 1.
But no free hit. Do you think they ought to have free hits in red ball cricket for no balls?
Look, Anthony, I'm a bowler. I
just think
you've got to keep some things. I'm not even convinced that it should be 2 runs for a no ball in this form of the game.
It didn't used to be, did it?
Oh. Aldridge again. This is outside off and left well alone by Rhodes. Plenty of width. Didn't need to play at that. Well, if you go back far enough, no ball didn't even go down against the bowler.
Is that right?
Pre-1980, those heady days.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're quite right. I ought to know that because I was scoring for the BBC back then.
In that famous match at Worcester, where Brian Rose declared the Somerset innings in a one-day game after 1 over. Aldridge to Rhodes, defensive, dropped into the covers this time off the back foot. I think Somerset scored a run, and that was a no ball. There was some speculation, given that Worcestershire then scored 2 and won the game, about who the player of the match ought to be. Some suggested that bowling a maiden over, if I can remember the name of the Worcestershire bowler who bowled it, I'll die a happy man. But it did contain a no ball. Rhodes this time defends copybook off the back foot, very much a repeat of the ball before.
Yeah, not Somerset's finest hour. That.
Not their finest hour. Genius. Use the regulations.
It's Peter Roebuck's idea.
Oh well, then I don't like it.
Or at least so Vic Marks says. Mind you, Marks sort of went along with it.
Well, Marks was always a bit of a mischief, wasn't he? He had always a twinkle in his eye. Aldridge quicker this time, shorter, but a good line. So Rhodes hasn't got any width to deal with, and again finds the covers in his punchy defence. And Aldridge has been very tidy in that over as well. 66 for 1. Umeed runs down towards the pavilion underneath us, where the man we've been talking about, Lewis Gregory, trots onto the pitch to collect his jumper for him. Now, do I imagine it, or is there a slight cant to Mr. Gregory's gait as he comes back this way?
Yeah, it might have been.
Certainly not on crutches. He's not limping.
Various people on Twitter saying rude things about playing in the 100 and picking up an injury. But I'm not sure that he did actually pick it up in the 100. He may very well have picked it up
here prior to, or in the last couple of days since he came back to Somerset and started training. That's outside the off stump. No shot from Rob Yates.
I know I might be tiptoeing on some awkward ground here, but Somerset lose all these players to the 100. 9, is it, or 10? A whole bunch of them. And
Steve Kirby said it was 13. I think that's a bit of an exaggeration. I think it's 11. But Josh Davey in and bowls and full length. I think what Steve meant was probably they were without 13 first choice players because
Smead was injured and so forth.
And Pretorius, who might very well have played in the One Day Cup, was with South Africa. So yeah,
but
they've certainly lost an entire team.
These players, they play. I mean, love it or hate it, the 100 is in terms of T20 cricket, it's a concentrated talent pool. It's a higher standard of 2020 cricket, and they come back and they win the Blast. So there is something to be said for the skills gained in the 100 coming back to Somerset. That's my view anyway.
Oh, well, that's a good positive spin. This is defended by Rob Yates. Yeah, we will see. I mean, Somerset are in contention for all 3 major trophies.
How's that happened? With the same One Day Cup squad as that Somerset had in 2023, which really didn't do very well.
Well, it's not quite the same.
What's the difference?
Jack Leach.
You think that's
Jack Leach
that's the
and
pivot?
Riley Meredith. I mean, Meredith hasn't played in all of the games, but he has been a big factor, particularly at Lords in the win over Middlesex. Is Josh Davey and defensive shot back up the pitch, whereas and Jack Leach, I mean, he's bowled really well. He won the game against Durham up at Chesterton Street, which is a tough game against a good Durham side. And also he has sort of balanced the side in a way, with his experience.
Yep.
To balance the youngsters coming up.
He's got
and
a
also,
lot of cool, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. And also the youngsters are all a year older. And one or two of them, Alfie Ogborn in particular, has really come on in the space of the last 12 months. This is another defensive shot from Rob Yates. Witness the fact that he's been snapped up by Kent on loan in the county championship.
Yeah, it's true. What hasn't happened to these Somerset players, these young Somerset players who have in the previous 2 years got quite used to underachieving in the One Day Cup, is none of them, with the sort of half and half exception of Sonny Baker, has subsequently been dragged into a 100 franchise. So they are growing and developing.
Yeah, that's true.
The 100 keeps taking the same Somerset players. Those who get left behind improve very quickly.
Davey in and bowls, and this is driven away through the offside for 4 runs. Wasn't such a bad ball that from Josh Davey. It was wide and it was pitched up, and this time it was driven off the front foot for 4 runs. 70 for 1 at the end of that over. Yates on 34 and Will Rhodes on 5.
That is the sort of class from Rob Yates that that the England management look at every now and then. I was really pleased, slightly surprised in the Bazball era that Rob Yates got picked for England Lions. I mean, it's concatenating history a bit too much to call it a throwback pick, but he is a traditional red ball player. But when he gets a ball like that to put away, he's absolutely purring. It is Rhodes on strike to Aldridge, and he goes for his drive, but he's just closed the face on it, and he can't get it past Davey at mid-off.
Yeah, he's a very good player, is Rob Yates, and he can play it either way. I mean, he can be quite aggressive attacking, but he's got a very good basic technique. Stands in a good stead.
Nice. He wouldn't play England Lions for any reason other than he is on the radar, and it's nice to think that there is a place for a batter who doesn't score at 100 runs per 100 balls. Rhodes this time defends a full-length ball to mid-on for no run.
Yeah, I think James Rew was an obvious selection for the England Lions. I was more surprised by Casey Aldridge's inclusion, but I guess
it goes with the pattern of England picking on potential, which is what they've done with Shoaib Bashir, and I think they see real potential in Casey Aldridge as well.
To Aldridge this time, well, there's not too much potential in that other than a boundary. It was short, it sat up, it wasn't very quick, it asked to be hit, and Rhodes into that swivel pull again. And it disappeared off to the hollies and wedged itself under the advertising hoardings. Great shot. That is a real put away, but it is a gimme. I think I know why they were keen on Aldridge. It's because, was it the first game or the second game? I think the first game of the season. He took a 5
Against Surrey.
with the Kookaburra ball.
He did.
And they're quite keen on bowlers bowling well with the Kookaburra. This time it's another positive punched off drive by Rhodes to Davey at mid-off again. No run.
Yeah, he did bowl very well in that game against Surrey, and his reward was to be rotated out of the squad for the next game.
I didn't. Well, it's a long time ago, but it's not wise. A young bowler, full of fitness, start of the season. You don't need to rotate at that point. Rhodes is now looking quite fluent, facing Aldridge, and goes for that drive again, and this time he beats Davey. Now there's a chase on here, and I think the ball might just make it over the line. It's slowing up and does just pop over. Rhodes timed it very well. It's a long way away, that boundary at the Birmingham end, so 2 falls in the over for Rhodes, who's, as I say, looking tidy. Not through the over yet. He's moved to 13.
Aldridge's got
80 for 1.
24 runs already. 2 balls less than 5 overs. It's not great.
2 4 balls in that over for sure.
Craig is trying to get the ball changed.
Well, he hasn't just got it immediately thrown back. Umpire O'Shaughnessy is going to get out his figure of 8 discs. Why this requires consultation with the other umpire, I never know. Maybe it's the dumb
2
thing.
heads
Now
are better than 1.
He's dropped the ball now. That's not going to help. So through the figure of 8, it has to go through one hole and not through the other hole. And if it does that, the ball will be flung back at Casey Aldridge. And that's the indication that the ball's fit the gauge. And Overton doesn't like it. He's remonstrating with both umpires. He's doing his captaincy bit there, isn't he? Get that? No, he's still shrugging them, both palms up in the air.
He needs to be careful. Just calm down, Craig.
He doesn't have a Parsons temper, that's for sure. Craig Overton goes back to second slip now. He's still bickering. Square leg umpire saying something along the lines of, what do you expect us to do about it? The gauge says it's in shape. It's back in Aldridge's hand now. Anyway, at the ball. Still the 3 slips though. As Aldridge bowls to Rhodes, who carves it away through the covers, and this may well go for 4 as well. It was a bit short and wide. It was timed rather than thrashed, and that's the 3rd 4 of the over. Rhodes to 17, 84 for 1.
Yeah, it's not good from Casey Aldridge. This is reminiscent of how he bowled up at Kidderminster.
He just hasn't been consistent.
No. Just needs to bowl that, what they call the hard length. Just short of a length. Bowl it straight.
Yes, that's the thing. When you bowl that length, you've got to get the line right every ball. And I don't think there's any swing left. Not for Aldridge anyway. Last ball of the over.
It's better.
That's exactly the ball that Anthony Gibson was talking about. Just back of length, over off stump, and Yates has, I apologise, Rhodes has to defend that. But it's a little too late, really. 12 from the over, 84 for 1, and Warwickshire still flying along.
And still no Jack Leach. Which, well, Craig Overton knows a lot more about cricket than I do, and he's out there in the middle. But there would seem to be a fairly strong case for trying a bit of spin, with the seamers not, in all honesty, making much of an impact at the moment. It isn't as if the batsmen are playing and missing and the ball is seaming and swinging all over the place. It's coming off this pitch pretty slowly.
I mean, from forgetting the score, because it's always easy to talk about the toss by looking at the scoreboard, but on the basis of what we've seen from ball, pitch and swing, would you say that it's a batting, stick with a
Yeah.
batting first day?
Yeah, definitely. Davy in and bowls down the leg side. And I think at 11:30 when they tossed, it was a bowling day. By 12:30, when they actually came out to start after more bursts of drizzle, it had become a batting day. And of course what they didn't know was how the pitch would play, although just one look at this pitch would seem to indicate to me that it's going to be pretty slow. There's no greenness to it at all. There isn't much grass on it.
No, straw coloured.
Yeah. And as Davies in and bowls, this is driven nicely, but straight to Tom Banton at mid-off. And traditionally or historically, pitches here at Edgbaston don't do a great deal. They tend to be on the slow side. Poor old Jack Leach is still, look, there he is, go on.
Come on, skipper.
Overton standing there with his arms folded. Oh, no, that was Casey Aldridge with his arms folded at second slip. Craig Overton's at third. Davy in and bowls, and again, perfectly good ball, but played really comfortably by Rob Yates because it's coming off the surface so slowly.
All the geeing up from the cordon is coming from Abel.
Yep.
Overton is standing there with his arms folded now behind his back, brooding. I got a feeling Overton will bring himself back at the Birmingham end before he brings Leach on.
He could be right. But I would have thought it's worth giving Jack Leach a go just to see if there is anything in this pitch for him, even if it's just a couple of overs. Davy in bowls. This is down the leg side, and an appeal for a catch behind. But, the noise, if you probably heard on our effects microphone, the noise that made was clearly a noise of ball hitting pad rather than ball hitting bat.
Yeah, a thump rather than a click.
Yeah. 84 for 1 in the 21st over. All of this after, as we've been saying, Warwickshire were put in this morning by Craig Overton, deputising for the absent Lewis Gregory, Somerset's club captain. Josh Davy in, bowls to Yates, and good ball, tucks him up, plays it into the onside. Jack Leach comes enthusiastically in from mid-wicket. I must say, it must be a great disappointment for Jack Leach to have been usurped in the England setup by his much younger and less experienced teammate, but he shows absolutely no sign of it at all in his approach to the game.
No.
Whether it's in the Championship or in the One Day Cup, which he told me he's been thoroughly enjoying.
He's practicing his golf swing now.
There you are. Yeah.
No need for that.
Left-handed golf swing. Left-handed batsman, of course. This is carved away through the offside, and Lammonby will make a good stop out at deep backward point, sliding in to get his body behind that ball, which was travelling at a good pace. Nice shot from Rob Yates, who keeps the strike. It's the end of the over, 21st over of the innings, 85 on the board, so Warwickshire going along at almost exactly 4 runs and over.
Look, I was right, you know. There is a change of bowling at the Birmingham end, and Overton has decided to bring himself on. That's a Bothemic approach. I'll do it. It's not a subtle one. So just a little dance around Division 1. We were saying earlier on that Kent had made a very good start in what at the bottom of the table is certainly a very important game around the relegation zone. 73 was their opening partnership between Compton and Mieye, but since then Worcestershire have roared back. The score is now 137 for 7.
Oh, I think we're going to get a ball change.
Overton has won his battle, has he? Yes, here comes the box of balls. Well, this This could be a fillip for Somerset if they can get a ball that will do anything at all. We have no idea from here which ball is which, but supposedly they all have a little Chinagraph pencil marking on them saying how old they are. Rue, Abel and Overton are the brains trust, peering over the umpire's shoulders.
It's interesting that
Tutting.
at the other end, Will Rhodes and Craig Overton and Josh Davey all having a good chat up there as if they were all teammates. And at this end, Tom Banton is deep in conversation with Rob Yates. They probably all played for sides
yes.
together, you know. It's,
Everyone's played with everyone
yeah.
these days.
Which I don't think is a bad thing, and I think it has actually sort of affected the sort of temper of county cricket.
Yeah, you don't want to embarrass yourself in front of someone you might be opening the batting with next week.
Exactly, but you know, there doesn't seem it's all played in a very friendly spirit these days, with one or two possible exceptions.
Well, there's always one or two who can't really.
Somerset against Gloucestershire is always a bit of needle. Somerset against Essex, there's always a bit of needle. But there doesn't appear to be any needle at all between these two sides. You know, today they're playing against each other as if off the field they're all best mates.
It does sharpen the game up as well, I think, tactically, that by playing alongside someone who's now your opponent, you've got a much better idea of what their weaknesses are, what the field is to set to this person. Likewise, when you're a batter, you're reading the bowler's tricks better. Right, a ball has been selected that has passed the satisfaction test, at least as far as the umpires are concerned. And Craig Overton, well, he'll be satisfied not to have the previous one. He's going to bowl to Yates. Comes in now from the Birmingham end, outside off, a perfect line and length, and Yates perfect forward defensive.
Well, I didn't see any noticeable swing there.
Nope. It looked as straight as could be, although the stream will have it.
Yeah, I'm just watching the stream.
The stream will have it from straight behind the bowler's arms. We're at a bit of an angle. We're behind second slip on the boundary. If you are watching the free live stream. Overton to Yates. A carbon copy of the ball before. This is exactly what Anthony Gibson was talking about just after lunch, that you've got to be consistent, bowl back of a length, over off stump, and keep it there. Wait for the mistake.
It's been one of the secrets, or one of the keys to Somerset's success in recent seasons, particularly Craig Overton and Josh Davey, and of course last year Matt Henry as well.
Nagging away. Overton. Little bit fuller this time, and Yates attempts to drive, but only finds mid-off. Wasn't aiming for the gap there, more just practicing the drive. But if Overton gives him a little width, he'll certainly go for that off drive, because there's a lovely big gap between Umeed at cover and Davey, who is at quite a wide mid-off. The three slips waiting in case he muffs it. Once again, the game of cat and mouse continues. Good length, good line, and defended. And that's the beauty of the red ball game, isn't it? Just when you get into a test of patience, who's going to lose their line or play a reckless shot?
There's a better balance between bat and ball in red ball cricket, I think, than in white ball cricket, where the odds are stacked, particularly in 20-over cricket, the odds are stacked too much in favour of the batsman.
Overton comes in again, and he's beaten the bat this time. And he just dangled the ball outside off stump on a length, and Yates was drawn into playing it.
Just a little bit of away movement off the seam rather than through the air.
Yates's response to that play and miss is one of utter sang-froid. Just steps back on his back foot, gives the bat a couple of twirls, files it under ancient history, and is ready to face the last ball of the over. And just opens his stance up a little bit there, plays off the face, finds Leach at backward point, no run, and that concludes a tidy over from Overton.
And it concludes a tidy spell of commentary from me. At least I hope it's been reasonably tidy, because I think it's about time we had a Warwickshire voice, and that will be provided by Brian Holford.
Thank you very much, Anthony Gibson, BBC Radio Somerset. My name's Kit Harris. We're here on BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR around the Midlands and Coventry. And we're also live on the BBC Sport website and app, and on your live speaker. If you say to your live speaker, play Warwickshire against Somerset Day 1, you'll also hear us. And picking up Josh Davey is Brian Halford.
Hello, Kit. Davey returns with a dot ball, and Warwickshire would be quite happy with this, weren't they? Having been put in on what was a grey, mizzling, drizzly morning. Somerset have probably found a lot less assistance they expected from the wicket, but would it be fair, Kit, to say they haven't put it in the right place often enough too?
Quite fair, yes, absolutely.
I'm not sure they'd be quite happy with the line they bowled. It's been a bit both sides of the wicket. There's a bit of short stuff as well. Here comes Davey. And this is a classic example, way down the leg side, and Rhodes waves a bat at it, but it was too wide and taken by Rue almost at short fine leg. 85 for 1.
That's not the worst wicket-taking option in the world, actually, the leg-sider. That's the third time, by my count, that Rhodes has chased one down the leg side. The only wicket that's fallen so far in the truncated morning session was Alex Davies, who chased a short wide one behind of Aldridge, very much in the mistake category. And, Rhodes isn't careful chasing those. He might just glove one, and Rue is very good down the leg side. In fact, he's had a little bit of a mental reset, and he's remarking his guard.
Yes, batters are always
Davies switching now to angle it across from right arm over the wicket.
Oh, here he comes, and he gets the angle a little too much overcompensated there, because that's almost a wide on the offside, and Rue ends up standing between second and third slip after taking it. But yes, batters always depart in angst when they tickle a catch down the leg side, as though they've been the unluckiest batter in the history of batsmanship. But actually, it can be a little bit careless as well, can't it? If you just hang the bat out there.
Bad luck and carelessness are often bedfellows, aren't they?
Indeed. 85 for 1. Warwickshire, the only man to go today, as Kit said. Alex Davies caught Rue bowled Aldridge for 27 this morning. Here comes Davey again from the pavilion end, and that's a good delivery which moves away from Rhodes and beats him all ends up. Much better delivery. And there is just one occasionally that does that, isn't there? There's hope for the bowlers. Not quite as much encouragement as I think they expected, but certainly not a wicket on which you can bat with total freedom. You need to be watchful.
Yeah, Davey has beat the bat more than most. But, every now and then he's just got one to hold its line. This approach of bowling to Rhodes, trying to coax him into playing an offside shot to the short Hollies boundary with 3 slips waiting.
3 slips, 3 men saving, 1 on the offside. That one's on a leg stump, and Rhodes tucks it away to leg side, to square leg. No run there. 85 for 1 it remains. Shake hands, a couple of the Somerset fielders there. That was a fairly straightforward piece of fielding, wasn't it? And yet he was rewarded with a handshake.
Oh, it's all part of the mental game, isn't it? Team togetherness. Yes, someone runs across, say well done, keep everyone moving, keep everyone positive. It's good sports psychology.
I think I'd feel a bit patronised if I just picked up a regulation ball like that and got a handshake for it, but maybe I'm too sensitive. Here comes Davey to complete his 9th over, and this is outside the off stump, left by Will Rhodes. Davey has none for 21 from 9, and Warwickshire 85 for 1, which they'd have definitely settled for after being put in. But I think Somerset will think, won't they, Kit, that this is the pitch on which occasionally one does something extravagant. They a couple of wickets away from being right back in a strong position here if they can just go bang bang.
Yes, certainly in terms of the 2 more wickets, but Warwickshire have certainly, I think, been on top in score and spirit, and have batted very well. Is Overton continuing to Yates, and he's beaten the bat again. We've just got a little period now of uncertainty. The ball is starting to hold its line, and there's been more play and misses in 5 minutes against this replacement ball than they're having a good hour with the ball before. So Overton, who was the chief lobbyist for the change, will have few complaints. But so far the ball change has not yielded a wicket nor even a chance. Overton in again, and Yates drops it into the offside. He's looked in very, very good order, Yates, for all that he's occasionally played and missed outside the off stump. He's played and missed defending rather than trying to swipe the ball away. He's played and missed misreading the line rather than choosing the wrong shot. When he has got the ball away, when it's fuller outside the off stump, through the covers, he's looked really good. He's on 35 now. He faces Overton, and it's a straighter one this time. And again, there's that immaculate defensive shot. Yates has also, as I see it, he's been selective about when he tries to go for the wider ball. When he's batting at the Birmingham end and the boundary to the Hollies stand is so much shorter, he's looked to go a little hard at the ball outside off. So you've only got to get it past the infield and you've got your boundary there. Now he's batting at the pavilion end. He's looking to place the ball more than drive it. This time he defends again on the back foot. Overton's been metronomic in this short spell. A second over into his spell from the Birmingham end. Anthony Gibson and I were calling for Leach. No spin yet, Brian.
I think that's a valid call, to be honest. There is a little bit in it for the seamers, but they just haven't bowled that well, and Leach, a couple of overs or more of him, I think would be a really good idea.
Overton is in again, and this one curled back in a bit to Yates. He left it on length, and it was very safely left, but because the ball moved back in, there's a bit of an ooh and an ah from Abel at first slip and Overton himself. We felt Yates got a bit lucky there. I don't think he did get lucky. The ball did more than anyone was expecting. Rue ended up taking it behind leg stump. Last ball of the over now. Overton bowls that good length ball again, and Yates once more defends perfectly. 85 for 1. Somerset still up with the over 8. That in itself a small marvel.
Yeah, as you say, Warwickshire 85 for 1. Kit Leach, a pretty potent option, and never mind what a good spin bowler he is. A bit of variety would probably be welcome in the attack.
Yeah, we've just had 4 right arm fast medium seamers so far. All that's been different has been, well, the pace very slightly different, probably from Davey at one end to Overton at the other. The height is different, but otherwise it's quite samey.
And that's reflected in the figures as Davey begins his 10th over with off-stump delivery, which Rhodes reaches for a little bit but gets the middle of the bat on it. Davey none for 21, Overton none for 22, Ball none for 12. Just 3 overs from Jake Ball, and Casey Aldridge 1 for 28. So nobody's really built the pressure that a bowling side wants to deliver when they win the toss and choose to bowl. There's just been 1 or 2, or at least 1 pressure relieving delivery in most overs. Warwickshire have done well to take advantage of them. 85 for 1. This is on the leg side again. A bit erring in direction there. An easy lap to leg by Will Rhodes for a single takes him to 18. Rob Yates averaging 50 in the championship this season, 602 runs. As you suggest, Kitty's a well-organised player. He's unflustered. He has some lovely strokes, and he has played some pretty dynamic innings in white ball cricket. But he is capable of batting long, being selective, and he has been beaten once or twice, as you say, but there have been 1 or 2 very good balls out there in amongst the less good stuff. He waits as Davey is in again. It's good straight delivery met with a forward defensive bat. 86 for 1.
And he's a proper Warwickshire man as well, isn't he, Rob Yates? There's a lot of importing going on in the Warwickshire team. They have a smattering of genuinely homegrown players. Yates, who's born in Solihull, and Hamza, he adds to the ranks of Warwickshire men, a Birmingham lad, brought up through the Warwickshire system. Mosley and Bethel probably round off that list.
Stylishly played into the covers this time by Yates. Yeah, they are the local lads in the team. Jacob Bethel a little bit less so, born in the Caribbean, but has been in the Warwickshire system relatively long period after being spotted by former Bears captain Michael Powell at rugby school. But Mosley, Yates are very much Bears from boyhood. And it'll be interesting to see how Dan Mosley goes for the rest of this season, because his championship form has been a little erratic. Didn't have a great 100. Massively talented young player Dan Mosley is. This is driven handsomely for 4 by Rob Yates. That wasn't that over pitched, but enough length in it for Yates to lean forward into a gorgeous cover drive up to the Hollies fence and move to 39. But Dan Mosley still to register a first-class century. He's got close a couple of times and then sacrificed his wicket in the name of quick runs, which is laudable. But he's enormous talent, Dan Mosley. At the moment, it's being translated a little bit more in white ball cricket than red ball cricket, but he'll have an opportunity today or tomorrow to pile up some runs on what is a good batting pitch. Davey in to complete his 10th over, none for 26 so far around the wicket. Good straight delivery. Yates leans forward. Man of great patience, Rob Yates. He's on 39. Will Rhodes 18. Warwickshire 90 for 1. We look to see if Jack Leach will be throwing the ball. No sign yet. Overton, to be fair, is bowling probably as good a spell as anyone has. The last 10-15 minutes or so have seen the bat beaten. If Warwickshire can weather this storm, or weather this little difficult period, I think they'll be very comfortable with the situation. 90 for 1 from 25 overs.
Overton to continue to Rhodes, goes for that check drive as well and has beaten Davey at mid-off, and this should go all the way for 4. He just placed it. The timing was enough. There was no elaborate flourish from Rhodes. The ball was a bit fuller. He's got his 4. 22 to him now, 94 for 1. Would it be fair to call the Warwickshire Championship First 11 a net importer of players?
Yes, I'd say probably in this era, yes.
Notwithstanding the overseas play, you've got six players in this 11 who made their debut for other counties. Overton a bit quicker this time, and shorter Rhodes just rides the bounce off the back foot. No run.
No, I think that is valid.
Does that send? I mean, when you look at some of the talent, and in the rookie end of the Warwickshire squad, people like Theo Wiley, Taz Ali obviously have played for England under-19s. Hamza making his debut today. Kai Smith, goodness me! I mean, we saw something in the One Day Cup. Does that send a message when people are brought in over the heads of the youngsters?
Yes. And then you look at, Warwickshire fans were very sorry to see Ethan Brooks, very talented young all-rounder, go to Worcestershire at the end of the season. George Garrett, a young fast bowler, was allowed to go, and he's joined Kent. The ball is now being inspected again. They're not happy with this one either. So yeah, I think there is a message there. I dare say those behind the strategy would say it's just trying to challenge the homegrown young players to be even better.
They're changing the ball again. So this will be the third ball so far used. We're only a little bit into the 26th over. Out comes the box again.
I'm not quite sure how that one could have become distorted in the 6 overs or so that it was used.
And now, of course, Warwickshire have signed Ethan Bamber
Yep.
from Middlesex for next year. So another seamer comes in. I wonder whether, if you're a young player and you're striving to get your opportunity. I mean, Kai Smith he's certainly an all-rounder, but is someone who does bowl. Chase Simmons, he's just signed a contract extension. I thought he was absolutely fantastic in the first championship game that he played. I mean, so much so that I would have been perfectly happy as a neutral seeing him play in this game instead of bringing back Chris Rushworth. I don't know why many a Warwickshire fan might be thinking, "Oh, look, come on."
Well,
He looked terrific.
Yes, and he's just signed a new contract, so clearly the club rate him and want him around. And Warwickshire are going to have to plug some gaps in the seam bowling department. Chris Rushworth, of course, is close to the end of his career. Ollie Hannon-Dolby has been magnificent for the last 7 or 8 years, and hopefully has got a few seasons left in him, but he's nearer the end than the beginning, to say the least. So Warwickshire do need to have a think about their medium-term planning, and the bowling is probably the main area of concern. Strangely enough, considering their league table, I think they've scored more batting points than anyone else in Division 1 this season. And
very tidy, isn't it, the batting order? Everyone in the top order is averaging 30 plus. 6 different batters have scored 100. Okay, one of them not playing in this game, Sam Hain, because he's got a hamstring injury. Between them, Mosley and Bethel are coming on very nicely. They haven't scored centuries yet. In fact, Mosley is rated well enough that his spin combined with Bethel's for this game are considered sufficiently good as to make the selection of Danny Briggs unnecessary. But the seam bowling hasn't come off. We're starting again now at last. Craig Overton has got the new replacement ball. The first ball is defended somewhat uneasily by Rhodes.
No, the seam bowling has had its problems. Hassan Ali was injured. The statistics tell the tale. Ollie Hannon-Dolby has 32 championship wickets, and the second behind him is Rob Yates with 14. So
that is something, isn't it?
Yeah.
Overton bowls, and he's bowled him. It's gone right through him. Well, I don't know what was in that ball, but it had some pep to it. It may have come in a touch off the seam. We're not in the best angle to be able to tell, but it beat Rhodes all ends up. That delay can't have helped his concentration, but he looked perfectly secure until then. Rhodes departs, bowled by Craig Overton for 22, and Somerset have the second wicket. Warwickshire 94 for 2.
Yes, Will Rhodes, I think, is a bit baffled as to how that one got through. We're just seeing the replay here, and I think just played down the wrong line.
Just held its line.
Lost his off stump. Good delivery, and the third sphere that Somerset have used this afternoon has proved effective straight away, because that's quite a big wicket. Will Rhodes is a man who can bat long, and to turn him round for 22, 94 for 2. Not much has gone the way Somerset have wanted it to go so far today, but they would be thinking, if we can just bowl well for an hour, we can really take control of this game. And a very interesting test coming up now as Hamza Sheikh, massively talented 19-year-old England under-19s captain, comes to the crease for his first-class innings for Warwickshire in really testing conditions on an afternoon which has become quite grey, against a high-quality bowler in Overton and a Somerset side with the tails a little bit up after a wicket.
Now, Hamza's got 2 balls left to face from Overton. He has played that one first-class match previously for England Lions just over a week ago against Sri Lanka in the warm-up for the test match that's ongoing at Manchester. He scored 91 from 204 balls batting at number 4. A captain's innings had he been captain, if you see what I mean. He was under 19's captain, but has done a superb job in that role for a couple of years. Now he faces his first ball for Warwickshire. It's on his thigh, right-handed, and he tucks it away to the sprawling Jack Leach at mid-wicket, who just manages to prevent him from getting off the mark first ball.
Hamza Sheikh has looked very at home in Warwickshire's white ball side. He made his debut a couple of years ago at 17, and I think only just 17, and looked immediately at home. Made, I think, 26 before being run out. But a guy with a lot of composure as well as a lot of quality.
Faces up again, just a little bit of a move across to off stump, trigger movement as he faces, and pushes the ball back to Overton. That concludes the over, a successful one for Somerset. The dismissal of Will Rhodes leaves them 94 for 2. I'm going to bid you adieu for the time being, and after a few words from Brian Halford, you'll be joined by the evergreen Phil Britt.
Can Somerset build on their breakthrough? Jake Ball is the man who's going to take responsibility for trying to do that. Ball just 3 overs this morning for 12 runs. He's got a new batsman to go at. 94 for 2. Welcome back, Phil.
Good afternoon, Brian. Good afternoon, everybody.
Ball begins his spell around the wicket to the left-handed Yates, and I don't know why there are shouts of "whoa" from Somerset players, because that came right out of the middle of Rob Yates' bat up to mid-wicket. 94 for 2.
I didn't see that wicket for Will Rhodes coming, I must be honest. He'd looked very comfortable, and he looked to be playing well. Just completely misread that one. I don't think the ball did a great deal.
No, as Kit said, it just held its line a little bit, but not enough, you would imagine, to get through. And Will Rhodes did look a bit baffled as to how it got through. Good straight delivery from Ball again, and Yates just nurdles this into the leg side.
Yeah, big game this one for both sides, and from the home side, desperately needing points and looking for a first win of the season, and particularly with Worcestershire, who are in the bottom 2 at the moment, but they have Kent 158 for 8 at the moment, so they're going well down at New Road.
3 slips, Crouch, as Ball is in around the wicket, a little bit short, and Yates on the back foot works this away to the deep point for a single. Yes, it's boiling up to be a very interesting game between Worcestershire and Warwickshire at New Road in September.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Warwickshire have got next week have got Kent here, and then they have Worcestershire, and both of those games you would have to put into the must-win category, I think. Draws may not be enough at the end of the day.
And the Sheikh.
They found it very difficult this season, though, to get anything positive in the Championship cricket.
They found wickets hard to come by.
Yep.
That battle is ahead of them in this game. For now, it's runs that they want to find, and Sheikh is beaten outside the off stump here by Jake Ball. That one shapes away past a little bit of a tentative forward defensive, and Sheikh is straight down the pitch, giving a good old bit of gardening there, and just to get some of the nervous energy more than, I think, to affect the pitch.
Looks as brightened up again. When I walked around 25 minutes ago, there was just a touch of rain in the air again.
Ball is in again, and that's over pitched and sliced away to backward point, but it doesn't beat the field. No run. Sheikh still looking for his first.
I think he thought he got his first runs there, because it was well fielded in the backward point. Has he hurt his back in doing that?
Is that Overton though?
Just calling to the physio. I think he's stretched down. He went down quickly.
Yeah, and he's saying he's just signalling to the captain that he needs to go off. So.
Yeah.
Here comes Ball to complete his first over back in the attack, and a straight drive is denied any runs by the stumps at the other end. That was a bit too straight from Hamza Sheikh. He's still to score, and the gentleman who signalled that he was going to go off, who is that, Kit? Can you just identify the guy here who's just bending with his hands in his pockets here? So that's Leach, is there? So can't quite make it out from this distance, but Leach, they wouldn't want him to be injured.
Overton continues at the Birmingham end, and this one is turned nicely by Yates away through mid-wicket for a couple of runs down towards the little sort of entrance between at the end of the Hollies stand and before you get round to the stands in front of the scoreboard. There's an area where you can get the tractor and the equipment in, and I think when the new ground development starts to take place, Brian, that's where the groundsman will be based down the back there. This next one is cracked away through the covers, through backward point by Yates. It was short outside the off stump, and Yates was onto it in a flash and whacked that away. Took the Warwickshire up past 100, 101 for 2, and Yates there beautifully timing that one into the offside. He goes on to 46.
It's a fraction short there from Overton, and Yates onto it very, very quickly. It's a long boundary out towards the Pershaw roadside, but that ball raced to it. Yes, of course, Gary Barwell and his grounds team will need a new home. I've forgotten about that.
Yeah.
For Somerset fans might not be aware that quite a big redevelopment is going to go ahead at Edgbaston starting next year with a new hotel on the left-hand side of the ground looking from the pavilion.
This one has gone off the edge down into the slips and bounces just in front of slips, and just Yates for a second looks back. Did that carry, Brian?
No.
Do you think? I didn't think it did. But judging by the reaction of the fielders there, whether he's hurt his hand, but I think that may be it. But
No, it didn't carry. Again, I think there was one early on in the day that took Yates his edge, and he softened his hands just in time, and that's good batting.
101 for 2 it remains. Overton in. Yates again aims for that cut shot, realises the ball is rising more, and in the end ends up in an awkward sort of shot. Gets the bat underneath it, but it goes through to Rue, and really but comprehensively goes through Yates. Good delivery.
Not too much foot movement there from Rob Yates. He'll be angry at himself for that.
He remains on 46. And it's Overton again in his 9th over. He's in and bowls, and this is left. No shot off at this time. And that one goes harmlessly through to the keeper. Yeah, no Sam Hain here. That's a big blow from Warwickshire's point of view. That's a Sheikh getting the opportunity, and he played it was his first class match for the Lions,
yes,
wasn't it? And took full advantage of that with just falling short of a century in that game. That's Overton in, and again this goes past and through Yates. He survives. Overton's hands go to his head as he looks back down the wicket as if to say, how did I not get him? But he didn't. 101 for 2. Warwickshire.
Super over that from Overton, and he wandered down the track at the end of it, and I think he might have aimed a word or two at Rob Yates.
Yeah, I would think possibly. He's not. He doesn't hold back, does he?
Yeah, he's a great, terrific, combative cricketer, isn't he? But Rob Yates will not be in the slightest bit bothered. As ball starts another over, it's well pitched up, and Sheikh drives, but won't get his first run. His first-class run for Warwickshire still eludes the 18-year-old.
He's played the last 3 balls he's received. He's played 3 really good shots. He's got picked out fielders a couple of times and driven them into the stumps at the non-striker's end.
Yeah.
But easily could have got his first run.
Yeah. This is where Somerset would really love to build pressure and not give him that first run. That's outside the off stump, and they're going to get the first run as a misfield at gully as well, which will make it a comfortable 2. It was squeezed off a controlled edge. Shake is off the mark with a couple. 103-2.
So just remember where you saw those first 2 runs, Brian. I think this is a player who could be a permanent fixture in the Warwickshire lineup. He really does look the part.
He certainly is very talented. Of course, if he does become as good and as successful as he may be, Warwickshire might not see too much of him. Ball is in again, straight delivery, and Yates plays it comfortably off the front foot into the covers.
I heard Kit asking sort of how people like Kai Smith can get into the side. I think the problem Warwickshire have got is that they're producing quite a number of particularly promising batsmen, but they don't seem to produce too many promising bowlers.
Well, we were just talking about the bowling stats this season, which really are eye-catching from Warwickshire's point of view. As ball comes in again, and this is tickled down to fine leg for 4 by Shake, and the bowler will be irritated by that. Oh, it's a leg by. It's leg by. So 4 free runs to Warwickshire, just the ball slanting away down leg side. 107 for 2. Yes, Ollie Hannon-Dalby, the magnificent Ollie Hannon-Dalby, the leading championship wicket taker with 32 this season. And the next is Rob Yates with 14.
Yep.
And that is down partly, of course, to ill luck with injuries, notably to Chris Rushworth, and of course Hassan Ali had to go early when he was called up by Pakistan. Sheikh defends this one out into the leg side. But if Warwickshire are going to win a championship game or 2, they're likely to have to take 20 wickets at some stage, and that has been a battle this season.
Yeah, it has. Just so that people know, Hassan Ali actually has gone back home. Quite a lot of people keep saying to me, when's he going to be fit to play? Well, he's not. He won't be playing for Warwickshire again this season. He's had to, unfortunately, really suffered with injury this season and has finally returned home.
Ball is in again. Good delivery, which lifts outside the off stump, but a really good leave that by Hamza Sheikh, because that could have caused him a problem if he'd played at it. He didn't. He's there on 2. Rob Yates is within a boundary of his half century. He's on 46, 107 for 2. And although Somerset haven't bowled as well as they might have hoped, and probably were hoping for more assistance from the pitch, it's pretty even Steven still, I think, Phil.
Yeah, I think that wicket of Rhodes has sort of brought it back. I think Warwickshire were moving into a position where they were probably getting into the ascendancy, but that wicket of being rid of Rhodes by Overton has levelled it up as Overton starts a new over. This is picked up beautifully by Yates, flicks it away through mid-wicket, down to the boundary. Just a signal for 4 because it was in the air for quite a long time, but that's Rob Yates's half century of 92 balls. And it's well done to him because he finished the England Lions game, his first last game, with a half century as well in the second innings, didn't he?
Yeah. Really good innings from Rob. Played and missed once or twice, but they were very good deliveries. He's been very watchful.
Overton it again, Yates this time. He is playing the ball down into the ground, and it just squirts past his pads and then runs back towards the slips and gets the usual oohs and ahs from the fielding side, just to make him think it was closer to his stumps than it possibly was, but nearly squeezed through.
Robbie Yates' conversion is pretty good, isn't it? He's got 11, well, this is his 12th first-class 50 and 10 centuries.
Overton in, bowls, and again outside the off stump, and through to James Rue behind the wicket.
So almost half the times he gets to 50, he goes on to 100, which is exactly what Warwickshire would love him to do today.
And he tends to make, when he gets to the 100, he's made some quite big hundreds as well. But a lot of work still to do to get there, but yeah, you're right, absolutely right. 111 for 2, Yates on 50 weights. And this next one he drives, and that's the advantage of being about 6'6", that you can stretch your leg a long way, because that was a beautiful drive, straight drive by Yates, But as he fell through, Everton stuck out a leg, and it just got to the ball and saved it, and saved certainly 3, if not 4, runs with that straight drive.
Yeah, I reckon that had 4 on it. There's really clever fielding off his own bowling by Overton.
Unfortunately, he wasn't injured in so doing, as he comes storming in again and bowls, and Yates opens the face and just runs it away down through the vacant gully. He'll get a single, that's all it'll be, and he goes on to 51, 112 for 2, so they get off that Nelson. The crowd today, I think this morning's weather, a lot of people would have looked at it and thought, shall I, shan't I, and decided we might leave that one. It certainly put a number of people off. There's a few quite on this side. We can never see on the pavilion side just how many we've got, but there are a few there when I went in. This next one is turned to mid-wicket by a shake, and is no run off the final ball of the 30th over. How did your lunchtime presentation go?
Oh, it was Steve Perryman, former Warwickshire bowler and coach, was very good. Q&A for the spectators down in the Dollery Bar. Steve's just had his memoirs published, actually. So really, it's a good read. Steve, a Brummie through and through, Blues fan through and through, and he carried the bowling attack, the Bears bowling attack, for quite a few years in the 70s, but then probably more significantly became one of the most highly respected bowling coaches in the country. So no, he spoke well, and I think the Warwickshire supporters very much enjoyed it.
Good.
Jake Ball about to begin his 6th over, and Yates aims a rather indiscreet drive at that and misses. The ball goes through to Rue.
That's the sort of ball you can get out to and then walk back shaking your head thinking, why did I play that shot? Because some of the hard work has been done insofar as getting the start, but you can turn this reasonable start into an absolute nightmare by shots like that. And 112 for 2 can be for 4 or 5 with that sort of shot.
Indeed, and Alex Davis, I think, departed in exactly that state of mind, having edged a wide one. A shot not dissimilar to that. This is a full-length delivery. I think the ball aiming for a Yorker, just got a bit too much on it, and Yates has got it past mid-on, and they will take 3. Yates moves to 54. Yeah, one tale that is in Steve's book, the content with I'm fairly familiar because I ghosted it, so I can remember the Somerset fans might be interested in the tale that Steve once, when he was a really young bowler, was bowling to Viv Richards here at Edgbaston, and Richards hit him for 3 magnificent offside boundaries off 3 successive balls, as Jake Ball comes in again, and this one is outside the off stump, and Perryman adjusted his line, and he said the next ball just came out perfectly, and it swung in, and he thought, I've got him, and Richards adjusted in a split second and hit it for 6 over mid-wicket. And really, you shouldn't be that good, should you? It's not really fair. But some great tales in the book. And Perryman, of course, played in the county championship era when people like Richards and Botham and all the greats played. This is a loose drive from Sheikh and through to Rue. It is quite amazing, isn't it, that the likes of Viv Richards, Ian Botham here at Warwickshire, Rowan Canai, and these guys played pretty much every game of a season for their county.
Well, Warwickshire had the 4 West Indians, Canai, Gibbs, Derek Murray behind the stumps, and Alvin Kalicharan. When they won the title in '72, they were all part of that team.
Here comes Jake Ball, straight delivery, Sheikh watchfully pushes it up to mid-off.
And then you added that to 5 or 6 England internationals, Mike Smith, Alan Smith, David Brown, Bob Willis, John Jameson. It was a pretty useful team. The amazing thing is that they only ever won the county championship once.
That's right, and I think after that 72 championship there was a bit of a vacuum. We were talking a moment ago about what's coming through the system, and of course in those days there was no academy and not much was coming through that after that generation. This is a beautiful on drive from Hamza Sheikh, which will bring him 4 runs, gloriously latched onto a slightly over pitched ball from Jake Ball, and Sheikh collects his first boundary in first-class cricket for Warwickshire.
Bob Yates taking good evasive action there because it nearly took Rob, wrapped round it down to the boundary. Lovely shot. So 119 for 2. Yates on 54. 6 now to Hamza Sheikh.
I think that 1972 side, Phil, I'm sure there was a couple of games when Warwickshire played 11 internationals.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. There's another one which I've missed, and I'm trying to think who it was. Norman McVicker was part of it,
Yeah.
and Neil Abley was around.
So there'd be Amos and Jameson up top, wouldn't there?
Yeah.
Mike Smith, Kanai Kalicharan,
Yeah. Then
Murray.
And Murray, or Alan Smith, of course. This is Overton in, played ball the way, and this one's clipped away by Yates, away down towards the mid-wicket boundary, and it runs down the slope and chased down to the boundary. But once it gets away from you on that, down towards the Hollies stand, it runs away down. There is a slope actually. It isn't that noticeable, but when you get down there and look back towards the square, you can see it. So 4 more to Yates. He goes on to 58, 123 for 2. Yeah, it was a powerful side. David Brown, Bob Willis as the bowlers. And this one outside the off stump is no shot offered by Yates. And of course a bit of spin from Lance Gibbs would have you in a bit of trouble.
That's some side, yes. So perhaps Norman McVicker was the only non-international in the team. Bob Willis, of course, joined that season, leaving Surrey.
2-3 for 2 to go on and captain England and Warwickshire. As Overton in, driven, nice solid drive up to mid-on, but can't beat the fielder. So it stays on 123 for 2.
So a couple of boundaries have got Warwickshire's score going again for about half an hour. It became difficult, didn't it? There was a lot. This is a really good spell from Overton, whose figures don't really do him justice. 1 for 41 in his 11th over. But Warwickshire have weathered the storm so far for just the 1 wicket in that spell.
This one is driven away into the offside. Andy Umeed goes across. Umeed, good for him. He's taken his cable knit sweater off. It must be warm, and so we can now see actually the number on his back. I'd love to find a machine which can put a number on the back of a cable knit sweater. It does seem. I have this every single season. There's Overton on his way in and bowls, and this is run away into the gully, and there's no run. It's got to be possible to knit them in. My auntie used to be able to put, when I was a kid, put anything I wanted on the front of my sweater, so surely they can put a number on the back. And it seems pointless having numbers if you can't see them for the spectators.
Well, if your auntie could crack it, with respect.
Well, sorry, she's not going to crack it anymore, unfortunately. She's gone elsewhere. 23 for 2. Overton on his way. He's in and bowls, and all that's left outside the off stump. End of another over. And Bob Yates 58, 6 to Hamza Sheikh.
The ball 32 overs old now, but still enough encouragement to have 3 slips in. I don't think there's ever been less than 3 or fewer than 3 slips in today, which shows that the bowlers have always had a little bit to work with. But the light is not great now, and I think the weather forecast for this afternoon was actually pretty good, and some sunshine in it, but we haven't seen any of sunshine since lunch. As Jake Ball turns at this end.
Last night's local forecast was saying, BBC forecast was saying it was going to be clear this afternoon.
Indeed, but it hasn't turned out that way. This is over pitched from Ball and nicely driven, but straight to extra cover by Hamza Sheikh.
The benefit of the 50 over game and the amount of cricket that Hamza Sheikh's been able to play has meant he's been able to come into this with as feeling part of the team. So it's not like I'm suddenly making that massive step upwards. It's been a process which he's been allowed to develop into, and that again is one of the benefits of this 50 over, that you're getting younger players who are able to get into the first team.
Indeed. Nicely driven this one by Sheikh, a little bit over pitched as Ball strives for swing. Shake picks the gap and will find 2 runs. Yes, Shake was in the Warwickshire side at rugby, of course. Recently he's played 3 50-over games at rugby, which did you enjoy those, Phil? I thought it was lovely.
I thought it was super. Yep, I really do. I think rugby school should be congratulated for the way they went about it. And it was, I can't think of anything which they needed to work on and improve. So well done to everybody there who was involved with it.
Indeed. Here comes ball again. That's one beats Shake outside the off stump. And he replays the shot as though it was a leave, and that would have been a better option. But to be fair to him, it wasn't that wide outside the off stump. A good ball that from Jake Paul. Yeah, rugby I thought was lovely. The pitches were good.
Yep.
The crowds were good. It was well organised. I can't see any reason why hopefully they won't make that a regular visit.
Perhaps another burger bar next time would help.
Here comes ball. This is outside the off stump. Yes, and reports did reach me. Of course, I couldn't possibly vouch for this, but they did run out of beer at 4 p.m. on the first day.
So I gather, yes. So obviously we're nowhere near that tent. And you got hit on the ankle as well, was that?
Well, hit on the ankle, stretching it a little bit, but a cover drive by one of the Surrey guys. I think it had lost a lot of momentum by the time it hit me on the ankle, but as I was commentating at the time, I couldn't really take evasive action. Good delivery from ball, good leave from Shake here. But no, it was a lovely 3-match sojourn by the Bears to rugby school, and let's hope it's a part of the future for Warwickshire. I know not all Bears fans like having to go to rugby even 3 times a year, but look at it from our perspective over that side, fellas. We have to come to Birmingham all the time. So
Brian's talking, and myself are talking from 2 on the south side of the county.
Nicely driven. No, it's not nicely driven. It's in the air and he's caught. That is really careless by Shake. He just lifted a drive. It was a half volley by ball, and it was picked up by Tom Ablett at by Tom Lammonby at backward point, and Somerset have their 3rd wicket, and Shake will be really annoyed with that. It was perhaps a little bit of a swinging delivery, but it was a full length, and he could really have picked any spot on the offside. Unfortunately, he picked out Lammonby at backward point, and Warwickshire 125 for 3.
Yep, he didn't control that drive, and it was in the air, unfortunately, and Warwickshire losing their 3rd wicket. So we're doing a change here. So Brian's going to make way for Anthony Gibson as out comes Bethel, new batsman Jacob Bethel comes out to the wicket, still looking for his first big score in Championship cricket, and in at number 5 for Warwickshire. So he played some strong shots there, Hamza Sheikh, but couldn't control that one. It was a low catch. It travelled and well picked up by Lammonby, and just at backward point.
Yeah, he's a good catcher, is Tom Lammonby. Again, a bit of a gift of a wicket.
Yeah, it was.
There was nothing gift-wrapped about the wicket of Will Rhodes, though. His stumps rattled by a really good delivery from Craig Overton. What perplexed me slightly was the over after that, Rob Yates got an edge that went to Casey Aldridge at 2nd slip, and did it carry?
We didn't think it did. And he stayed down as if I'd dropped that one.
Yeah.
But I think it was because he'd got smacked on the wrist on the half volley.
Right, this is your over, Phil.
Yep, so it's going to be Aldrich into the attack at the Birmingham end. So Overton out of the attack, got that 1 wicket in that spell. And Aldrich, who got Alec Davis early on, he's in, and Rob Yates up on his toes and called through very quickly by Jacob Bethel. I don't think Yates was that keen on the run, but Bethel set off and called him, and they got home in the end. But I have to say, that wasn't a particularly confident run, and let's hope that that little moment is just a single blip. So we've got two left-handers at the wicket now. Bethel coming out. Had a very good 100, and he's been particularly successful in the white ball cricket this year, but needs to turn it into red ball. As Aldrich into him, and Bethel is forward and playing that one solidly out into the offside, and there's no run.
You were talking about rugby school. I play a lot of golf with old rugbyans. In fact, I was beaten by one yesterday. They're
Do they move down to your part of the world?
well, they
then?
do. They do seem to migrate to the West Country for some reason. But a group of us who play foursomes golf every Wednesday morning, and I think at least 6 out of the 20 or so of old rugbyans.
It's a lovely place. This one, Bethel runs away down into the gully, and there's no run.
But it is. How far is it from Birmingham to Rugby? It's quite
About an hour.
Yeah, I was going to say
Yeah.
it's quite a stretch, isn't it?
It's in the south of the county. It's actually in Warwickshire, you see, and there's been virtually no cricket played in Warwickshire other than at rugby school since.
Well, Birmingham's in Warwickshire.
It's in, well, yeah, it used to
It's
be.
like saying Western-super-Mare isn't in Somerset.
Well, unfortunately, if you look in and are strictly right, it isn't. In comes. This one is turned away to mid-wicket by Bethel, and there's no run.
Well, it's in the historic county.
Historically, of course, but when,
Warwickshire.
unfortunately, historically,
Well, you
there's
don't
a
want-
lot of things which used to happen which
Yeah,
don't
well,
anymore.
you don't want to pay attention to the finer points of local government.
Yeah,
Frequent
well,
reorganisations.
it may be so in Somerset, but in this part
certainly
of
is
the
in
world we
Somerset.
have to, I'm afraid.
We're very proud of the historic identity of our county.
Aldrich in and bowls, and this is whipped away down to deep down to the mid-wicket boundary just for a single by Bethel, who gets on his way. 127 for 3. So as I was saying, in Warwickshire, yeah, the rugby is one of the grounds we've used. We hadn't played anywhere else except Stratford.
You
since
played
the-
at New Road, didn't you?
Yeah, but again, we play there most times. They're in Division 1, so nothing new about that. Aldrich comes in and bowls, and this is run away through extra cover by Yates. I'll come back for a couple of runs. Nice shot, nicely timed, but picked up, and Yates is back for 2, so he moves on to 61, 129 for 3. But I liked it. I thought it was very good.
Where else have Warwickshire played historically?
They've played in Coventry, 3 grounds in Coventry, in fact 4 grounds I think.
Stratford? Have you played in Stratford?
Played at Stratford twice, 2004 and 5. Played Lancashire and Hampshire there. We used to play at Nuneaton, Griff. They played at Leamington a bit, yeah, sort of being thrown out from behind. But that's a long time ago since they played at Leamington. But in sort of living memory, it's mostly the Courtaulds ground at Coventry, which no longer exists. There was Nuneaton Griff, which does exist but isn't a county standard anymore.
Here's Jake Ballin to Jacob Bethel. Jake to Jake.
And then we had 2 years at Stratford, and we've played at rugby school, but only white ball cricket. We haven't played a championship match at rugby school.
Somerset, of course, don't play anywhere these days except Taunton, since sadly the Bath ground became basically not suitable for top-level cricket. The Rec has been taken over by Bath Rugby, quite understandably so. Here's ball to Bethel outside the off stump. No shot from Jake Bethel.
Are there any other grounds which could be considered?
Not really. I mean, the seconds play at Taunton Dean,
Yeah.
but it's a good club ground, but it is only a club ground. Millfield, I suppose, Millfield School. Somerset did play a game at Millfield School years ago. But here comes ball in the bowl's full-length delivery, an attempted Yorker, which is dug out by Bethel out into the offside. But the logistics, you know, of moving, the whole county apparatus, lock, stock, and barrel from Taunton, and having to, construct a sort of tented village as a new venue. Very,
Yep.
very difficult, and probably cost more money than it's worth.
And would you get a different crowd?
Ball into Bethel. This is turned into the onside. No run. Probably not at Millfield because it's not that far from Taunton. Certainly you would at Bath. I mean, it's Bath is more than an hour's drive from Taunton these days, and the Somerset supporters in the north of the county do feel disenfranchised because it is such a trek to get down to Taunton, and there are a lot of Somerset supporters in Bath and surrounding areas. Ball into Bethel, forward defensively, pushing that out into the offside. Our West of England Cricket Society meets at Bath every second Tuesday of the month during the winter months, and we get tremendous attendances, averaging around about 150. And of those, about 70% are Somerset, and the other, and 20% Gloucestershire, and the others come from all over the place. It's a hotbed of cricket in North Somerset. Appeal for LBW, but the majority of the appeal came from behind the stumps for the very good reason that ball took the inside edge of Jacob Bethel's bat, as Jake Ball himself realised, and he didn't really bother to appeal at all. 129 for 3 at the end of that over. 61 to Robbie Yates and 1 to Jacob Bethel.
The thing I actually liked at the rugby school was that they didn't go over the top with marquees. They didn't go over, sort of put temporary stands or anything. It was white because it's a natural bank there, which spectators can sit on. So it was all chairs which could be just folded up and put away, and sort of gazebos for people to work under, and it worked really well for what it was. And we were blessed with good weather. Aldrich in to start a new over, and Yates up on his toes just pushes it back up the wicket. So they were blessed with good weather, and that always at an outground, I think, is something you pray for.
Absolutely.
Nothing worse than going to an outground, because there is absolutely nowhere to shelter unless it's plenty of trees around the ground.
And it's much less likely you'll be able to get on if there's any rain as well.
Yeah, although
the drainage isn't anything like as good.
That school pitch is very good, though. I have to say I was really impressed, and our ground staff came up to help a bit with it. This one is run away down to backward point, but we had the 100 games going on here as well during sort of the time that those matches were taking place, because we played over a fairly short period there, and squeezed another match in here of the on the one-day cup. So we got 1 here and 3 at rugby, and all our games coming at the end of the fixtures. This one, Yates turns to mid-wicket, straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run. 129 for 3.
Yeah, quite a few school grounds are used around the country, aren't they? Like, Merchant Taylors.
Well, the one-day cup,
Cheltenham, of course.
Yeah, Cheltenham is again, it's not far from where I am, and that's a very popular one. 129 for 3, 61 to Yates, just the one to Bethel. Yates waits, and Aldrich is in, and Yates drives, but up to mid-off, and there's no run. So that's signalled a no ball. Just having a look at the feet.
No, I don't think.
Oh
yes, it is.
was.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
I was going to say
Scoreboard's
131
clicked
for
over.
3. Yeah, we just took a little while. I thought I saw his arm come up. It's worth to say that, and then had a look at the mark. Aldrich in again, and Yates pulls, but pulls straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run. 131 for 3 it remains.
England 156 for 4 against Sri Lanka. Joe Root, the most recent casualty. Kent 171 all out against Worcestershire in the relegation scrap, I suppose we might possibly call it.
Warwickshire will be keeping a good eye on that one. Yates drives away into the offside, but he cannot beat.
You ought to be able to recognise who that is.
Diving down, does But it's quite a while since Andy played for us, of course. But yes, we can remember. And I think you were off air. I was on with Brian when I said thank you to Andy for taking his sweater off so we can see his numbers.
I'm glad that they don't have the numbers on the back of their sweaters. I like to see the traditional look.
Yeah. Let's take the numbers off their backs, full stop then.
Yeah.
This one is played to mid-wicket and there's no run. End of another over. It's like having a car registration and then covering it with a piece of paper.
Yeah, I like to see the cable knit jumpers. They're not the only county to wear jumpers that don't have their numbers on.
We'll make a change here. Kit can move in to replace me and join you.
Thank you, Phil. That's Phil Britt, curator of the excellent Cricket Museum here at Edgbaston, and a fount of knowledge on all things related to Warwickshire cricket. And a fount of knowledge on all things related to Wisden is moving in alongside Kit Harris as Jake Ball comes in to bowl another over to his fellow Jake. Edged and short of third slip, short of Craig Overton, diving down to his right. And you can tell that there isn't much pace in this pitch, Kit, from the fact that that's 2 or 3 outside edges that haven't carried through to the slips.
Too true. And there was a very good stop in the end by Overton, because it really rifled to him just on the bounce, on the half volley.
Yeah, well, he's one of the best in the business wherever he's fielding.
He's much closer. He's taken a step closer actually at third slip.
Ball in and bowls, and this is turned away into the onside to Jack Leach at mid-wicket. And there's no run.
I've just come into the microphone. Is that step close at third slip he's just done since that?
No, I noticed actually when I was sitting up in the press box, which is higher up here, and you get a better idea of. It's almost like having a sort of aerial view of the players, and they are very sharply in echelon, the slips. So first slip quite deep, and Casey Aldridge at second, several yards further forward, and then Overton another couple of yards further forward after that, as this is played square of the wicket out to Lammonby at backward point.
Is Aldridge in the Gregory position? Is that where he would normally be?
That's a good question. Gregory tends to field first slip to the spinners. When Tom Abel is in the side, he is first slip, and Overton. It's unusual to see Overton not at second slip. He would normally be at second with Casey Aldridge at third. It comes off the inside edge of Bethel's bat out into the onside. When he's captaining, Lewis Gregory likes to be in the conventional captain's position, a sort of shortish extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, somewhere sort of at the fulcrum of events where he can talk to his bowlers rather than being at first slip.
It's not often you see 2 of the 3 slippers being bowlers.
No, it's quite true. And they are both, well, they're brilliant fielders anywhere, Aldridge and Overton, but they both got great pairs of hands. This is down the leg side, and Bethel misses out there. Only really need to get something on that, and it would have whistled away down to the fine leg boundary. 131 for 3. Yates, who hasn't had much of the strike recently, I fancy, he's on 61. He was the one who edged a ball from Craig Overton through to Casey Aldridge, which we think didn't quite carry, although it was difficult to tell from Aldridge's body language. Ball in and bowls. This is driven with the accompaniment of oohs and ahs, but it seemed to come pretty much off the middle of the bat up to Tom Banton at mid-off. It's the end of the 37th over of the innings. The scoring rate has come back. They were going along at 4 runs and over earlier on. Now they are 37 below 4, well below 4 runs and over. 131 for 3.
Yes, the game's entered, well, if not a quiet passage, then certainly a steady one. And their third slip has now come out, with Aldridge bowling to Yates. Yates well set on 61. And the extra fielder on the short boundary has gone to deep square leg. And it's long leg who's going to field this one, just angled down the leg side from Aldridge. Slight misdirection. Yates just tickles it. The single that takes him to 61, 132 for 3, Warwickshire. Just over 20 minutes to go until tea, which we think is at 4:10. But I don't know if an overs remaining equation comes into it.
But it would be 32, wouldn't it? But that's another 9 overs away.
If we stick to the 32 overs left thing, outside off stump this time, left alone, Bethel. 1 off 17 so far. He's been very watchful. He's playing himself in the old-fashioned way, not with a couple of clean hits to get himself feeling he's middling it, but just by playing only what he has to, getting used to the pitch and the speed. Yes, if the tee with 32 left is in play, then we'll be out here possibly for another 35 minutes or so. Aldridge to Bethel, angled across. And
A bit of movement there.
just a little bit of nip collected by Rue. Tee is, so we've had confirmation from Brian Halford, thank you very much. And 32 are left, so after this one,
3/4 of an hour, so just after.
10 overs left after this one. So we will have overtime, but not because the over rate has been sluggish, because we didn't start.
It'll be about 4:30, won't it?
12:30 was when we started today, owing to early drizzle. Aldridge has got a bit of a miss hit here from Bethel. All along the ground, he tried to play to leg, but got a leading edge out into the covers. Just seemed to hurry Bethel a little bit. Maybe that was the effort ball from Casey Aldridge.
He's been doing great things in the 100, hasn't he, Jacob Bethel?
Well, I've waxed lyrical when I was last on the microphone about Hamza Sheikh, and Jacob Bethel is another one who really does seem to have everything. He lets this one go outside off stump. It kept low, actually, and Rue was a little incommoded when he had to kneel to pick it up. There was a cry of "oh!" Well, I think that was more because it kept low, because there was any jeopardy for Bethel. Like Sheikh, Bethel also a former England under-19 captain. Last ball of the over then, from Aldridge, angling it across, still right arm over, and Bethel runs it off the face to Jack Leach at backward point, and that concludes the set.
Much better spell this from Casey Aldridge, much more consistent in line and length. Seems to have developed a better rhythm than he had earlier on. Did pick up the wicket of Alex Davies, but that was more down to batsman error than to any intrinsic quality on the part of the delivery, which was short and wide.
He has hot and cold spells, doesn't he,
Yeah,
Casey
he
Aldridge?
does.
He'll bowl 6 overs for 11 and take a wicket, and then the next spell he can bowl 6 overs for 36. You don't know which Aldridge is going to turn up. We know who's turning up at the pavilion end, though, because it's a change of bowling.
But still no Jack Leach. Jack Leach still practicing his golf swing. Looks a decent swing. He's a very keen golfer, is Jack Leach, as indeed are most, if not all, of the Somerset players.
And do you know any of their handicaps? You're a golfing man as well, aren't you?
Yeah, I've seen them playing at Burnham and Barrow, which is where I play a lot of golf. I'm not sure who Max Waller was always the best of the golfers. Davies in and bowls. This is swung away down to deep backward square leg, and Tom Kohler-Cadmore can't intercept it before it crosses the boundary rope. And you'll gather from the applause that although the spectators are scattered far and wide here, there are actually plenty of them. 4 runs to Yates. He moves on to 65, 136 for 3.
Yeah, those who are here, they really focus themselves behind the bowler's arms, more or less, haven't they? Except where the sight screen sheets prevent them from doing so.
They're quite a good contingent up from Somerset as well, aren't they?
Have they gathered together in a little West Country area?
Probably, but I think they're down below us, so we can't actually see them.
Yes, they'll be nearer the restaurant, of course.
Yeah, I expect tractor driver will be here. As Josh Davies in, bowls to Yates, who gets a ball on leg stump, which he turns into the onside, and Jack Leach comes scurrying across to do the fielding.
Yes, Bethel. This is his 28th first-class innings. He's been around. He scored 450s, best of 93. He hasn't yet reached three figures. Not, in fact, in any of the three professional formats. So he's due, certainly with all the talent he has. I don't think there's any question that he hasn't got it, but he hasn't converted it for Warwickshire. He's averaging 24 with the bat in his career.
Who was he playing for in the 100? Was it Southern? I can't remember. Don't follow it closely enough. Josh Davey, though, is bowling to Rob Yates, who lays back and plays this away through the offside very pleasantly. It was a poor delivery from Davey, and Rob Yates had all the time in the world just to rock onto the back foot and stroke it away with a horizontal bat through the offside. Lovely looking shot.
Oh, it's my favourite Rob Yates shot, when he gets a bit of width and it's full outside off. Dreamy. I know it's only a short boundary, but that was gorgeous.
And there is a man patrolling the deep backward point boundary, Tom Lowenby, but he had absolutely no chance of cutting that off. 140 for 3, Yates on to 69.
Phoenix is the Jacob Bethel answer.
There you are.
Local man in every sense.
Yep. It's Davey to Yates. Back on his stumps this time. Well, that one didn't bounce very much. It didn't exactly creep like the one that produced the wicket for Bashir yesterday. What was it? Chandimal. He pinned LBW. Ball barely got off the ground at all. That one just kept a little bit low. First one we've seen keep low. Tom Abelin has moved out of slip. He's at short mid-wicket now in a catching position. Hands on his knees. He's bowled! Played on. That's the end of Rob Yates. He went for a cut shot to a ball that was probably too close to him. Got a bottom edge and the ball cannoned onto his stumps. That's the fourth Warwickshire wicket to go down, and it's the big one as far as Somerset are concerned. It's Rob Yates who's been clean bowled by Josh Davey for 69. It's 140 for 4.
Not sure it was clean, actually. Did he get a...
No, it was big bottom edge.
He was going to play that shot that I've been so enthusiastic about, because the man at point is very square, so if you get a little bit of width, if Yates was pushing it through extra cover very nicely, but Anthony's right. It just didn't have the width, and it was a good length ball. It was the wrong shot for the ball. Healthy and deserved applause for Yates. He's played a very attractive and useful 69, and it has now come to an end with a mistake. And 140 for 4. Well, immediately after lunch, Anthony, Brian Halford was on the microphone. The score was about 90 for 1, and he said, add a couple of wickets, you know, that old cliche, but there is a different complexion on the game, 140 for 4 compared with 90 for 1. Somerset have an opening, but here's a man who can slam a door shut when the opposition has got it ajar. Ed Barnard coming out at number 6.
Yeah, he's been in good form as well. And, well, Josh Davey has got his man again. That is the 6th time that Josh Davey has removed Rob Yates. The previous 5, Yates had only made, didn't make double figures, 1, 3, 9, 0 and 2. This time he'd made 69, but even so it was Josh Davey who once again proved his undoing. Thanks to Steve Pittard for those stats.
Now, wasn't there a deal? I may have the wrong person on the mic, given that we've got Phil Britt and Brian with us from Warwickshire here, but wasn't there an idea at the start of the season that Barnard was going to bat at 4 as a matter of course? Or have I invented that?
I don't know.
I had... well, perhaps a Warwickshire fan can let us know if you're on x.com, at AntGib or at CricketKit, or both. I think Barnard was going to bat up the order a bit, although the bowling load he has had to shoulder has increased.
He batted at Taunton, he batted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He batted at Taunton, 6. So he's coming in at 6 again. But he's been in good form, has Ed Barnard. Very good cricketer altogether. He's on strike now to Josh Davey, who's in and bowls, and good ball first up. Ed Barnard scored 668 runs so far this season, with 2 centuries and 3 50s, averaging just under 48 runs an innings. Really good stuff, and consistently good as well.
Smashing player. Great signing.
He's got history against Somerset.
Yes, we commentated on that game together, actually, when he took all those wickets.
That's right. Took 6 for 37 in the, I think it was the second innings, and 11 for 89 against Somerset back in 2018.
That was for Worcestershire.
Yeah, for Worcestershire.
One always harbours a drop of sadness when a great player like that leaves Division 2 county, not Division 2 this season, of course. Goes to a test match ground. It's Bethel who's on strike now, outside off, driving, and will he beat Davey? No, he won't. It's a very good diving stop.
He would have beaten Davey. That
would have
wasn't
beaten
Davey.
Who was it sprawling around there?
That's Tom Banton.
Tom Banton, making great play of his sliding stop.
Well,
there.
he is, for a big unit, he is very quick, Tom Banton, and I don't think Josh Davey would have got across to make the stop.
Yes, he is very tall. Bethel faced 22 balls for his single. Be itching to get one away. Outside off and goes for the drive, and this could well be the 4. It's very square through point, and it reaches the boundary all that long way away towards the hover cover, and there is Bethel's first rope runs. He goes to 5, 144 for 4. Finally, he's broken the shuttles.
Yeah, nice shot as well, wasn't it?
A nice long half volley outside off, just the ball for the hit. Leach had some exercise he didn't really need.
Well, he's got to keep himself occupied somehow, Jack Leach. It doesn't look as if he can get much of a bowl.
Craig Overton is doing a very passable impersonation of a specialist fast bowler captain. Doesn't hold truck with spin particularly. Here's Aldridge's reply to that 4, and it's a much tighter line and length this time, and Bethel defends.
Did you see the news that Jason Kerr has been given another contract as head coach for Somerset, taking him up to the end of the
2 more years?
Season after next? You surprised? Pleased?
I'm fairly ambivalent. I mean, it fits the situation that Somerset are in right now. He was lucky his contract didn't expire at the end of last year, perhaps. Bethel goes for the drive this time.
Well, we won the Blast last year. You can hardly sack him after winning the Blast.
Well, there was a bit of a relegation scrap, and halfway through the season there were calls.
But there are always calls.
There were always calls.
There
that's
are
true.
always calls.
I mean, I am an enormous believer in Andy Hurry. I think Andy Hurry, the director of cricket, is smashing, and they certainly work very well together. But when a Somerset are in the position that they're in now, and the contract extension for the head coach is dead cert, isn't it? Bethel faces Aldridge again, up onto his tippy toes, and then pressing forward, defending to cover where Umeed picks up.
Yeah, I think it would have been very surprising if he hadn't been given another contract, given that he's won 2 trophies for Somerset, the Royal London One Day Cup back in 2019, second by the narrowest of margins in the county championship that season, and then winning the Blast last year. I think he's thoroughly deserved his contract extension, despite what some of his critics might have to say.
Next ball is a little bit of a bobble as Bethel comes forward. The ball pops up, and he's panicked for a moment that the ball might have dropped onto his wicket, but it was nowhere near. All is well for him. Warwickshire 144 for 4. 40 overs remain. So if you're thinking, if we're just tuning in and thinking, have we just had the tea interval? No, we haven't. Play was delayed until 12:30 owing to light drizzle, very light drizzle, I should say. So tea won't be taken until there are 32 left on the clock. So at least another half an hour. Yes, Somerset, Anthony, are the only team in the country who are still in contention to win all three competitions. Your head coach has to stay on in that situation, even if they end up winning nothing at all.
Right, Josh Davey to bowl another over. 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 34. Wicket of Rob Yates. This is, oh, he's edged and caught. He is caught behind by James Rue. That is the end of Ed Barnard, and it's a big wicket again for Somerset because Barnard has been in really good form. It was rather a wide delivery from Josh Davey, and Barnard went for the off drive and got an edge, and a very good low catch from James Rue, and that's the 5th Warwickshire wicket to go down with the score on 144, and this is becoming a much better day for Somerset than it appeared likely to be when Warwickshire went into lunch at 86 for 1. They've lost 4 wickets so far this afternoon for the addition of just 58 runs.
And I'm afraid for Warwickshire fans, this may start to adopt the colour of familiarity. The ball was certainly there for the off drive, but if we're going to criticise poor old Ed Barnard, I think playing expansively that early in your innings, I think his second ball, his feet didn't really move. He played away from his body, and the ball just shaped away a touch. It was possibly over-ambitious so soon upon arriving at the wicket. But a dangerous batsman has gone, and Warwickshire's, on paper, very together looking top 6 has been broken through.
They've still got plenty of batting to come, though. Not least in the person of Dan Mosley, who's just walked out to bat, another left-hander.
He's had a decent season, 355 runs, top score of 62 and an average of 27, which is more or less consistent with his career stats and average, highest career first-class score of 94. But probably the thing for which he's best known is, this season at least, is his death bowling in the 100, when he bowled 10 consecutive balls at the end of a game of 70-mile-an-hour off-break Yorkers.
Is Davey in and bowls to him. He gets into line and plays that firmly back to the bowler.
And it all went a bit viral.
Yeah, well, he's another very, very promising young cricketer, 23 years old. This is his 33rd game of first-class cricket. Averages 26.6 with the bat, yet to score a first-class century. And a modest record with the ball, given what Kit's just said about his doings in the 100. In first-class cricket, he's taken just 7 wickets at 43.8. Davies in and bowls to him, and he plays this into the offside, and Umeed swoops from extra cover to do the fielding.
Well,
Somerset very much on their toes now.
Well, Mosley was playing for the Phoenix against Trent Rockets, and he was given the penultimate set of 5. 10 were needed from 10, and he closed it out so well he got the final set of 5 as well, and actually prevented victory, which from an off spinner bowling at the death is it takes some skills.
Yep.
It's all over social media, but he's got the bat in hand this time, and this is where the challenge is.
Josh Davey in the bowls, and forward using his feet well to get to the pitch of that delivery. Somerset body language has really changed from what it was at the end of the morning session, when they looked a bit deflated after winning the toss and asking Warwickshire to bat and only picking up the 1 wicket in the hour that was allowed, and conceding 86 runs in the process. It was not a good start, but the afternoon has got better as it's worn on. Davey to Mosley outside the off stump. No shot from Mosley.
And the second ball change, I think, has played some part.
Yeah. Well, the second, the first ball, no, the second ball, we've had 3 balls, all right. One that lasted until about 2:30 this afternoon, and then the second one only lasted about 4 overs, and that was changed. And very shortly afterwards, Craig Overton knocked over Will Rhodes, and it's been the bowlers on top ever since, as Davey is in to Mosley. Gets the ball outside his off stump, plays no shot. 144 for 5 at the end of that over. Dan Mosley yet to score. Jacob Bethel not out 5. And I suppose you could say, Kit Harris, that, you know, this is the future of Warwickshire cricket. These two out there at the moment.
Yes, well, you'd hope
Certainly on the batting side.
they go on and have long and successful careers. Bethel has been talked about for 2 or 3 years, and Mosley is a slightly newer talent. But yeah, they should be the future. You certainly hope that things work out. Though runs will have to come fairly imminently in the case of Bethel, who is now facing Aldridge. And he's got a bit of a tangle over the front pad there.
There's a bit of bat there as well.
There was a woody noise I heard on the effects microphone as he propped forward.
I think again it was Aldridge who was the giveaway. He only went up for that when he saw the slips going up for it, and it was more in hope than expectation.
The bowlers on the whole have not bowled straight at the wicket today. When they've bowled well, it's been just outside or tickling off stump, but there hasn't been a lot of straight stuff. This one is straight, but it's a bit short and would have gone over the top, and Bethel comes forward in defence. Apart from that 1-4 in the previous over from Aldridge, he's been supremely watchful.
Yeah, how many balls has he faced? 29 for 5 runs.
The situation now dictates it. The trouble is the wicket keeps falling at the other end. It forces Bethel to play anchor a lot more. Aldridge bowls. He goes for the drive this time, and it's Banton again at mid-off, who fields.
Well, what the Somerset bowlers have done, I agree with you, since the ball change, is exert some control. You know, they've applied pressure and got their rewards. There've been fewer free gifts going around.
Aldridge certainly has improved immeasurably since his morning spell. He's in again, outside off. Bethel leaves alone. Just a hint, perhaps, of a tail back in. Swing isn't extravagant, if there's any at all.
Nice bit of bounce, though. Casey Aldridge is getting. He's banging the ball into the pitch quite hard.
So just now and then, the odd one keeps low and fades. I'm sneaking myself towards the suspicion that this is a bit of a two-paced pitch, and it will be interesting to see what Jason Kerr says his bowler's experience of it was towards the end of the day. He never holds back on thoughts about pitches. Of the straight ball, Bethel walks into a forward defensive shot out of his crease.
He can be very critical of his own pitches down at Taunton.
That's the right thing to be.
Yeah.
You've got to get what you want out of your groundsman. There is such a thing as home advantage in cricket. And there's no shame in producing a pitch as long as it's sporting that favours your side a little. If you're not getting the pitch from the groundsman that you've asked for, then yes, criticise. Bethel faces Aldridge, just shadows a drive here, gets a little bit of a pace into the ball, but he didn't drive in with any great heart. Finds Banton again, and there's no run. 144 for 5 at the end of the 42nd over, and there are 6 remaining until the tea interval.
That's Kit Harris, and they are going off for tea.
Well, hang on.
So we've been misinformed.
I've got a piece of paper here. I want us to say I mused that it was 4:10, but we all completely convinced ourselves that it was 32 overs left, as
no,
we used to.
It's that Brian Holford who's to blame. He was the one who supplied the tough information.
The Warwickshire scorer said, we've seen the message from Mel Smith, the Warwickshire scorer, saying 32 overs. Well, is it possible that the umpire? Well, you know, the umpires aren't.
Chopped on to Josh Davey for a fine innings of 69 from 119 deliveries, and then not long before tea, Ed Barnard was caught behind off Josh Davey without scoring. So the wickets have gone down. 94 for 2. That was Will Rhodes. 125 for 3. Hamza Sheikh, 140 for 4, Rob Yates, and 144 for 5, Ed Barnard. So, as I say, Somerset's afternoon, they will
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to a sunlit Edgbaston, where the players are going onto the field for the last session of a slightly truncated day. But after we lost the first hour of the day, the game has been compelling, and Somerset are on top, having won the toss, chosen to bowl. They have Warwickshire 144 for 5 with 2 new batsmen at the crease. Jake Bethell on 5, Dan Mosley yet to score. Rob Yates with 69 has been the only Warwickshire batter to put down any roots. Somerset's bowling, all 5 seamers have taken a wicket. Probably haven't been as collectively focused and accurate as they might have wished, but they've still got their side into a good position, as Kit Harris will confirm.
Hello, Ryan Halford. Yes, there was a ball change shortly after lunch. There were 2 ball changes, in fact. First replacement ball lasted about 4 overs, and then the second one very quickly yielded the dismissal of Rhodes by Overton, and Somerset haven't looked back since then. These 2 youngsters, Mosley and Bethell, Anthony Gibson referred to as the future of Warwickshire cricket, have got to dig in here, and really between the 2 of them, their job is to get the total past 200.
Well, interestingly, just 2 slips as play resumes after tea. Davey thought it was the big LBW appeal, which isn't going to go anywhere because Mosley had a big stride in and also, I think, got some bat on that. But there's been 3 slips pretty much all day, I think, and yet now with Somerset quite well placed in the game, I'm a little bit surprised that there are only 2 close fielders in the slip cordon, although there is a short mid-wicket.
They took the 3rd one out about 10 minutes before lunch.
Did they?
The long leg has gone to 3rd man, but it's this short mid-wicket catching position that's come in. Maybe they've been watching Mosley in the 100 and worked something out that he plays around his front pad.
Still to score in this innings. Dan Mosley stands up straight, plays this one up to mid-off. 144 for 5. Josh Davey has 2 for 34. Craig Overton 1 for 41. Jake Ball 1 for 24. Casey Aldridge 1 for 38. Similar figures for the 4 Somerset seamers. Warwickshire were in a measure of control at 94 for 1 after Rob Yates and Will Rhodes added 42 for the second wicket. But then, as Kit says, the ball changed. It soon hit Will Rhodes' stumps, and since then Warwickshire have been struggling. Mostly again straight and upright. Sends this one to extra cover. Yates 69, Davis 27, Rhodes 22. Hamza Sheikh on his first class appearance for Warwickshire out for 8. And Ed Barnard averaging 50 in the championship this season, but today out second ball. Got a really good one from Josh Davey, which he edged behind, out for naught. Somerset on top on an afternoon which was forecast to be nice and bright and sunny, but clouds have rolled in again at the moment, much to the Somerset seamers' delight. Davey is in again outside off stump. Mosley offers no shot.
Just a little bit of movement back into the left-hander there through the air. This ball, unlike its 2 predecessors, has consistently offered some movement, conventional swing I think, to the fast medium bowlers. It's sufficient to discourage Craig Overton, who's captaining Somerset today in place of Lewis Gregory, from bringing on Jack Leach. He's been warming up and we've been preparing to introduce him into the attack at any moment, but it still hasn't happened.
Here comes Davey again around the wicket to the left-handed Mosley, who's forward in defence. Dan Mosley likes to get on with it, but after 10 balls he's yet to score, and Warwickshire just need him to dig in here and stay around, because the tail is not too far away with the Bears.
There's a lot of time left. You think of tea, don't you, as being 2/3 through the day. Well, actually 38 overs left when we restarted after tea, 42 bowled, so very nearly tea acting as the halfway point.
Yes, we could be in for a late one.
Could be 7 o'clock. So presumably we can go on that late.
If the light holds, we could be having a late shift here as Davey concludes his over with a good straight delivery which Mosley defends. Yes, still to come to watch. Michael Burgess, who of course is a fine player and very good at number 8. Michael Ray, overseas player, Chris Rushworth and Ollie Hannon-Dolby. But Somerset will fancy turning round the rest of this Warwickshire innings today, I think, Kit, having made so many inroads so soon.
Michael Burgess at number 8. There's an extraordinary sentence.
Indeed.
Well, as long as he's still to come, then a turnaround is possible. Very decent batter, and he's having a good season too. 535 runs at an average of 53, and he hasn't even come to the crease yet. Craig Overton was resuming the attack from the Birmingham end, bowling to Bethel, who cuts, and he's beaten Leach at backward point. Leach is probably going to win this chase against the ball, but only just. They're coming back for a second and turn for a third as the throw from Leach comes in. Bethel, from his 34th ball, scores a 3, which takes him to 8. He was very circumspect. He allowed himself one full-blooded square drive before the tea interval. So Mosley still yet to score, back on strike, and that short mid-wicket that Bethel has is now coming back to third slip, which is interesting because the short mid-wicket was the one they had for Mosley in the last over. Overton bowls outside off stump, and Mosley lets it go through, just a tiny bit of shape back into the left-hander. And that's the conventional direction of swing for Overton, the outswinger to the right-hander. Davies got it swinging a little too, but it's gentle swing and it's from the arm. And that ought to mean that the batsman's able to pick up the trajectory of the ball really quickly. The late swing at pace that's causing the problems. That seems to have gone. Overton bowls outside off, tailing back in. Most of the swing this time happening after the leave alone by Mosley, as Rue collects outside the line of leg stump. The ball is curving past the bat, so that's harmless enough for Warwickshire. Other games around Division 1 are moving on apace, having started on time. Bar one other. Overton bowls, and there's an edge all along the ground past third slip. It's going to reach the third man boundary. Abel is chasing, but only to retrieve the ball. And there's Mosley off the mark as well. So with a 4. It was very, very soft-handed as he prodded forward at that. Even if there'd been a fourth slip in the way, it would have gone to him on the bounce. Ball just ran off the face. So no great alarm. It looks like Hampshire have done for the day at Southampton. No play at all. And this next ball is full outside off. Mosley a little uncomfortable coming forward. Hampshire against Essex. And that's going to put a dent in those teams striving for 16 points and a win. Surrey have bowled Lancashire out for 204. Made their way to 13 without loss off 7 overs in response, so they're being careful. Somerset will want to keep in touch with them at the top of the table. This ball has beaten Mosley, I think, on the outside edge, just played inside the line, anticipating more swing back into him than there was. There was some, not as much as he thought, but it's a dot ball in the book. And 151 for 5. Bethel with 8, Mosley with 4.
1 for 44 for Craig Overton now. And figures which don't really do him justice. He's, as he tends to do, produced some really fine deliveries. Only one of them has taken a wicket so far, but it was the one that started Warwickshire's slide from a position of relative comfort at 94 for 1 to their current struggles at 151 for 5 as Davey starts another over and Bethel is on the back foot. It's an interesting challenge for Jake Bethel and Dan Moseley have spent the last month basically trying to smash the ball off the green bit for the in the 100. It's a very different mindset now when they've got endless time to bat if they want to, and can they? So far, they are showing a lot of patience and a lot of restraint, but it's an interesting gulf to try and bridge, isn't it, from batting in the 100 to batting on a grey afternoon in the Championship against good seam bowling. Davies in again, Bethel defends. Can these two young batters get Warwickshire out of trouble? 300, do you think they'd be happy with that now in the circumstances? I mean, there is a bit in the pitch, isn't it? It's by no means a really great batting surface, but 300 would be competitive.
Yeah, I'd take 300 from here if I were them. I'm still not sure that the pitch is isn't more than 300 par, but there's been swing. There's still swing now with the ball in its 45th. Well,
Davey is in again. It's hard to say exactly when this ball is, how many overs it had, because it's probably had a few before it turned up at Edgbaston today. As usually Bethel takes a single down to third man there. Yes, the ball is.
It's not on its first class debut, is it?
No,
This
it's
ball?
not. The manufacturers might be having a call actually after today, because the first one didn't last awfully long. The second one lasted only 5 or 6 overs. So I'm not quite sure. And it wasn't really clattered around a great deal. I'm not quite sure how that came to be out of shape. But the fact that it did go out of shape has certainly swung the game Somerset's way, because they've used the third ball to great effect. Davey has it in his hand now, around the wicket, over pitched. That's through the hands. I think it was on the bounce at square leg, and Moseley will take a couple of runs.
Just for a moment, as it clipped in the air, it looked as though Jack Leach at forward square leg might have put up his hand and plucked it. I think it's gone well over the top of him.
6 to Moseley, 9 to Bethel. Jake Bethel, I think Phil will probably be able to confirm. He got something like an 18-ball half-century in the T20 earlier this season. Now he can bat with astonishing power and speed, very much the other side of his game being on display today. This one almost sneaks through Moseley's defence, just inside, edges it onto his thigh pad. And a moral victory there for Josh Davey. 154 for 5.
The ball's still tailing in, and Davey, like Overton, can just stick at the same spot over and over again. It is going to be difficult to score without being a bit experimental and innovative and taking a risk.
Colin Dredge would have relished these conditions, I think. David to finish his 14th over, 2 for 37 so far. Can you make it 3 for 37? Nope. This one is off the face of the bat, played out to backward point for no runs. Somerset just, they can knock a couple over. Michael Burgess, as you say, is pretty impressive. Coming at number 8.
He's as good a number 8 as exists in first class cricket, I think.
Probably. And he's averaging 50 this season. The danger of having such a fine player down at number 8 is, of course, they do tend to run out of partners. So Warwickshire will need one of these two and Michael Burgess to get them up to a challenging total here.
Overton to continue, to Bethel. That short mid-wicket is back, 2 slips, and this is good length on the off-stump. Bethel comes forward, defending. Yes, 9, 10, 11, Ray Rushworth, Hannah Dalby, averaging 9, 11 and 7 respectively in first class cricket. So it's a one doesn't want to be uncharitable, but you could say you've got 3 number 11s there. Bethel to face Overton, leaves it alone outside off. The Somerset slip fielders jump and yelp, but again the movement is after the ball has passed the wicket and it's too short to threaten the woodwork. Bethel's leave-alones here are perfectly sound. It's gamesmanship, isn't it, to some extent, that in professional cricket. You try and say ooh and ah whenever you possibly can. I don't know how much it gets into a batsman's head. This next ball has strayed onto leg, and Bethel just steers it round the corner. So Jake Ball at long leg picks it up and wings it back in, just the single to Bethel, but it takes him to double figures. 155 for 5. Molesley back on strike, and that short mid-wicket goes into third slip. Overton trying to angle it across from right arm round the wicket, but it's difficult when the ball is tailing back in. This one is back of a length, and there's going to be runs here through point. Not 4 of them, but they should get 2. Leach in pursuit again. A forcing shot off the back foot from Molesley. Just had a modicum of width to work with. The ball was certainly short enough for the shot. 157 for 5. Molesley goes to 8. Since tea, these two youngsters, these two left-handers, have made a solid start to their partnership. Overton bows. Molesley comes half forward driving. He didn't know much about where that ball was. After defending it, it went straight into the ground in front of him, but he almost did a 360 searching for it. Just got unsighted. I think it may have taken bat and pat together. But no squawks from the fielder this time. 3 men saving the single on the offside. Just 1. No 2 on the onside. Long leg the only boundary rider. Overton in to Molesley. Again goes for that back foot forcing shot, but it's too close to the body this time, and he hits it into the ground. Leach picks up at backward point, and that concludes the over. Decent one again from Overton. Well negotiated by the young left-handers. Warwickshire 157 for 5. 34 overs remaining, which should take us all the way to 7 o'clock. And I believe, because everything's gone back half an hour to try and make up some of the 90 minutes we lost off the start, that's allowed. That would, I think, be the cut-off, Brian? I think
you're right. It would seem a waste, wouldn't it, having if the sunshine is out like it is at the moment and we have lost time, why not go on till 7? Davey to begin his 15th over, a big shift for his side today, and this one is just played to square leg for a single. Somerset probing away, trying to get in to that tail that Kit mentioned. 9-10 Jack, all with low batting averages. Burgess still to come before the tail.
The unknowns and the knowns of the timings of this day aren't universally agreed upon. We know that certainly the scorers always know. Told Brian T would be with 32 overs left, but the umpires made a different decision, which was a little surprising.
Davey in again, just tucked into the leg side by Bethel.
You don't take a professional scorer on the subject of match regulations, not if you want to live.
Mel is as good as they can get, and that's why I thrust his information confidently in front of you. But I think it's one of the more endearing things about cricket is that sometimes you don't know when it's going to start and finish. I mean, that's even the players I've known over the years been taken by surprise by the tea interval. It is a movable feast, isn't it? Here comes Davey. Again, strong wind still blowing. This is whipped away handsomely by Bethel. That was a little bit more of the white ball, Bethel. A little bit short of a length on leg stump, and he connected sweetly to send it away to mid-wicket for 4. He moves to 14.
Pounced on that, hasn't he? He didn't blaze the shot away. He just timed it. Flicked it away. You knew as soon as he hit it that it was going to go all the way, because it has to run across all these pitches.
What she could do with a good session here and a good couple of days actually, because their supporters will no doubt have their eyes on matters at New Road, where Kent have been bowled out by Worcestershire for 171 and Worcestershire 57 without loss in reply. Now if Worcestershire do advance to victory there, the pressure is very much on Warwickshire, who play Kent of course next week, and then they play Worcestershire. Here comes Davey again. Bat and pad. Lots of bat in that though, enough to thwart any LBW appeal. And ball runs away to square leg, no run, 161 for 5. But Warwickshire will be under quite a lot of pressure if they.
Well, it's very interesting, isn't it, down there in the table?
It is.
Kent 10th on 66. They really are in a pickle. But 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9 are separated by just 11 points. Durham on 102, Nottingham to Lancashire, Warwickshire on 96, Worcestershire on 91. That's quite the tussle.
Here comes Davey again, and this is flicked away through the leg side field again by Jacob Bethel, just for 2 runs. Josh Davies' line's not been quite right in this over. He has drifted to leg most deliveries. Bethel takes 2. Yes, it's an interesting equation. Worcestershire, of course, finished off the championship before the break for the 50 over game with a great win at Durham, and that really did rattle a few cages just above them. And if they can make it back-to-back wins.
Of course, they've gone from 91 to 94 with their 3 bowling points for bowling out Kent. So they're now just 2 behind Warwickshire. Need 250 to get their batting points on the board.
Davey in again. This one is on off stump, and Bethel forward in defence. Good diligent batting so far by these 2 young cricketers since tea. Bethel on 16, Moseley 8. Warwickshire 163 for 5.
At the other end, which is what interests Somerset fans most keenly at the moment, Surrey got a good chunk of space. 23 points separating them from Somerset in second, and they've already bowled Lancashire out, so they've got their 3 bowling points. The gap widens. Somerset have got 1 so far. If they get Warwickshire's 6th wicket, they'll have another. Somerset really do need to find at least 2 opportunities where they win and Surrey don't. One of them a match against Surrey, who at the moment are looking very, very positive favourites. Once again, Overton bowls a gentle in-swinger to Moseley, who comes forward. He knows that he can leave on line. There is swing. The ball bending back into Rue's gloves after it passes the bat. This time Overton comes down the pitch and has quite a few words for Moseley. And given that it's Craig Overton, they may not be altogether subtle form of wit. Let's see how cool Moseley is. This next one, much straighter, and he plays away from his body, gets the ball down on the ground to backward point where Jack Leach. Backward point, Jackwood Leach. There's a rap in there somewhere. It's not for today. There's no run. And now the next person to have a chat to Dan Moseley is Jacob Bethel, who strolls down from the non-striker's end and has his contribution to the Moseley and psyche. Overton is in again. Moseley drives on the bounce past Overton. Overton puts out a hand as if to say, I nearly caught and bowled you there, but he didn't. It was a bump ball. We know that Moseley can hold his nerve in tight situations. We saw him do it in the 100 with the ball. He's looking now at the bottom, the toe end of his bat, as if he wants to see Blackpool written all the way through it on the cross section. Ready to face Overton again, going for the drive, open face again, and he's pierced the offside between point and cover. As Umeed chases across the square, Moseley will come back for a second, and now he joins Bethel on double figures. 10 to him, 165 for 5.
Yeah, I don't think Dan Moseley will be at all bothered by some words from Overton. I'm sure they know each other really well, don't they? And if anything, Moseley will enjoy the banter, the cut and the thrust. Just got to make sure he doesn't get lured into an indiscreet shot.
Hasn't been lured this time. He's come right across his off stump and driven positively towards mid-on. Sort of open body shot. Just looking these last few balls, Moseley, to be a bit more positive. He's been there for 27 of them. Bethel for 46, so they could be forgiven now for just deciding to get into 2nd or 3rd gear. Overton bowls now. Mosley is forward, looking to pierce the offside. Umeed fields. There's no run. And at 165 for 5 at the end of the over, there now are 32 left. And given that Somerset have been bowling up with the rate, even though they haven't given their spinner Jack Leach a single over, we should be on schedule to finish at 7 o'clock. Change of bowling at the pavilion end.
Indeed, but still not the spinner. Jake Ball is going to return for his third spell of the day. So far 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 24. The wicket of Hamza Sheikh, who sliced a drive to backward point to fall on his maiden first class appearance for Warwickshire for 8. Looked perfectly at home, helped himself to a gorgeous on-driven first boundary in first class cricket for Warwickshire, but didn't last much longer and was a little bit careless in his dismissal. Jake Ball has bowled some good deliveries today, but the one that got the wicket wasn't the best of them. Here he is to start his 10th over, around the wicket to the left-handed Bethel. This beats his forward defensive shot and hits him amidships, and the ball just bounces back out to the bowler, who throws it immediately to a colleague and gets them to do the polishing. 165 for 5.
There's one other game in Vitality County Championship Division 1 that we haven't been giving any attention to, and that's at Chester Street, where Durham are going great guns against Nottinghamshire.
Here comes Jake Ball around the wicket. Yorker, well dug out by Jake Bethel, back to the bowler.
Alex Lees, the opener, now has an unbeaten century, 128 he has, and Ben McKinney, another former England under-19 captain, just like Jacob Bethel and Hamza Sheikh, has earlier today scored his first class century, so 337 for 3, Durham.
Ball is in again on leg stump. Bethel pushes it up to mid-on.
Ollie Stone, released from the England squad and sent to the county championship when it was known that he wasn't going to play. What England do if they need a fast bowler after concussion substitute, I don't know, because they haven't got any reserve fast bowlers there. They've sent 2 of their subs home to play, Jordan Cox and Ollie Stone.
Here comes Ball again. Again, this one discomforts Bethel, but he gets enough on the bat on it to get it out to extra cover.
Ollie Stone is going for 5.5 and over, wicketless. 0 for 73 in Nottinghamshire. So he'll be having a fairly sulky time of things. At the end of this over, I'm going to bid you farewell for a bit, Brian, and welcome back Phil Britt. No, I'm not going to welcome back Phil Britt. He's demurred.
Jake Ball is in. That's a good delivery, which Bethel, I think, lifted the bat away from. And if he did so, he did it very late. But a good delivery from Jake Ball, who's returned to the attack with a good over.
I'll be replaced by Anthony Gibson, who, if nothing else today, has been very good at taking Somerset wickets. So beware.
I was disappointed to hear Anthony say earlier on that Somerset only now play at Taunton. I didn't realise that was the case, as Bethel plays and misses it. Really good over that from Jake Ball, returning to the attack, but Bethel does not nick it. Lovely though Taunton is, Anthony, and it's always a pleasure to go there. It's rather a shame to hear that they don't go anywhere else anymore.
Well, they haven't gone anywhere else for a long time. I think the last game they played at Bath was back in 2000. And that was just a 20-over game against Essex.
Any plans to change that, or is this it now, just Taunton from now on?
Well, they are going to have to think very hard about it, because Somerset are a Tier 1 county for women's cricket, which means that there will be a lot more women's cricket played at Taunton. Try turning the microphone on. It's Craig Overton. I'll answer that question in just a moment as Overton bowls, and this is turned into the onside. Yeah, what Brian asked was that are there any plans for Somerset to play games other than at the County Ground at Taunton, and as at present not that I'm aware of, but what I went on to say before I turned the microphone on was that Somerset are a tier 1 women's cricket side, which means that there will be a lot more women's cricket played at the County Ground at Taunton next season. As Overton's in a bowl's edge and caught at the second attempt by Andy Umeed. It almost knocked him over. It went really quickly to Umeed at first slip off the bat of Dan Mosley, and Craig Overton has deserved that wicket, and Umeed just clinging on. He clutched it to his chest as he fell backwards at first slip, but it was a pretty loose shot from Dan Mosley, who's gone, caught Umeed, bowled Overton for 10, and Warwickshire 165 for 6.
Well, we were saying in the last over, Anthony, before you came on, there's a bit of chat going on out there between Overton and Mosley, and Mosley probably can handle that nice and easily. What he mustn't allow it to do is to lure him or goad him into a reckless shot, and I'm afraid that's what's happened there, wasn't it? It was a big drive at a good ball, and a really good catch at second slip by Andy Umeed. That was travelling, wasn't it? But a big wicket for Somerset, that.
It was. And well, he just managed to clutch it to his chest, did Andy Umeed. But, well, Somerset not through the Warwickshire batting just yet, as Michael Burgess wanders out to contribute.
Yes, Michael Burgess, as Kit was saying, one of the better number 8s around,
Yeah,
and I can't think that he's been this low in the Warwickshire order, certainly for some time.
He scored 4,230 first-class runs at 34.8, which is a very, very respectable average in red ball cricket.
And he's averaging 53 in red ball cricket this season,
Yeah.
so a very fine player. Warwickshire will need someone to stay with him, of course. So Jake Bethel has done a lot of hard yards already, 58 balls, I think, for his 16 runs. And this is a big partnership now for the Bears, because, with the greatest respect to Michael Ray, Chris Rushworth and Ollie Hannon Dolby, it's hard to see them lasting a huge amount of time.
I haven't seen Michael Ray before, but
His batting average is 9 in first class
yeah.
cricket.
Right, here comes Overton then to the right-handed Burgess in and bowls, and Burgess stretches forward and plays that quite powerfully up to mid-off, where Tom Kohler-Catmore has to dive across to make the stop, but does so not cleanly, but sufficiently cleanly to prevent the single.
So Anthony, you were saying Somerset may have to look back outside.
Well,
Taunton.
but just the pressure of cricket on the county ground at Taunton, with the women's cricket as well as the Somerset cricket, the Somerset men's cricket that's defended up to mid-off.
Where might that be?
Well, very good. I mean, Taunton Dean is a possibility, which is where the seconds play. Millfield School might be a possibility. But there's no obvious alternative, because the ability to get people to pay at the entrance is limited. This is in the air, turned into the onside, but lands short of Jack Leach at mid-wicket, but uppish from Michael Burgess, who is going quite hard at the ball at the moment. He's walked out as if he means business.
He's a very attacking, positive player, Michael Burgess. But above all, Warwickshire need him to stay in.
Overton in bowls, and he plays around his front pad up to Tom Banton at mid-on. End of a good over from Craig Overton, who has figures of 15 overs, 2 for 53, and the wicket in that over of Dan Mosley, well caught by Andy Umeed.
Well, Kit did say, Anthony, that you were in good wicket-taking form.
Yes, absolutely, came straight on.
2 balls to strike.
Well, I took most of the wicket. I didn't get the Overton clean bowled, when he removed Will Rhodes. But, and I didn't get the Hamza Sheikh one caught at cover by Tom Lammonby. I've got all the others.
Ball is in again around the wicket to start another over. Jacob Bethel plays it up to mid wicket. I'll just describe this over and then make way for Phil, if that's okay.
Absolutely spot on.
The sunshine is glorious again now. We've had quite a grey afternoon, during which time the ball has wobbled about a bit.
Skyline has changed a bit since I was last here.
Yep.
One or two new high-rise buildings going up in or near Birmingham city centre.
Here comes ball again. Bethel drives crisply up to mid-off. Yes, quite sylvan as well. I think people underestimate how many trees there are
well, especially around Edgbaston, leafy Edgbaston.
Well, but if you look at that, we're up on level 3 here in the media centre. You get quite a good skyline, and into the distance, it's a lovely sylvan view, gorgeous when the sun sets over it. Sometimes better than the cricket. Bethel waits again. This one drifts down the leg side, and I think that will be a leg by. Fine leg does the fielding. The umpire is teasing us. Is he going to signal leg by? He is. 1 run to Warwickshire, 166 for 6.
What's the new building with the sort of red and white cubes on top?
That's a great question, Anthony, and you'd have to ask a native of Birmingham, of whom
we haven't got one here.
And we haven't got one in the box, unfortunately, no.
But that's a new one on me.
Yeah, there probably are others that have sprung up in the last few years. Judging by the number of cranes all around, there's still some on the way.
And is Birmingham city centre still all dug up, or is it?
No.
It's all finished, is it?
Oh yes.
Excellent.
Here comes ball, and Burgess still looking for his first run. Pushes this one up to extra cover.
So the tram system is all fully in place and working.
The trams, do they work in Phil? I don't know. We haven't got a tram system in Warwick. I can answer that question, Anthony, but Birmingham I'm less conversant with. Gorgeous city it is.
It is a very handsome city.
Burgess just flexes his knees while he's in crease, and he's off the mark this time. I think he'll get 3 as 2 fielders chase it out towards the long distant boundary rope on the Pershaw Road side, and Michael Burgess is off the mark with 3, 169 for 6. Jacob Bethel on 16 from 55 balls, restraining his attacking instincts, which have been in full flow for much of the last 2 months for Warwickshire in the 2020, and then away in the 100. Ball in to complete his 11th over, outside off stump. Bethel leaves, and I leave to be replaced by Phil.
Thank you, Brian. That's Brian Holford. And just looking at some of the other scores, Surrey, I'm afraid to say, from the point of view of Somerset and their supporters, going very well against Lancashire, having bowled Lancashire out for 204, so got 3 bowling points, and they're 50 without loss in reply. There's no play down at the Utilita Bowl today between Hampshire and Essex. As Kit Harris was saying, Durham going great guns against Notts, 347 for 3 in 82 overs. On course, one would have thought, for maximum batting points. And the other game in Division 1, Worcestershire also going well, 64 without loss, replying to Kent's 171. All out as Overton is in and bowls, and it goes just wide of a diving Tom Lammonby at 3rd slip. Don't think it was a chance, but I haven't seen the replay yet. Craig Overton just having a word with Michael Burgess. That's the at the non-strikers end. We're going to get a replay. Did you think that carried, Phil?
If it did, it was the end of his fingers. He was full length dive, goalkeeper style almost, to get to it.
It's Overton to the left-handed Bethel, who pulls this away through the onside, but doesn't time it particularly well, and it's fielded by Tom Lammonby at mid-wicket. Looking for that streaking away across the turf towards the Hollies stand, but
the timing. Actually, he's had a few like that in this innings. He's got used to seeing him in the white ball cricket, really getting hold of it, but it's been timing's not been quite there.
Overton in and bowls, and this is turned away into the onside, and they think about a single and very wisely decide not to, because that went to Lammonby's left hand, and he is a left-hander, and he's got a very good throw on him as well. So score remains 170 for 6, Bethel on 16 and Burgess on 4. It's becoming a very pleasant early evening.
Well, the forecast was for it to be this way, so they got that right.
Overton in the bowls, and Bethel just lets that run off the face of his bat out to Jack Leach at backward point.
It's warmed up as the day's gone on as well, because it was really quite chilly this morning. I walked around and it was nippy. I thought, I don't know whether I'd actually want to sit outside watching cricket, but at lunchtime it was much warmer.
Yep, the wind hasn't died, but it's certainly not as strong as it was. Overton into Bethel, who drives pleasantly, but only as far as Tom Banton at mid-off. Lots of encouragement from former captain Tom Abel at first slip, standing alongside his current captain. No, he's not. He's standing alongside Casey Aldridge. I think his current captain's got the ball in hand. He's going to bowl.
I can see Casey Aldridge's number shining, going through his cable knit sweater there.
Here's Overton in and bowls, takes him on the pad. I think there was an inside edge as well. Otherwise, I'm fairly sure there would have been an almighty appeal for LBW. Almost got through there. Craig Overton has a rueful smile on his face as he takes his sweater from umpire O'Shaughnessy. Another really good over from Craig Overton.
I think we'd have given him from here, wouldn't we, Anthony, on that one,
so.
had he not got an inside edge.
16 overs, 2 for 54 now, Overton, and as so often, he is leading the attack. Such a potent force for Somerset over the years, Craig Overton.
How old is he now?
30 is the answer.
Okay. Jake Ball to continue from the pavilion end. He's into Michael Burgess, who plays this one away out into the offside and fielded out at cover point, and there's no run.
He and Jamie were 30 back on April the 10th. And he's bowling as well as ever, I think, Craig Overton.
Yeah.
He had an operation on his back last October and took a long time to get over it, but I reckon he's just about fully fit again now.
Good. Ball in, and this is turned by Burgess behind square on the onside. Goes down to deep backward square leg, and they just amble a single. 171 for 6. Burgess moves to 5 and 16 to Bethel. So we should get, if provided we stay on for the whole of the day and the light holds, 80 overs today after losing an hour and a half this morning as Ball comes in and bowls, and this is turned by Bethel to mid-wicket. There's no run.
He's not bowling the right line, Jake Paul. He needs to, I think I'd like to see him bowling over the wicket at the left-hander and angling it across him.
Yeah.
Rather than bringing the ball into the left-hander, which he's doing at the moment. And in response to that line, then Tom Abel has come out of the slips and is going to short mid-wicket.
So just the 2 slips in place now, and there's the short mid-wicket and a man just in between mid-wicket and square leg, as this one is left outside the off stump, having changed everything.
Exactly. You know, he puts the man at short mid-wicket and then bowls it about a yard outside the off stump.
But, not quite the way he got the field set for it, and Bethel had absolutely nothing to do with it. Just let it go through to the keeper. Bethel settles, ball in, bowls, and Bethel is late onto that one, just in the end, on the move across his stumps, and comes forward and just drops the bat to it, but almost got through him there. He had to sort of hurry that shot in the end, and it runs out there to Abel, who's at the
Do you
shot
think
window.
Bethel's 16 from 64 deliveries suggests that this pitch is a little bit more tricky than it appears?
I wonder. I think we're saying, you know, it was a good batting wicket, but I just begin to wonder whether it's quite coming on. As ball is in and Bethel goes forward, and they think about the single. Both he and Burgess both set off, but decide quite rightly again that it's abort that run up. 171 for 6. We've had 53 over, so we've got 27 remaining. If we get them all in, if the light holds.
Well, since lunch we've had 38 overs in which 85 runs have been scored, which is just over 2 runs and over, and 5 wickets have fallen as well. So this is presumably more what the Somerset camp had in mind when they decided to ask Warwickshire to have a bat this morning. It's Craig Overton into Burgess, and takes him on the pad, and Overton appeals, but didn't seem to have much going for it then.
No, he was turning. He was sort of aiming to play a leg side shot, and it also seemed to hit him quite high up.
Yeah, it hit him on the knee roll. It was high and wide of leg stump.
Apart from that, it was a good shot.
Well, he
Didn't get much support either from anybody else, did he?
He didn't. Here's Overton again in and bowls, and Burgess stretches forward in defence, plays it out into the offside. Tom Kohler-Cadmore picks up. Kohler-Cadmore, who will be opening the innings for Somerset with Andy Umeed. Potentially an explosive opening partnership. Potentially also a self-destructing opening partnership.
Andy Umeed has completely changed, because Andy, when he played here, you would never ever have described any opening stand in that way.
Overton in and bowls, and Umeed is swooping on the ball in the covers in that characteristic fashion of his. Runs low to the ground.
He's done remarkably well though, Andy, hasn't he? He had a 1-year contract or white ball contract, and what's he got now? Is he on a sort of...
I honestly
he
can't
so
remember. He
short?
came to Somerset 3 seasons ago.
Yeah.
And made his mark in the One Day Cup last season outside the off stump, and through to the wicketkeeper. He still hasn't scored a first-class century for Somerset, and his average, according to Steve Pittard, is the lowest of any opening batsman currently playing first-class cricket. So he still has a bit to prove, but he's been getting runs in the One Day Cup just as he did last season. And he has, as you say, Phil, he's changed character. This is played square of the wicket to Lewis Goldsworthy, who is on as a substitute fielder.
He got a couple of centuries for Warwickshire in the Championship.
Very slow though, weren't they?
Oh, terrible. I think
One of them was the slowest.
Yeah.
Slowest in first-class cricket, I think, in this country.
Yeah. He certainly showed a lot of promise, but it was the fact he just was so slow in accumulating his runs.
Overton in and bowls, and another good ball and another solid defensive shot from Michael Burgess, and that concludes what was a maiden over for Craig Overton. 17 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 54, and so he's had a good bowl, but I wonder if he'll just give himself one more over. We still haven't seen Jack Leach.
No.
Which I am personally very disappointed about.
I thought he would have a bowl, be given a chance. Somerset know, though, if they can get one more wicket, they're into this tail, and it is a longish tail. Michael Ray can bat, but he wouldn't expect him to be scoring huge runs. So Jack Ball starts a new over. He's in and bowls to the left-handed Bethel, who is forward and plays that one back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Just seen Casey Aldridge loosening up at second slip, so it may be that Aldridge will take Overton's place at the Birmingham end. We will see.
So this ball is, well, it's not 54. We've no idea how old this ball is in real terms, have we? It's, in theory it's 54.
Well, it should be, yeah. Should be
But
roughly
it's been
50.
changed how many times? Ball in and bowls, and it's left by Bethel outside the off stump. A, we don't know how old it was when it started, and B, it's we're not entirely sure at what point it was changed over and how much history it had already accumulated. So it's anything up to 54, let's say. But the new ball not due until, in theory, tomorrow morning. First thing. If Warwickshire are still batting, of course. As ball comes in and bowls, and Bethel turns this one away through just behind square on the onside. And they get the single, so it takes him on to 17, 172 for 6. In the test match, it seemed to be a huge amount of interest in it. England's still not quite wiped out, overtaken Sri Lanka. 221 for 5 at the moment. So gradually working their way up. As ball changes and comes over the wicket and bowls to the right-handed Burgess, who drives it out to Umayyados at a deepish mid-off and comes running round, prevents the single.
On Twitter, I said earlier on that we were talking about Somerset cricketers who play golf, and I suggested Max Waller was the best of the Somerset county cricket golfers. Peter Trigger begs to differ. Peter Trigger, of course, turned professional as a golfer.
He was a scratch golfer.
He's going to be taking legal action.
Ball in, bowls. This is cut away through backward point and crosses the ropes, and it's fielded by one of the ground staff who underarms it back. Leach, and 4 more runs to Burgess. He goes on to 9, 176 for 6.
And also on Twitter, Robert Brailsford, quite correctly, putting me right. Somerset seconds play at Taunton Vale, not Taunton Dean. My apologies for that.
Well, I've played at Taunton Dean, and I was trying to think when you were saying that whether it could possibly be used for a county game. This one is played into the offside, and there's no run.
Yep.
First time I ever met Trevor Penny was there, and he'd just come over as a very, very young man from Zimbabwe, and they said, oh, this chap's a good cricketer. He picked the ball up on the boundary, and it nearly knocked the wicket-keeper over him. Hit his gloves with such force.
Here we got the bowling change I was suggesting. Casey Aldridge coming back into the attack from the Birmingham end. He's bowled 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 38. Started off with an indifferent spell this morning, bowling a bit too short and not straight enough. He did pick up the wicket of Alex Davies, but that was because Alex Davies rather unwisely chased a short and wide one and just got a nick on it through to the wicket-keeper. Aldridge then is bowling to Jacob Bethel. He's in a bowls, and this lands just short of a diving Tom Abel at first slip and runs away down to the third man boundary below us. It doesn't go for 4 because it's retrieved by Craig Overton, and almost a chance to Tom Abel. And that's the 4th or 5th edge into the slips that hasn't carried.
Yeah.
Which says everything that needs to be said about the pace of this pitch. And Tom Abel looks, we're just watching the his Aldridge in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside. Yeah, it's just short of Tom Abel as he dived down to his right at first slip, and he dived sort of over the top of it. Or his hand was over the top of the ball, but no fault of the fielders.
He's just struggling a little bit at the moment, Jacob Bethel, to get touch here.
Moved on to 19 with those 2 runs off the edge of the bat. This takes him on to 20 as it's played off his hip down to Jake Ball at long leg. 179 for 6. It means that Michael Burgess will have the strike. Jacob Bethel 20 from 71. He's normally a very Certainly in white ball
White
cricket,
ball
very,
cricket,
very free-scoring young
Yeah, it's
batsman.
normally those numbers are usually the other way around
Yeah.
when he's playing white ball cricket. He's played some phenomenal innings, particularly in the Blast this year.
Aldridge in and bowls. This is played up to Tom Banton at mid-on. Where are Warwickshire in the Blast?
They're at home against Gloucestershire.
Oh well, you'll be getting a lot of support from some Somerset supporters then. Who this doesn't include me, but they'll support anyone who is playing against Gloucestershire. This is turned off. Well, I say turned. It wasn't. It came off a thick edge, inside edge, down to long leg for a single. 181 for 6. Well, that'll be a good contest. Somerset have got Northamptonshire away.
That's never easy at
No.
Northampton.
No.
They spring quite a lot of surprises there. Obviously, we'd love to get through to the final stage, which is held here. We haven't done it very often.
Overton in and bowls, and Bethel comes watchfully forward with his nose over the pitch of that ball. 180 for 6 at the end of the Aldridge over. He has figures of 1 for 42 in 11 overs, 10 to Burgess and 22 Bethel.
Yeah, when you have to be here to work and for the day, and you've got the 4 teams, and your team is never there, it does become a bit irksome, I have to say. So it would be nice just every so often if the Bears can qualify.
Well, Somerset have made it to finals day. Obviously won it last year and was
Yep.
at finals day the 2 years prior to that, losing in the semi-final in 2022 and in the final in 2021.
Ball starts a new over, and this Burgess goes looking to cut it away behind square, gets an inside edge which just misses his leg stump and goes down to fine leg. And there wasn't a lot of foot movement, it was a swing, and any luck going goes to Burgess there. 181 for 6.
He was lucky there.
He moves on to 11.
Jake Ball spreading his arms in frustration. Couldn't miss the off stump by the leg stump rather by very much.
I'm really finding it difficult to get going here against this attack. Warwickshire, as this one Burgess Bethel picks up and pulls away down to deep backward square leg, and they'll come back for a comfortable couple of runs as he moves.
Poor old Jack Leach. Look at him.
Ball seems to
All
have
on his
followed him
own.
a bit actually today, doesn't it? He
All
seems
his
to be-
miles. There must be 50 yards between Leach and his nearest teammate.
And he's out there. He's thinking, well,
And
I'm
he
out
hasn't
here.
had a bowl all
No.
day.
They'll forget I'm here. 183 for 6. Burgess on 11. Bethel drives beautifully into the offside, but straight out to the deep cover point boundary.
Who
He's
is
just
Lewis
warned.
Goldsworthy? So I wonder
Who's off then?
That's a good question.
He just got 100 in the.
He did.
Yeah, I thought that's what he got 100.
115 not out.
He does well against Warwickshire usually as well. Gets runs. There's Hall now into bowl to Burgess, and Burgess drives that one away through cover point. It probably will be picked up inside the boundary. No, it won't. It gets running across that area. It's a welcome boundary for Warwickshire. For Burgess, he goes to 15. Bethel's on 23, 188 for 6.
No, it's not. It's Tom Kohler Cadmore who's off. He had some strapping on one of his hands. I can't remember if it was left or right. So whether that's being tended to.
Here comes Ball again from this pavilion end. He's in bowls, and this one is cracked into the backward point position and fielded, and that's Jack Leach again, isn't it?
No, that's
Is that-
Tom Namanby.
Oh, where's Jack gone now?
Jack Leach is at extra cover.
Moving him around, poor chap, he's all over the place. I thought they would have just brought him into that. He's stretching his legs. Wonder whether he's been called on for a bowl here, Anthony. Looks like he's loosening up. This one is ball is played up to mid-on, and there's no run. It's the end of another over. 57 overs gone, 188 for 6. We've got 23 remaining in the day.
And I'll do another over, and then Brian Holford will come in for his final stint of the day. We've got 23 overs remaining in the day's play, so around about an hour and a half. Weather, or rather light permitting. I don't think the weather's going to be a problem, but the light might be.
Yeah,
Floodlight's not on yet.
No.
But we'll be finishing at around about 7 o'clock, the way things are going. Another over from Casey Aldridge from the Birmingham end. Just the 2 slips. He's in bowls to Bethel, who lays back to play an extravagant shot through the offside, but it's onto him a little more quickly than he was expecting, and just drops it down into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, he was misread that slightly, didn't he? But in terms of the shot, tucked him up, and he got no power into the shot at all.
Three saving, 1 on the offside, 2 on the on, 2 men out. This is good straight delivery from Casey Aldridge. We've got a long leg and a deep square leg, which suggests that maybe Aldridge will test Jacob Bethel out with a short ball. Tom Abel is swinging his arms at first slip, and it looks as though Abes, as he's known, might be coming into the attack for the first time this season.
Jack's still going through his warm-up exercise, isn't he?
This takes Bethel on the pad. It's going down the leg side, though, so it's just a leg by, signalled by Steve O'Shaughnessy. 189 for 6. Well, we've got 2 candidates then to come into the attack. Jack Leach, who's hasn't had a bowl all day, and Tom Abel, who hasn't had a bowl all season.
Oh, he's not bowled now, right.
No,
So we've just used the 4 so far today.
Aldridge to Burgess, who drives firmly back, and it hits the stumps at the non-striker's end, and Jacob Bethel wasn't out of his ground. I don't think Casey Aldridge got any fingers on it in any case, but that saved Somerset 4 runs. That was very firmly struck by Michael Burgess. Crashed into the stumps at the non-striker's end. Unlucky.
Yeah, it's even worse, isn't it, when they do get a toe or end of a finger on, and it deflects into the stumps. It's been 1 or 2 of those this season.
Aldridge in bowls, play and a miss, swing and a miss from Michael Burgess, going for a rather airy-fairy off-drive without moving his feet very much. Yeah, Archie Vaughan, Michael Vaughan's boy, on his very first appearance for Somerset in the One Day Cup, was run out of the non-striker's end without having faced a ball.
I saw the footage of that. Yeah,
but he's a very good prospect, is young Archie. Bowls as well as bats. Bowls nice, neat off breaks. Aldridge in and bowls, and this is carved away through the offside, but Josh Davey is out there patrolling the boundary in front of the Hollies stand, so it's just a single. It's the end of the 58th over, 190 for 6, and after some words from Phil Britt, it'll be Brian Holford to take up the commentary.
So we are going to get a bowling change at the pavilion end, and we are going to see some spin for the first time. Jack Leach going to come into the attack, and Jake Ball out. He's 1 for 41 from 14 overs, and so with 22 overs remaining in the day, we welcome back Brian Halford.
Hello Phil, and hello everybody.
Just in time to see Jack Leach have a first bowl.
Yes, perhaps belatedly, but then the seamers have done the job, haven't they? They haven't bowled as well as I think probably they would have all have liked, but they have produced enough wicket-taking deliveries and forced enough errors to get Somerset into a decent position. It's a really tricky one to call this, isn't it, Phil? Because the pitch it's not quick. It's not by any means a nightmare to bat on, but there is something in it. So quite what is a good total is very difficult to call.
Still think it's better pitch than 190 for 6.
I agree. Yeah,
but they have the four seamers have stuck to their task.
They have.
I think really well throughout the day.
And there have been a couple of wickets, perhaps thrown away a little bit carelessly by the top order batters. Now, can Jack Leach do what spinners traditionally can do? Go through the lower order.
Warwickshire coming into the game with no recognised full-time spinner, have they? No Danny Briggs in this game.
No, they've got quite a few part-timers, haven't they? But no full-time spinner. Leach, let's see what he can do. Around the wicket to Michael Burgess, who plays the ball crisply out to cover. Now, will Michael Burgess restrain himself? Warwickshire need him to bat through tonight. Leach is in again, a little bit short, and Burgess is onto that very quickly and picks the gap through the offside. That's crisply timed, and that's 4 runs to Michael Burgess. That's the shot of a good player in good form. He moves to 20, 194 for 6.
And from the fielder's point of view, because that ball was hit virtually all the way to the boundary across the wickets, cut wickets on the square. It goes out to within, 3 or 4 strips of the boundary rope from the edge of the cricket square. So chasing it was a hard old task. But it was nicely played by Burgess.
Leach is again, gives this one a little bit more air, and Burgess leans on it and just pushes it up to the man at short. Extra Burgess on 20. Jacob Bethel 23 from 77 deliveries, playing a really good hand for his team. As Leach comes in again, just a one close fielder at slip. And this one straightens just a tiny little bit, but plenty of time for Burgess to get the middle of the bat on it.
Well, they know as well, these two must have in mind that if they go, there's not a lot to come behind them. With great respect to the other 3 batsmen.
Indeed. Leach in again, and Burgess defends, yes.
He added quickly.
Michael Ray, Chris Rushworth and Ollie Hannon-Dolby may hang around as part of a partnership, then I don't think they're going to contribute too much. So if these two, who can bat big, need to do so. Last delivery is a straight ball from Leach, which Burgess defends. 4 runs off the spinner's first over. Burgess has 20, Bethel 23, 194 for 6. I do agree, Phil. I think this pitch is better than 194 for 6 suggests. And Warwickshire's problem has been this season taking wickets, hasn't it? So they really do need to get some runs on the board here.
Absolutely right, Brian. They need runs on the board as well in their first innings. Do this over, and then I'll make way for Kit Harris to come and join you. As Aldrich starts from the Birmingham end. He's in, the sun's still out in the shadows, and Bethel turns this one into the onside. Umid comes running across and does the fielding. But, there's no run. 20 to 6. We've got be comfortably 7 o'clock if that light holds, I think, before we're finished tonight. And there'll be a few overs added on tomorrow to play, won't there, as well, to make up for the overs we've lost today. As Aldrich in, Bethel runs this one away out into the offside and fielded out in the covers, and there's no run. No flags today, neither the Warwickshire flag nor the Somerset flag. It's most unusual. Less and less teams seem to bring the flag with them, but Warwickshire's flag is usually there, but not today. As Aldrich comes in and bowls, and this is driven by Bethel beautifully away through the offside. That's nicely timed and runs away through to the cover boundary, and again right the way across those wickets and out to the hover cover. 198 for 6. Bethel goes on to 27.
Beautifully timed and nicely placed. And Jacob Bethel has played this really well, hasn't he? Nothing reckless.
Nope.
He's first and foremost, he's got to get his nut down and concentrate and show his technique to stay in. And then if the looser ball comes along, punish it. And that's exactly what he's done so far.
Needs to kick on now. The few got started but not built innings. He defends this one into the offside and there's no run. So
Yes, Robbie Yates, 69, batted beautifully, didn't he?
Yeah.
Then a couple of other guys who've got into the 20s, as these two gentlemen are in the 20s. Now they need to come on, and if these two can get themselves half centuries, then Warwickshire may have a bit to bowl at.
Well, especially looking just below them in the table and seeing Worcestershire picking up points and getting themselves into a strong position against Kent. Aldrich in again and bowls, and Bethel pulls this one away fiercely. That's the sort of shot we've been seeing in white ball cricket, and that one goes past to Umaid at mid-wicket and down to the fence. So second boundary brings up the 200 for Warwickshire, 202 for 6, and that was nicely picked up and played away by Bethel.
It was a poor delivery, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And I think Somerset will reflect today that they've just snuck in a few too many 4 balls. I think had they been at their best, they could have really imposed pressure and constricted Warwickshire.
In again, and Bethel is pushing this one away into the offside. A no ball called. I don't think that's the first from Aldrich. I think he's bowled 2 or 3 of those today.
That's his 4th.
Is it? So 204 for 6. In the 60th over. Just as look, probably the weather and the light is as good now as it's been at any time in the day. Let's just hope it holds so we can get these last 20 overs in, as this one is driven from Bethel up to mid-off. The end of that 60th over, Warwickshire are 204 for 6. It'll be Brian Halford, and then we'll Kit Harris will join you.
Thank you, Phil. 204 for 6 from 60 overs. 20 overs left in the day, so Somerset won't get another new ball today unless they ask for another one to be changed. It certainly worked quite effectively this afternoon when a change of ball prompted a flurry of wickets. But they've got the old one to work with for the remainder of this day if we get these 20 overs in. Well, a promising little partnership here, for Warwickshire as Kit rejoins us.
He's waited a long time to have a bowl, Jack Leach, and he's just 1 over into his spell. In olden times, Warwickshire would have a batting bonus point for passing 200, but they've got to wait now to 250. Leach flights one onto middle stump, and Burgess comes firmly forward. There's no one in a catching position in front of the bat, so he can lunge with impunity. In fact, the field is looks like a Ben Stokes England field, well spread. Leach drops this one a bit shorter, and Burgess has time to hit it anywhere he likes on the offside, but he can only find cover. He can't even get a run. Wasn't Leach's best ball. Cover is quite deep too, but still cuts off any chance of a single. Leach's next one is on leg. And this time it's mid-wicket who gathers the Burgess punch. A complex field. I'll do my best to describe it. There is a slip. That's the easy part. Each bowls shorter this time, and the cut is on, and this time Burgess does not miss out. He's gone through extra cover, 4 runs. Again, he had plenty of time to get on the back foot and hit it where he wanted to, and this time he got it in just the right place. He's made a great start. Number 8, would you believe, Michael Burgess, batting way too low for his abilities. It's good news for Warwickshire. He has 24 from 37 balls, 208 for 6.
And that's just once in each of his first 2 overs. Jack Leach has dragged one down, and on each occasion Burgess has punished him rapaciously.
His next ball is flighted on middle and leg, mid-wicket fields. There's no run. So on the offside, You have a backward point, a slightly deep cover, a short extra cover, and Casey Aldridge at deep mid-off, about 20 yards in from the boundary. This one is drilled on the half volley to the extra cover. 3 men saving the single on the leg side, and a sweeper on the square boundary. So a well spread field is what Leach had in that over, and he didn't use it particularly well. Hasn't got into his groove yet. He's waited long enough anyway, he must be a bit rusty. That concludes his over, 208 for 6.
Well, not too much evidence of turn, but spinners need an over or two, or most spinners need an over or two to get the fingers loose, and all bowlers need to ease their way in a little bit. And as you say, Leach has had a long wait while the seamers have been rotated. Casey Aldridge continuing from the city end, trying to prize out Warwickshire's 7th wicket. Bethel punches this one into the leg side field and takes a single to mid-wicket, moves to 32. 209 for 6. The score inching up towards respectability. How soon it becomes a bit more imposing than that. There's got a lot of more work for Warwickshire to do. Having underperformed a little with the bat today, bowling has been good, but there's been some careless work with the bat as well, and they are battling uphill a little bit. Aldridge in again, good delivery this one, but beautifully timed by Burgess out into the covers. Doesn't beat the fielder.
So I think 300 is tidy, but I reckon par on this pitch is more like 400. I can only see it flattening out as the game goes on, unless you know your home surface differently.
That's exactly what has happened at Edgbaston this season. They have flattened. Which just makes it curious why Somerset chose to bowl first. Here comes Aldridge again. I know Warwickshire would have bowled first as well, so...
I suppose if it flattens, then you think, well, it's going to be good on the first day for batting, and then even better, so you may as well chase.
Yeah.
You've still got to take 20 wickets, and Somerset have done pretty well, given the pitch and the conditions, to take 6 wickets at this stage.
They have, and I think they'll be happy with this. But this partnership is added...
It's brewing, isn't it?
It's added 44. As Burgess waits again, drives crisply, a little bit uppishly, but he'll get 4th with the covers. And sweetly timed again from Michael Burgess, moves to 28. And this is a dangerous little partnership now forming for Somerset. It's forming for Warwickshire. It's dangerous for Somerset. 48 between Bethel and Burgess.
Burgess was always going to be the risk for Somerset. If they can just get through, there's 3 genuine tail-enders awaiting. But that's a big if. I loved the way that Bethel has soaked up pressure, and he's prepared the ground for Burgess to strike the ball at the other end.
Burgess strikes this one crisply up to mid-off. Yes, this is far from over yet, of course, like a Bethel's innings, but it really is could prove to be quite an important innings for him, because he has made some glorious cameos in the shorter form, and including, I think it was an 18-ball 50 in the T20 earlier this season. He can hit, he can do the spectacular things well, but here he's batting with a lot of technique and a lot of very different qualities. He's watching now as Burgess plays this one into the offside. The last ball of Aldridge is over, safely negotiated by the Warwickshire player. Bethel has 32, Burgess 28, Warwickshire 213 for 6.
So now we'll have Jack Leach's 3rd over, and this is the point at which Leach would customarily be into his slow left arm groove. Left arm spinners, when they get into that groove, can be notoriously accurate and difficult to get away. At the top of this class you'd have India's Ravi Jadeja and Akshar Patel. If anyone in an innings is going at an economy of under 2 and over, there's every chance it's a left arm spinner. field to the left-hander. It's just as scattered as the right-hander's field was. Only the slip in the catching position and sweepers square of the wicket on the short and long boundaries. Aldridge still in the same position mid-on now for the left-hander. Deep mid-on, 20 yards in from the line, encouraging the slog. And that one's turned appreciably back into Bethel. He's pulled out of the shot. He knows it was short enough to leave, but it still had the air of hazard about it. As it fizzed through to Root. He couldn't gather cleanly either. Leach again, outside off, and a bit more confidence this time from Bethel. One leg up in the air and pushing the ball out to cover, who looks like Tom Abel. Strutting around, trying to assert himself on the ring, so to speak. Pulls this time, that was shorter, and he's going to get 4 more through mid-wicket. Leach just dropped it a fraction short. It was straight, but Bethel was, well, he's got his eye in now. He's very quickly onto the back foot and shoveled it round the corner. Mid-wicket dived and is still on the floor. It's a matter of despair rather than injury. And that shot brings up the 50 partnership between Jacob Bethel and Michael Burgess. 80 balls it's taken them, and they've scored it at a run a minute. Tried to say it, I know, but it is just what Warwickshire needed. They were in bother at 185. 165 for 6. This is genuine recovery now. Leach again, pushing it through faster this time, more fizz, flatter. Bethel comes forward defending. Somerset not confident that there's enough spin and bounce to get catchers in wearing helmets in front of the bat. Just the slip. Shorter again this time, very straight. Bethel stays on the back foot and pushes it out to Aldridge at deep mid-on to collect a single, which takes him to 37. 218 for 6 Warwickshire. It's funny, there's very little movement in the field at all from the left-hander to the right-hander. It's almost like a Sunday club match where you think, oh, I'll just keep it the same. 1 ball left for Burgess to face in the over, and he's played inside the line. The ball fizzes past the off stump. He's got his back foot rooted, so although Rue whips off the bails, it's an action without point. So Leach still not quite into his groove. 3 overs gone for him.
3 overs for 13 for Jack Leach. I think it's the 3rd ball of each over that he's just dragged down and has gone for 4. But just shines in that over there, 1 or 2 just starting to grip, and this will be very frustrating for Somerset, won't it? Because at 165 for 6, they're just 1 wicket away from the tail and possibly wrapping up the Warwickshire innings quite quickly. Instead of which they've come across a defiant, composed and classy resistance from Jacob Bethel and Michael Burgess. It's Bethel now who faces Aldridge. This one moves in and cramps an attempted cut. Good ball from Aldridge, but Bethel chops it away down to backward point. No run, but out comes another slip. Or is this just a conversation? Oh no, it's a shake of the hand.
Shake of the hand. Craig Overton being a captain there, coming all the way over from second slip to backward point to say to Jack Leach, well done for stopping that gently struck ball.
Yes.
Or maybe for the over. Maybe it was for a good over last over.
Here comes Aldridge again, driven up to mid-off by Bethel.
But a good captain is always on the move, talking to his fielders, chipping them, congratulating them.
I'd like to see him jog down to fine leg actually, because fine leg hasn't fielded the ball for some time, and let's keep him in the game as well and just chivvy him up and say, look, we're still aware that you're doing your job down there, mate, and doing it diligently.
That's Jake Ball having a rest down there.
Aldridge is in again, and this is straight driven beautifully for 4 by Jacob Bethel, and my word, when he times the ball it travels, and as soon as that was past the stumps at the far end it was going to be 4. Bethel moves to 41, and just the break starting to come off the scoring a little bit.
That wasn't a fierce shot, that wasn't struck hard, it was all timing. Lovely high elbow, just eased into the shot off the front foot, and as soon as he had hit it, he'd stroked it really. Very straight drive, back past Aldridge. You knew it was 4.
Bethel waits again. This one's poor ball down the leg side, well taken by Root at full stretch. Jacob Bethel, highest score in first class cricket, 93. So, like Dan Mosley, has found that maiden first class century elusive in his 19th first class match now. To be fair, some of those early games he was quite well down the order, so the opportunity to build an innings didn't really come along. But he's got a chance, very early days yet. He's only on 41, but batting really well. Drives this one crisply into the cut, extra cover, and that's going to be another 4 runs again. Like the one earlier in the innings, there was no real force in that. It was just perfectly timed through the extra cover gap for 4. Beautiful batting.
Well, everyone believes Bethel is capable of great things. A lot of time and investment through academies, and the England youth setup has been invested in him. He still is, in red ball cricket at least, exists under the label of yet to repay it, but you just feel he will. He looks so good when he's timing it well.
This time he's forward in defence to a straight ball from Aldridge. He's on 45, and yes, the next test, he's batted beautifully so far. Now the next test is to go big from here, try and shape the match.
Yeah, he's in now. He's faced 96 balls for 45. He's got a very experienced and competent partner in Burgess. He doesn't want, well, neither of them want to be the man who is left to bat with Ray Rushworth and Hannon Dalby. But as long as they're together, well, 300 from here ought to be realistic. But it only takes one mistake. Trying to induce it into his 4th over now from the pavilion end is Jack Leach, bowling to the right-handed Burgess. He hops into his run, and here's a punch drive down the ground to Aldridge, to deep mid-off. Burgess more than happy just to take the single. The single is on offer as soon as Leach bowls full. Just lean into that drive. 29 to Burgess, 227 for 6. And Leach now switches to left arm over the wicket to bowl to Bethel. Right back on his stumps, and Bethel leaves that. Gone deep in the crease. The ball was turning back into him. He was very confident that the pitch wasn't going to misbehave and that the spin would be consistent, insufficient to threaten the stumps. Leach bowls again, straighter this time. Bethel's made him do that the previous leave. Bethel just bunts the ball to mid-wicket. He's not after a run there. There's a feeling that Bethel is at the moment in charge of this battle. Leach tosses one up. Bethel comes forward in immaculate defence. Leach is a very, very canny bowler, and he's just sort of settling a little now in his 4th over. Bethel has to match that with equal patience. This one is tossed up a little wider of off stump. Bethel opens the face, finds only Banton at backward point. No run. Kohler Cadmore. Anthony Gibson says from the back of the box, and hasn't he got good eyesight? I know, well, for all the games that he commentates on, they were a long way away. You learn the slope of the shoulders when you're the local correspondent. Each bowls much flatter and quicker this time. Bethel stays on the back foot to a very full ball, but it doesn't keep low, so he's fine. Defends again. That was a tidy over from Leach, tidier than the first 3. It just cost 1. And Warwickshire at exactly 6 o'clock, a 227 for 6. We're eyeing a 7 o'clock finish, and Somerset have got 15 overs remaining, which means, that, technically speaking, they're 1 over ahead of the rate. A rare thing in any first-class cricket these days.
Indeed. And we have a slight delay for no apparent reason here. The batsmen are having a little conflab, and the bowler and the
Change of bowling. Looks like we're going to have Jake Ball.
the good old Grays at fine leg for an hour or so at this end. He bowled a good last spell, Jake Ball. I was unlucky not actually to get more success than he did. Did he get the wicket of Sheikh earlier in the day? 1 for 41. I'll just describe his over. And then Anthony is champing at the bit at the back of the box because he knows he's Somerset's main wicket taker today. Ball is in again. This is hammered square by Burgess. There is a man on the fence and he does his job as sweeper, and it's just a single to Michael Burgess, who moves to 30.
Lewis Gregory's back on the field, not as a substitute fielder, but he's 12th man at the moment, walking around in his Somerset hoodie. His job on this occasion is to run on some water for Leach, who has the miserable task of taking long leg for both left-hander and right-hander.
Ball is in again, and this is hammered through mid-wicket for 4 from Jacob Bethel. He really is starting to see the ball perfectly now. That wasn't that short, but it was short enough for Bethel to spot and pull all along the grass to the mid-wicket fence to move to 49.
That's a shot of real authority there. There's something of the swashbuckle about that. He threw his hands at the ball and was completely in control, and probably only missed the sweeper on the Hollies boundary by about 10 metres, but that was enough.
His 8th 4. He needs just one more run for his 5th half century in first-class cricket. He waits, won't get his 50th run here, as this one is just tucked into the onside field. And there's no run. It sounded like a horse, that did, but I don't think there's a horse on the ground. It's a seagull.
A seagull running through its impersonations.
Yes.
Obviously getting a bit bored.
232 for 6. Warwickshire rebuilding nicely from 165 for 6. Here comes Ball again, and good straight delivery, full delivery, which Bethel jubs the ball into the ground and just shakes his hand. That vibrated, I think, up the bat and was a bit painful, but no damage done. He remains on 49 as the clouds just start to gather again, ever so slightly. The light's very good at the moment. 14.2 overs still to go, so possibly might get a bit of light damage towards the end of that. We'll see. It's a good Yorker from Ball, and Bethel digs it out very well. Good bowling, good batting. 232 for 6 it remains.
No one's gone home yet. Great credit to them. They've been rewarded by good weather and good cricket now, and for the Warwickshire faithful, for the first time really since about lunchtime, there's something to cheer. Things are going well again.
Will I have Bethel's 50 to cheer here? He drives crisply to the offside but doesn't find the gap. He remains on 49. Michael Burgess has 30. The seagull vents forth over our heads once again, and at 232 for 6. I will welcome back Anthony.
I think the seagull might be asking for directions to the nearest salt strand, but he's a long way away from home. That might be the last we see of Brian Halford for the day in the commentary box. Perhaps he can go and give the seagull some directions. Vitality County Championship Division 1 game here at Edgbaston, Birmingham, between Warwickshire and Somerset on BBC Radio WM, BBC CWR and BBC Radio Somerset. My name's Kit Harris. 14 overs to go, which we should get by 7 o'clock if the light holds. And that would be an achievement, having lost the first hour and a half to drizzle, if we manage to get 90 of the scheduled 96 overs in. Anthony Gibson.
Yeah, Somerset rather letting this slip at the moment after getting themselves in a good position mid-afternoon. This partnership frustrating them.
I always felt that Burgess had the risk of frustrating Somerset. They were doing so well, but what a player to have coming in at 8. Here's Leach bowling to him on leg stump, and he's managed to tuck that away off his pads for a single.
Yeah, I'm reminded by Simon White, thank you Simon, that the last time these two sides met at Taunton, back at the end of June, Michael Burgess 147 from 208 deliveries with 17 fours and 3 sixes. So he's got form this season against Somerset.
They still won though.
Somerset won, yeah.
But,
chasing down, but they had to chase down 410 on the last day to secure the win.
now a bit of we're really packing the leg side here for Bethel, for the clip and the pull. He's got 49. Leach is going to bowl left arm over to him. Short, and Bethel goes for an extra cover drive, and he's going to make it to the boundary, and that is his half century. He's batted very well, coming in at a sticky situation. He's faced 107 balls and hit 9 fours. That was his 9th. And he really did have to navigate a tricky passage of play. He didn't labour over his early runs, he just took his time. He left everything he could. He defended everything he had to and only jumped on the occasional bad ball. And now all that patience is yielding dividends for him. But he must go on from a Warwickshire perspective. Leach bowls to him. Flatter, faster. Bethel plays back down the pitch to Leach off the back foot. He has to reset. It's not easy for a young man to think. He feels the weight lifted because he's passed some milestone, and now's the opportunity to hit a bit, but he has to go right back to 0 and get another 50 and put Warwickshire into a genuinely strong position. At the moment it is a promising position at best. Leach is in again, flighted this time and reaching a long way away from his body, Bethel, but manages to meet the ball on the half volley and collects a single out to the Hollies boundary. 54 to him. Now the field changes round once more for Burgess.
Hasn't been Leach's best spell, this. He's bowled too many short deliveries. Have been cut or pulled away.
Yes, he hasn't got those Leachian maidens in. That ought to be the trademark. 5 overs for 10 is Jack Leach, but at the moment it's 4.4 overs for 20. And this time it's going to be even more runs because Burgess comes down the pitch and lofts him high for 6 into the pavilion. It decided really from the moment that Leach let go of that ball that it was going to be flighted and he was going to come down the pitch to it, and he was right, and that was perfectly executed. Burgess moves to 37. Last ball of Leach is over. Burgess goes for the slog sweep, and it's just gone past the outside edge of the bat there. He got overexcited. The boundary was clear and available, and he's lucky that the ball missed everything. No harm done.
Well, going for the slog sweep to a ball outside the off stump, it was a pretty safe option. But a rueful smile on Jack Leach's face after that last delivery.
But it might just encourage Overton to keep him on for one more over.
It might, but I think the man most likely to make the breakthrough is the one standing at first slip at the moment, the skipper Craig Overton. Well, Josh Davey would be a decent option. But for the moment it's Jake Ball in the sunshine from the Birmingham end. He's in and bowls, and this is stroked down to short third man or backward point, and diving Jack Leach can't make the stop, and it's a couple of runs as Casey Aldridge retrieves the ball, takes Bethel on to 56 from 110 deliveries, 246 for 6.
What do they do for dinner? Do they all go, they'll get something in the hotel, or do they all go and out to a restaurant together, different places?
I think it depends on, I suspect they'll probably stay in the hotel this evening.
because it's day one.
Yeah. His ball in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside, and Umeed is quickly around to do the fielding, and there's no run.
Do you, Anthony, as the BBC Somerset commentator, you ever get a dinner with the players during the course of a game?
No. I found myself staying in the same hotel as them at Trent Bridge, or at Nottingham. But they were keeping themselves to themselves. This is pushed into the offside. There will be a quick single to Banton, who moves to his right at mid-off. That isn't to say they were antisocial. I mean, I had a good chat with various players over breakfast.
Who in the Somerset team would be your dinner companion of choice?
That's a very interesting. Almost, well, I think any of them. They're all delightful young men. But I don't know. I mean,
is there a wit amongst the players?
Yeah, Bashir is apparently a guinea a minute in the dressing room. Jake Ball is another one who's bowling now to Michael Burgess. He's a very popular figure. I mean, up until last season, I'd probably say Jack Brooks.
Oh yes, yeah, I can imagine that. Well, he almost is one of. He's one of ours because he's been in the commentary box a few times.
Yeah,
There's
indeed.
always good value from on high.
Matt Renshaw, when he's around, he's another one who's an absolute live wire. His ball to Burgess, who goes for a big hit and doesn't get hold of it at all. Just plays it, comes off a mixture of bat and pad, I think, out to Tom Lammonby, who's quite close in at cover point rather than the more usual backward point. That's because we've got a backward point on the boundary. And Tom Lammonby came within about a couple of inches of snatching a Burgess off drive out of the air a few overs ago. Burgess is intent on opening his shoulders. He does so there, gets down on one knee, but doesn't really get much of a bat onto that. It's the end of the over. 247 for 6, 37 to Burgess, 57 to Bethel, and Somerset need to break this partnership.
Leach is trotting up and taking off his sweater for a 6th over. His first 5 have gone for 26. No wickets, no maidens. Burgess gave him a sniff of interest at the end of the previous over, having stroked him for 6 straight down the ground. He then played a big old slog sweep which he missed. Leach must be thinking, well, maybe he'll try that again. But it's Bethel on strike first of all. Made his way initially watchfully to 57. Like Burgess, he's just trying to force the pace a little bit now, making hay while the sun is still shining. And Leach is into him now. Plays the drive a long way away from his body once more, but there's no one in the covers on the single, just out on the boundary, so an easy one, and that does bring Burgess on strike.
I suppose there was Somerset with Bethel trying to entice him into playing against the spin.
I wonder if Burgess will go for this down the ground shot again. Both the straight fielders are up on the single. Leach bowls to him now, and he plays around his front pad, straight batted, back to Leach. Nothing doing this time. But Craig Overton with his field setting is certainly inviting Michael Burgess to do it again. Leach bowls to him and plays the ball through the covers, well, past short extra cover. Cover fielder scoots round to pick up, nice and quick. So there isn't a run.
It's Lewis Goldsworthy who's on as a sub for Tom Coder Cadmore, I think.
Leach again, full on middle and leg, flighted, and Burgess is happy just to drill the ball to Umeed at mid-on. You sense that Burgess is waiting to choose his moment to get the flighted ball on middle stump. Well, that's a bit shorter this time, and he's flayed it to the offside, but Goldsworthy once again. Oh, he's such a dervish, isn't he? zipping around the field everywhere. He's such a live wire, Lewis Goldsworthy. Manages to stop it.
He's almost a whirling dervish there as he picked that one up on the turn.
No run again. We've had 4 dot balls, and he's gone for a little bit of a cute late glance there, and he's managed to get a single, and it's just for a moment had Overton interested at slip. Went wide. Second slip might have been in action there. Burgess has farmed the strike there. Once again off the last ball, a moment of interest for Leach. 2 off the over. Burgess 38, Bethel 58, 249 for 6. And in just a moment, Warwickshire will have a point.
They will, and this partnership now worth 84, and it's a match, I wouldn't say a match-changing partnership necessarily, but certainly a match-influencing partnership. Let's bring you up to date with what's going on elsewhere. It's a close of play at New Road, where Worcestershire 115 for 2, replying to Kent's 171. Surrey are going well against Lancashire, I regret to say, bowling Lancashire out for 204, 83 without loss. As ball is in to Burgess, who plays this firmly to Lammonby in the covers. No play at all today at the Utilita Bowl between Hampshire and Essex, and a great day for Durham. 393 for 5 in 96 overs, with Alex Lees 145, Ben McKinney 121, Turner 62 not out. And good positive cricket from Durham as they've been playing all season. Ball in and bowls. This is driven, but be cut off by Goldsworthy at mid-on. It's actually, the fact that he's at mid-on is a giveaway. It's Banton who's not out there.
You must tell us about the big match as well. What's happening at Manchester?
The Test match, England, they were off for bad light.
Oh.
259 for 6 with Jamie Smith not out 72. As ball is in and bowls, and Burgess plays too early at that, and he was looking for a back cut, and instead the ball's gone back to the bowler. Maybe it just stopped on him a little bit. He goes down and gives the pitch a bit of a prod. I think I agree with you, Kit. There is a sort of element of two-pacedness, if there is such a word, about this pitch. Ball's not really coming on. We've had just the one from Josh Davey that kept a little bit low. 1 or 2 from Casey Aldridge have taken off. Ball bowls. This is cut away down to Josh Davey, again in the air for a time from Michael Burgess. But that's the Warwickshire 250 and their first batting point. 250 for 6. And they've secured their first batting point in the 70th over, so still got another 40 overs in which to add further batting points. Somerset with 2 bowling points today, need another 3 wickets for maximum bowling points.
They must get through to the close. I mean, even if now they have to rein in some of their freer attempts to score, because the new ball will be available, assuming that we get through 10 and a bit overs this evening, first thing tomorrow.
Ball in and bowls is driven by Bethel without any timing. Goes out to Jack Leach. Yes, we got, well, it'll be available first thing in the morning.
We should get through these 10.1.
Yeah.
1 or 2 of the illuminated signs are just starting to glow a bit, suggesting that the light is fading. But we've got
no floodlights yet.
Break in the clouds at the moment. I hope we'll be all right. But what you don't want as a Warwickshire fan is for the tail to be exposed when a new ball comes along. Must be these 2.
This is played back to the bowler by Jacob Bethel. Into that Jacob ball over, 19 overs, none. Tickney's.
They removed those figures very quickly from that ball, don't they?
It was none for 40 odd, I think, is the answer. He's been quite accurate. Might be 50 odd by now. He's been quite accurate, Jake Ball, but honestly hasn't looked like it's 1 for 50 in 17 overs. Jake Ball's figures are, and as I was saying, it's been accurate, going at less than 3 runs and over, but hasn't looked like taking many wickets.
The floodlights are now on, And well, we can tell that they're making a difference and that they're starting to play a part in the light, because suddenly now the players have shadows that they didn't have 2 minutes ago.
Do you understand the rules about floodlights?
I thought I did.
But I heard Jonathan Agnew, I think it was on TMS, saying they've changed the interpretation.
Leach bowls to Burgess, who looks to be cute again, and glide it down to short third. He successfully does that, but doesn't pass that fielder. Well, yeah, so the trap I'm about to fall into is saying I thought it was when floodlight replaces natural
That's
light
what I
as the
thought
main
as well.
influence. But is that not
Apparently there's been a different
Here comes the big hit again, and he's going to make it all the way to the boundary, either 6 or 4. Slog sweep, 6 runs. That was the shot that Burgess tried to play a couple of overs ago. All the fielders on the leg side are up, and there was no danger. In fact, it's smashed into the seating on the Hollies stand. Maybe that will rough up one side of it. Happened in the test match here. The ball suddenly started to reverse when it landed on the concrete.
I don't think it's going to reverse here, do you?
I'm not sure if there's anyone quick enough to reverse it, really.
Well, Craig Overton, I suppose, but I wouldn't say he was known for reverse swing.
So Leach won't mind Burgess going after him. Goodness knows in international cricket he's been on the end of it now and then. Burgess this time goes for a full-blooded cut, and the ball is well fielded at cover point by, I think, Tom Abel.
Spot on. Tom Abel in his faded Somerset cap.
That's how you know it's him. He's worn it longer than most. Leach once more, and here comes this big shot again. It's going to be 6 more. Another slog sweep. You could probably hear it hit something. It's a bit straighter this time. Burgess is taking a liking to Leach, and we might perhaps see the end of Leach at the end of this over. Burgess has his half century. It's taken him only 66 balls. 51 not out he has. 3 sixes, all off Leach, all in the last 10 minutes to go with 5 fours. And just as he did at Taunton before the break for the 100, Burgess is really enjoying himself against the Somerset bowling attack. Leach is asking the umpire to have a look at the ball to see whether it's been knocked out of shape by its landing. And sure enough, out come the figure of 8 ironworks from the umpire's pocket to gauge whether the ball fits. Or is he bringing out his nail clippers just to...
It could be just maybe it's...
Take a little flap of skin off the ball. I love bowling with a little flap of skin. You put your finger on it, and you get a lovely bit of thread comes out of the Duke's ball seam. You put your finger on that, you get a bit more rip. That's lovely. Don't tell the umpire about that. These professional players like the ball to be just so, don't they?
Leach just sending Umeed back to the long on boundary.
Umeed hasn't gone all the way out. He's still 10 yards in. And Burgess this time just pushes the ball. It's a glide off the legs. Brilliantly done. 4 runs. It was pushed through a little quicker, outside leg stump. And the most delicate touch from Burgess. A proper leg glance. Somewhere on high, Ranji looks down with rheumy eye.
100 partnership.
There they are. That didn't take very long. The second 50 of those. 130 balls. These two have been together. They reached the 50 at a run a minute. 82 minutes it's taken them to bring up the 100 partnership, so a little more than half an hour. Burgess 55 is about to overtake Bethel's 58. Each pushes it through, this time outside off. Burgess slides it off the face of the bat down to short third man. I reckon that'll be it for Jack Leach's work for the day. He's not betraying any sign of frustration, but then he never does. 266 for 6, and there were 9 overs left.
Well, I think we can see why Somerset preferred Josh Davey to Lewis Goldsworthy, the seamer to the left-arm spinner, because there really does not seem to be anything in this pitch for a spin bowler. Jack Leach has got one to spin past Michael Burgess's outside edge, and he's swung and missed a couple of times, but other than that, he hasn't really offered much in the way of threat to these two now well set Warwickshire batsmen.
Yep.
266 for 6 as Jake Ball comes in for his 18th over from the Birmingham end, and Bethel plays a defensive shot. I just heard tractor.
How can you tell?
Well,
Is it the language or the tone?
No, the tone.
Yeah.
The tone. I'm not. It's. I think he was encouraging probably Bally. Oh, Bally! He tends to be in good voice towards the end of every day's play.
Why is that then?
Ball in and bowls. It's defended by Jacob Bethel, but Tractor and his little gang, they go to every Somerset game, home and away, in the County Championship and the One Day Cup.
Well, they must have invested wisely in the past.
Yeah.
What a wonderful retirement that is.
And they're great pub connoisseurs as well, so I often bump into them. As Ball bowls, and this is turned into the onside by Bethel, and there won't be a run. We've got 8 overs remaining in the day's play after this, so about half an hour's worth, which suggests we're going to finish at around about 7 o'clock, because we lost an hour and a half's play this morning, which is 24 overs. 8 of those overs can be added on during the course of the day as Ball is in and bowls, and Bethel goes for an extravagant West Indian style cut shot, because of course he was born in Barbados.
West Indian, yes.
That doesn't make any contact with the ball. Yeah, we lost. So we lost because they can make up 8 of those 24 overs during the course of this day. We've lost 16 overs, which we will make up 8 of tomorrow, and then the other 8 on Saturday. So we've got 2 long days of 104 overs each in prospect, as Ball is in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside, but Andy Umeed is there to do the fielding.
Given that people will be coming home from work and switching on, Anthony, tell us about this new way of listening at home.
Oh, absolutely. You can now listen to our online county cricket commentaries by asking your smart speaker, say,
play Warwickshire against Somerset.
Play Warwickshire against Somerset, day 1. This is defended by Bethel, and the day is very important. So tomorrow, if you want to use your smart speaker to tune in to our online coverage, you need to say, play Warwickshire against Somerset, day 2. And Alexa, or whatever alternative you may have to Alexa, will connect you to our live stream, or our live broadcast on the internet. And in the case of Warwickshire, we are of course commentating to you on the live stream as well, which is a great pleasure. 266 for 6, and the man most likely to make the breakthrough, I think, is coming back into the attack, to wit Big Craig Overton.
Little spell of 4 overs here, and look, Somerset really do need the breakthrough here to expose the tail to the new ball in the morning.
Go on, Craigo, shouts Tom Abel from first slip.
It sounds a lot like Tractor.
No, that was Tom Abel. He's got Abel's got the loudest voice. I think he's got just about the loudest voice in cricket. There you are.
Yes, yes. A certain type of schooling is behind that, I reckon.
Here is Craigo in bowls, and Burgess is up on his toes defending that into the offside, where it's picked up by Tom Banton.
Almost a conventional field. 2 slips, backward point, cover point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. 2 men back. Well, normally you'd say back for the hook, wouldn't you, at deep square leg and long leg, but I think perhaps the deep square leg is there simply because it's such a short boundary.
Yeah.
No mid-wicket.
Overton just loses.
He's got something in his eye again. That happened earlier on. He's got a remarkable knack for running into the local micro-wildlife.
Well, either that or he's got long eyelashes, and one of his eyelashes is getting in his eye.
That would be a long eyelash, wouldn't it? Maybe
Well,
maybe they're
happened to
fake
me,
false
yeah.
ones, perhaps.
Yeah, well, could be.
All the rage these days.
Here's Overton into Burgess, who cuts into the offside. Well, it's more a back foot drive, in fact, than a cut. But he can't get it past Tom Banton in any case, so there's no run. 266 for 6.
Connor Catmull back on the field, can you see?
I don't think he is, because Lewis Goldsworthy is out there at backward point.
Well, I hope everything's all right.
Well, oh yes, he is there. Yes, Connor Catmull's
He is
there.
back,
He's at mid off. So I don't know who's gone off. Jack Leach, I think. Overton in and bowls, and Burgess defends. Jack Leach has probably gone off to lick his wounds after being rather savaged by Mr. Burgess.
He's having treatment for a bruised pride.
Yeah. Well,
Did we find out what was up with Lewis Gregory, the reason he wasn't picked?
No, I'm going to talk to Jason Kerr at close of play, so I'll ask him. Overton in and bowls, and this one stops a little bit on Michael Burgess. He checks his off drive wisely to keep it down. The offside field is set quite deep. 3 fielders, backward point, extra cover, and a wide mid-off.
I sense a change in attitude from Burgess here to stable survival.
Overton in and bowls.
No, I don't.
He pulls this away through the onside for 4. It was a rank long hop from
Wow.
Craig Overton, and smashed away through the onside by Michael Burgess.
Well, he's overtaken Bethel, 59-58. Bethel's batted 121 balls. It's a long way away.
It's just the innings that the situation demanded, though, from Michael Burgess, who was a great
Perfect.
counter-attacker.
Perfect. 73 balls. He's changed the shape of the day.
He has, against a tiring attack. Overton in and bowls, and defensive shot this time from Michael Burgess. Craig Overton 2 for 58 in 18 overs. Yet again, he's been the pick of the Somerset bowlers for me. But even he couldn't make the breakthrough in that over. It's 270 for 6, 59 to Burgess and 58 to Bethel.
I think we're going to have a double change. Isn't this Josh Davey coming on now from the Birmingham end? He probably has been the second most threatening looking Somerset bowler.
Absolutely, 2 for 43 and 15. He's been the most. No, it hasn't been quite the most economical. Jake Ball's been the most economical, going at 2.77. Josh Davies gone at 2.86. Casey Aldridge 4.4, and poor old Jack Leach 6.28.
Those figures aren't fun for a spinner coming into the autumn. Right, here is Davey to the left-handed Bethel. And the first ball is, just how Davey left off, just tailing in on top of the off stump, and Bethel defends. Just needs to be patient and stick with that. In his previous spell from the Birmingham end, Josh Davey was very, very good at just sticking on that line and length and waiting for a mistake. All right, I don't think there was one, but patience is the best way to go about this. You're not going to take wickets here necessarily by striving for the millionaire ball, as Andy Caddick used to call it. Don't try and bowl Jaffers. That's not the sort of pitch. Try and bowl dry. Bethel faces Davey again and flicked it round the corner. Long leg is there. And, allows only a single. Bethel 259. These two batsmen are now level with each other. One going much faster. That's Burgess, the keeper, at number 8, 271 for 6.
Light just beginning to fade a little bit, isn't it?
Now the umpires just need to suck it up. Count 25 minutes. All of the TV programmes they're missing will be available on catch-up. I'm sure that's the case. Just stay out of the game, chaps. Don't get involved. Davey to Burgess. Just opens his stance there and plays nicely defensively back to the bowler.
Yeah, I don't think Burgess is going to shut up shop completely.
Well, the full ball has been on offer, hasn't it?
Yeah, but it's not in his nature really. I mean, he's naturally an attacking or counter-attacking batsman, and if it's there for the shot, he'll play it.
They can get another four and over between now and the assumed close at 7 o'clock. We've done be close to 300 by then. That'll be a great recovery. Here is Davey. Bethel goes for the drive. He's pierced the offside. There's a big chase on here for Umeed, who loses it to the ball. That ball was hit on the up, short of a length outside off. Burgess into the 60s, 63 now, 275 for 6.
I refer you to my previous comment.
Perfect exemplar of what you were saying. Ball wasn't by any means a bad one. The shot was there to a brave fellow, and Berthel is nothing if not that. And now Rue has put on the lid and has come right up to the stumps, and the second slip has come in at short extra cover in a catching position. Davey bowls to Burgess, who defends and finds that self-same fielder 3 cut strips away on the offside, and that's allowed Umeed to drop to a half-in, half-out position, extra cover. So we know where Davey is going to bowl, judging from this field. The leg side is now very scant, just outside off, and back of a length, fractionally.
Well, he'll have to stay in his crease now, Michael Burgess, with James Rue standing up.
Last ball of the over from Davey. He bowls to Burgess, who tries to go through the offside but doesn't time it, and it only finds that short fielder on the bounce. 6 to go. That'll be 3 from Overton, 3 from Davey, we hope. Umpires are starting to look a bit twitchy, but pockets have not been reached into just yet. 275 for 6, Warwickshire.
Players just beginning to cast star-shaped shadows, but I wouldn't say that the artificial light has taken over from the natural light.
Well, apparently that's not the thing.
Well, whatever the variation, whatever.
It may be different in tests, of course.
It could be. Yeah, it could
they
be.
do have completely different,
yeah.
Same laws, but different match regulations.
Come on, Craigo, shouts Tom Abel. Craigo it is, coming on. Going around the wicket to the left-handed. Bethel is back on his stumps, playing a model backward defensive shot with a nice straight bat.
I know this is going to sound old-fashioned, if not positively heretical. Well, how about, as a regulation, does the umpire feel that the fielding side and the batting side can see the ball equally well? Controversial, huh?
Well, that's called common sense.
No, we don't do no.
This is similar delivery and a similar shot from Bethel. I've never understood the logic. I mean, if it's light, light is light is light, whether it's artificial or natural. I wouldn't have thought it was here or there. After all, we play 20 over cricket under floodlights, and we also play 20 over cricket in twilight, when the balance between natural light and floodlights is changing all the time. Overton in a bowls, and this is turned up to Jake Ball at mid-on. I always used to think, particularly if you're playing village cricket, that bad light is more of a handicap to the fielding side than it is to the batting side, because
you've got all these light surroundings.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas village cricket, you've got background of trees and fields and goodness knows what else, and it's very difficult to pick up the red ball against a dark background. As Overton is in and bowls, and front foot defensive shot this time from Jacob Bethel. Whereas particularly if you've got sight screens, then batsmen can see it perfectly well. And you think of some of the games that have been played in really bad light, like the century that Graham Thorpe scored against Pakistan at Karachi, when it was almost pitch dark, or going further back, David Hughes against Mike Proctor in the Gillette semi-final at Old Trafford. This is cut away through the offside. Josh Davey is there to prevent the boundary and sends in the return. It's just a single. 276 for 6.
Yeah, except of course in that Lancashire game in the 70s, didn't you have Dickie Bird umpiring at one end saying, "Oh, we've got to go off, we've got to go off."
But they were still playing at 9 o'clock at night, and of course Lancashire won the game against all the odds, no matter how fast Procky tried to bowl.
And I'm not sure that John Mortimer, wasn't it, would be particularly pleased that they stayed on, because when he got hit for all those runs to conclude the game, I don't think any of his fielders could see the ball.
Exactly. Still, we're not in that sort of light now, as Overton is in and bowls, and getting James Roux standing up to the stumps.
It's nice to see that.
Michael Burgess, which I guess it's because Burgess has been batting out of his crease. I must say I hadn't actually clocked that, but that's the obvious explanation. 276 for 6. 5 overs remain in the day's play, and I don't think a score of 276 for 6 really justifies, or vindicates, would be a better word, vindicates the decision to ask Warwickshire to bat.
Well, I'm quite straightforward about those decisions. If you're going to win the toss and field first, your desired outcome is you bowl the team out on the day.
Yeah.
Okay, it's the day is 16 overs short, but 276 for 6. At the moment, it's Warwickshire's day, but the usual caveats apply. So here's Bethel on strike to Davey, manfully striding in, and again finds that off stump line and perfect length, and Bethel defends. And it's Davey is a patient man, doesn't try lots of different things, which can be a bit fatal.
I was watching him from the press box earlier on, right behind the bowler's arms, and he was getting some nice shape on the ball, just drifting it into the right-hander and then getting it to hold its own off the seam. He's bowled tidily today.
He's in again to Bethel. Oh, that was a very rare, filthy ball from Josh Davey. Missed his line completely. It probably hit just inside or on the return crease, and it's been signalled a wide, justifiably. Roux had to get a big dive in there that I'm sure he didn't want to at this late stage of the day. Managed to prevent any further extras.
He was just signalling. He was trying to bowl the leg cutter to a left-hander, if you see what I mean. So it would be an off-cutter to a right-hander.
The natural variation for a bowler who swings it from right to left. And this time he goes for the swinger. He's still a bit further outside off stump this time. Got more swing on it this time, but Bethel doesn't have to play. And now, well, Bethel's mood certainly is, I want to have an asterisk next to my name at the close of play. Now, who's this who's gone in really tight? Is it Tom Abel who's gone in at...
No, that's Casey Aldridge.
Casey Aldridge is at silly mid-on. Proper one. About a third of the way from the bowler to the batsman, almost standing on the cut strip. Davey to Bethel, goes for the drive and finds cover. Davey, for the most part, being encouraged just to bowl consistently, to bowl the same thing. He's good when he does that.
Yeah, he is.
He's not blessed with great bounce, he's not blessed with great pace.
But he can move it both ways.
He can swing it, and his accuracy is so good when he's on form. And to Overton's great credit, he's moving the field around all the time, almost every ball. Short mid-wicket goes in as well now. And this ball, Bethel, content to play from the crease with an open stance. Defensively. If Bethel can get through to the close and get through the new ball, it doesn't matter who you support, it's always wonderful to see a young player get his first class 100, and he's done much of the hard work He hasn't done all the hard work, because if he's going to get this 100, still 40 runs away, and he'll have to do a whole another shift of it tomorrow morning against the new ball. But he's fought and fought today. Burgess may have been scoring more freely, but Warwickshire's recovery is as much down to the efforts of Bethell. He faces Davey now. He goes for a pull, and he nearly plays on. The ball was probably just short enough for the pull, but it was a lazy one. There's 2 men back for it. It wasn't really necessary. And it went down to the ground and just bounced back towards the wicket. Didn't hit it.
He just shook his head there, Jake Bethell.
Lost concentration perhaps for a moment. Which really is what Somerset are bowling for at this point. They're not striving for a wicket. They're trying to be boring.
He was there for the shot. He just didn't execute it as well as he's executed some of his other shots.
Here's the last ball of the over. Davey is in. Bethell is happy to defend again. 4 overs to go. We will finish at just about 7 o'clock. And now, the square leg umpire is coming over for a chat-het.
I don't think it's that bad, is it, the night?
But they, one always forms the impression of umpires that they are anxious not to play cricket.
We have had some very sensible umpiring actually this season. I
think they've offered it. Yeah. I think they've offered it to the batsmen.
They don't offer it, do they?
No,
they just decide.
They're having a chat. They're still having a chat. I don't know why the conversation needs to last as long as it does.
Lewis Gregory out there looking on, just having a chat.
That's it. We're all done.
That's it. We're all done. 277 for 6 then at what we must assume will be the close of play. It's been Warwickshire's day, with Michael Burgess finishing on 63 not out from 79 deliveries, and Jacob Bethell 60 from 134. All of this after Somerset won the toss this morning, and their acting captain Craig Overton asked Warwickshire to have a bat. Rob Yates 69, Alex Davies 27, Will Rhodes 22, Hamza Sheikh just 8, and then these Ed Barnard out for 0, Dan Mousley for 10. But this partnership between Jacob Bethell on 60 and Michael Burgess on 63 has been worth 112 so far for the 7th wicket, and has changed the complexion of this game. It's been a good day for Warwickshire, a disappointing day for Somerset, but they're still very much in this game. But at the moment, Warwickshire, who picked up 1 batting point so far to Somerset's 2 bowling points, Warwickshire, one would say, just ahead in the game. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage from Edgbaston today. We'll be back with you whenever play starts tomorrow morning, which we very much hope will be a prompt start at 11 o'clock. But for the moment, from myself, Anthony Gibson, from Kit Harris, from Brian Holford, and from Phil Britt, it's goodbye from Edgbaston.